locked, ready here for the first map of this best of 3, and we'll see if we're going to see anything peculiar. We talked about it a bit, what changes we were going to see, and there's one right off the rip.
I think we may actually get the Killjoy off of this. No, okay, so it's going to be Jet plus Chamber. Now, here's the thing, is the last time that Fracture was played was in May by the Guard. They have not played it in so long. They were playing the Raze back then, but obviously Side Player has just said he feels so much more comfortable on that agent. This is an old style comp that we saw a lot on Fracture, and it meant that you had really solid like site anchors that could just get a kill and dive off. So we saw a lot of heavy like 4-1 stacking on the defensive side of things. But as far as attacking goes, having no Raze in that, especially when you're running a fade and a breach, feels like a big miss to me.
It absolutely does. I think as well, when you're on that defensive side, you lose a lot of opportunities for trap plays that you get with that Raze, with that fade, or even the breach in combination with that duelist agent. With Jet, there's so much less room for synergy, and it is really going to rely on Saya just being good as an individual, being set up by those flashes of net to find big moments. You can't fall back on the util as much, whereas C9 have a great comp for that. It's the same comp for them. It's a fade Raze, it's a double controller.
Yeah, I'm almost more expecting to see the Chamber and the Jet going around with like one little initiator buddy and trying to find picks to convert into a site hit instead of going these full big executes onto a site.
So we don't get the Phoenix after all, but we do get a little bit of a different agent composition than maybe we would have expected. Our casters are standing by, ready to dive into map number 1. Take it away.
Oh man, this is going to be a fun one to start things off because we have an agent change here with for Fracture, and this is going to be interesting too because for me, looking at the Guard, it's almost like an old school Sentinel style, going with the Jet and going with the Chamber, because I feel that Saya player has had a little bit of challenges playing this Chamber on this map in the past.
Right. I mean, we know that there might be some unique changes coming in with the addition of their new assistant coach, Cooper, here. And this might be some of the mastermind, but you're right. So can Saya be able to get back on that Jet, feel like a comfort pick, and come out as, you know, one of the hotter Jets in NA? He can put up numbers.
Instead of
Raze. Back to that time and time again to make sure he can get some good frags for the team and be a focal point. Because when we see C9 play, there is a focal point. It's Leaf a lot of the time. He's being given the opportunity with utility, with focus from the team behind him to go forward. Full north side towards Satellite here for the side of the Guard. It looks like C9 doing a bit of pushing out into halls here. Can get a slight read on the map and they'll go for a retake.
And it's a good read too, because a C9's double controller, you always see this one-way smoke towards A main, so less control towards Dish. And that's where the Guards look to adjust right into the site to get the spike down and plant it. So a full 5 versus 5 on a pulse plant for the Guard here.
I think that Guard wins.
Making sure there's no stragglers, no lurkers. And they're actually going deep for this. Retake will be 5. Paranoia is actually used the solo play, but they're able to almost get back to it.
But still some support coming in. Leaf with Vanity, dropping some players down. Net is still at the drop, though. Evening up the tally on a 3 versus 3. Spike is still ticking. Headshot from Jonah P. Another agent change for this player as well. Goes for another shot, missing the third, but TP's away. A 2 versus 1, but the Aftershock is ready. The tap to come out, and full blind is going to be Curry. This is going to be the Guard getting the pistol round in their favor.
Curry can't even get the time. Wants the kill. Man. They both go down to the spike. Nicely played on
nice
the
try by
there.
C9.
Delaying the time as much as possible. And the Guard really not hesitating after hitting the site either. They identified the positioning, how much control they had. And without having gone halls, they didn't want to retake it. There's no reason to try and play retake on something that's probably held and was by Cloud9. So really nice job to keep drop, keep the site, and make sure that could be the first pistol round for them.
And already you saw from this minimap, Riv, there's going to be a little bit of an adaptation. Mitch looking like he was going to put the trademark on the top of the drop, but they went for a body instead. Maybe don't want to go for a real tell because they're on an eco so far.
A big wall here over towards B. Just a lot of delay if there was anything coming from Arcade. C9 just trying to slow down Guard here. They're fine with it. Like you said, Guard holding back. Waiting for the push they're anticipating. And a bit of a north side satellite push. It doesn't look like too much contact will be made just yet, though. Guard respecting Cloud9. what they might be able to do on a second round here. What shotguns might be in place, honestly, when you're going against Vanity. Nice shots by Jonah P to rack up, too.
Yeah, an easy one, too, when he heard the footsteps from Zeppa, thunderfooting outside towards Ditch. So building up the ult points for his ult already, while the rest of the guard are going for the 4-player push outside the 8 holes at the main entrance. Going to be another plant coming in, so Cloud9 at this point, make it expensive, try to find some weapons. Even Leaf is playing the tight angle, maybe try to do a right-click classic if possible. Trying to use a lot of the forces of C9 on this sand control.
If they can get through this, guard is great so far. I haven't seen them on Fracture in a while. They come through with this comp. First few rounds actually have good econ, not too much wear and tear on the armor. And Leaf and the rest of the team looking for these exits as much as possible to see if they can at least put a bit on that.
Yeah. To give us a chance to talk again about this injury change from the guard and what we come in. I think having this breach is still very good for this comp too, because you don't have a raise that meaning set that was really good on this map, which I agree as well. But side playing into a jet, Raze not being an agent that's comfortable for him, Chamber maybe not on this map, but being able to updraft and dash into fault lines into the B site, I think that could be very beneficial for a team like the Guard, because for C9 who plays a double controller, usually if you're looking at the setup that you have on defense for this team, Curry has been placing a lot of these toxic screens from heaven, whether it crosses across arcade or just across the back B side overall. And he plays within that B heaven site, so there's possibility to get a lot of pressure onto him if we actually decide to go for these splits for the Guard.
It seems like they don't want to deal with at least the Viper utility right now. Not the main reason they're looking towards A to start. Yeah. They look to get past the one-way right away. Just the wide
what are they doing?
There, no extra utility, but the one-way they thought was enough protection, and a bit of a mistake there, and Guard will pressure it.
It's been pretty much the same recipe for C9 taking control of
Fracture has been picked by
Prowler, potentially, and they get perfect timing on that for the Guard. Yeah, this is well read and good preparation for this attacker side.
And they run all the way through this time. Remember pistol round, but Halls is taken. They go, they gather some weapons. What a starting round on this too. I think C9 was anticipating a B hit here, right? You obviously have the one way, but to so nonchalantly kind of get that peek in, it looks like they thought they had a little more time. Guard playing at a pace though. They continue to pressure. They continue to go strong with this. The stimmy allows you to go fast. I was kind of thinking about how they might work that composition. And, Jet already creates the chaos. We've talked about it multiple times on Ascent, on other maps. She'll dash into a smoke. But imagine you're doing that and you get to peek with a haunt as well. Somebody's trying to destroy the haunt. There's so much that Cloud9 will have to look at as the Guard is executing. And so far, hasn't been able to be stopped. Still got some buys coming through, though, for C9 as we get into round 4 here. As they go back and forth, the Stinger will be in the hands of Zeppa.
Very simply done by the Guard. Spray, break the Prowler, spray through smoke, get a couple of kills by breaking off timing.
Exactly.
Converting a perfect bonus round, too, for the Guard. You can see that buy now for C9, though. They're investing into it. Vanity is actually just going to buy utility to help the rest of the team, who are going for rifles on 3 of them, and Zeppa with the Stinger.
Well, they already had 3 rifles.
Always a lurk.
These casters are big L.
Towards the top side of the map. And interesting to see just how they switch these up. Remember, I think it's Jonah P on Icebox yesterday, right? And the way they continue to flex. They continue to be versatile here. So making sure they feel comfortable from map to map. Jonah takes a little more of an aggressive stance on the chamber and will play more of a flank. Spike down. Just defaulting their life away here. I mean, I wouldn't say away, defaulting the round away, which isn't too much of a problem. They find good info.
Ooh. What? Trent, hello, how?
I think they're figuring this out. It literally was another spray through smoke when Zeppa is trying to push out, thankfully pushing towards another extremity for Cloud9 to get some more information. And we even up the tally very early, so a great push from Curry. Manages to get out of that unscathed as well. No damage done from Jonah P, while the rest of the Guard looking to walk back towards this A site. Only one player to hold the opposition, to hold the line of defense on 20 in HP, and that's Leaf.
30 seconds left.
And that being Zeppa's 3rd first death in 4 rounds. So if you consider the initiation utility to retake, to get these sites back from Guard that are taking so quickly once they do hit, Sand Rush coming in.
With the stimmy, they come across for the trade, and they take down Leaf. Vanity looking for the timing to drop down with this Frenzy. Again, 12 HP. A TP on the top, looking for the spray at the bottom. And that's
jeez.
2 kills, and the crossfire comes in the end. Somehow on the lower ball, Cloud9
well played, Vanity.
still manages to play the A site without allowing the guard to get the plant down.
They take it, and what is it with the guard 5v4 conversions? Oh my, they just cannot seem to wrap their head around not getting thrown off guard, right? And the last moment there. Unfortunate on that for the guard, but very, very happy Cloud9 coming out of this round. Nicely smothering the site, getting back in for the defense, and smiles all around as they get a round on the board. And a little bit of money in their pockets here for a nice buy with full armor.
Right.
See how they attend to this in the push they've been doing. So constantly gaining A control. They want a section of the map, and it looks like they've been harvesting Leaf's ultimate here. Now, Showstopper alive.
You're right here, Riv. The curse continues to linger for the guard on the conversions on the 5 versus 4. I thought it was answered a bit when we saw the performances against the Sentinels, where we had a lot of highlight pop-off moments for every single one of these players from the guard. At least for now, C9 with the lower buy on that previous one, able to convert into a round, able to bring in the economy and also ult economy with the Showstopper, as you just mentioned. So the guard, another one of these rounds, looking to run that clock down, but on a late 4-1 split in the B site. Curry playing all the way from B Link this time.
One of our first towards B, really. So more of a kind of canteen flash. That's the dash in. Oh, so quickly hit. You heard the haunt come in as well. So much chaos created on the site tape.
That's what you wanted to dash to create the space. Curry to answer back. A 4 versus 4 Showstopper out. Up towards the air. It's a trade-off. Now a 3 versus 2 in favor of the guard on the post plan. Trent lurking on the back of Canteen, looking for the backstab. And they're just trying to waste that clock down on the attack. Just holding the angles for the other 2 players from the guard. As Mitch and Zeppa, they have no idea of this flank, but the timing's still looking pretty good. Jonah P off behind the boxes, the TP away, and this should be a sealed deal for the guard. Especially as Valiant.
Well played.
That is a great post plant.
What a neat way to kind of pick apart and section off the site. We saw the guard smokes going through. We heard what we thought would be the jet dash forward and haunt combo. But they sectioned off the site, right? Usually the jet goes into site, or your neon goes into site, and then it's tower and slant, and if they can cover everything with people coming in. But it was Canteen focus. So when Canteen's broken apart, how do you then defend from the other position? So they slowly just dismantled the site instead of trying to get in and then work around from there. So really neat approach on to be there from the guard. Getting to round 6 now as they put Cloud9 back on a low buy.
And understanding the low buy, it's going to be quick from the guard. Out through Sands, looking for the split into the A side. Rolling Thunder coming in from Sands in the A side. Leaf on the top, trying to spray through the smoke. Does a lot of damage onto Xayah player as they try to drop in for a couple of trades. Jonah P's just waiting at the bottom of the ropes, though. And as they go for that double swing, the satchel charge, easy for the 2 players, Xayah player and Jonah P. It's basically duck hunt. And now the post plant. Retake advantage for Cloud9. It's not looking too good. Even the smoke on top of drop is not going to give an advantage here for Mitch to help out the team. They invested heavily into the operator, and they basically want to keep that alive for Mitch and have the rest do some damage.
This composition the guards brought to the table so far does not seem to have, or I should say Cloud9 doesn't seem to have an answer for it just yet. Whether they go fast on the stimmy and that's what's throwing them off, whether they want to play outside sight because there's no way to kill Xayah player on that entry right away without being traded, and they want everyone to come back in. Guard is forcing the hand of Cloud9 with his comp.
Why Cloud9
down there in the end.
even chose
and
this
I agree,
map?
on the other end for the guard, even if you're not playing into a meta of like no raise, maybe having a jet still in your composition, one of the strats wouldn't have been possible if they actually had a raise in there, and that's Xayah player dashing straight into Canteen. You don't really see too many raises trying to go for a satchel charge and just go for the KZ jump inside Canteen to get the kill. So one of the basic things, it's practice this time for the guard, and we're seeing the value of this jet dash for the executions for the attack side.
Gonna be an arcade. So a different look at that 4-1 you just talked about a few rounds ago. As they look at B to start here. Now 4 towards arcade instead of our stairs. Xayah players in tower already, Vance.
Oh no.
Bro, what?
Viper's Pit, the wall. Yeah, Curry just blocked himself out of his own Viper's Pit, and now he's sprayed down to 30 HP. Has a shorty and wants to play a little more passively.
Check their
maybe
PC, man.
Some players who will be low on HP themselves trying to take control of a Heaven. But look at the information now. The Paranoia, the Prowler, seeing now that the guard are falling back and holding the arcade, that initial push to try to surprise is now fully stopped when you have to cut noise.
Vanity takes position in A with that Judge, hoping to find the anchor position. And you see, like you said, Cloud9 quiet down. I think that was the call across the map. So they could get back into position. So Guard has to feel like they're in a retake of everywhere now. It's going to be slow on satellite till they get the drop, and a great alert from the trademark will come in. So you'll see the rotation in from C9 here. They've been able to get the lower buy rounds. Will this be another one? It's not in their favor.
Some of the viewers might be smiling right now because we're inching towards the A site where Vanity is waiting with a Judge, and we know what Vanity could do with these shotguns, especially as an anchor 4 versus 1. But
he's crazy with the guns.
2 Judge kills. Spike is now down with 13 seconds left on the clock. A fake TP away around the other end, but that's a bait to allow Zeppa to get the trade back out. Jonah P by himself, no time left to get into the site, especially with that beautiful siege coming up from Zeppa, and that's going to be C9 with the round.
One of the biggest things yesterday was how Vanity played reactive to the situations, was reading the rounds, was able to get the team back in due to situations and positioning, and one of it right there on display. Judge in sight, the rotation already over that first op shot to pull
and with the timeout,
the attention.
I know what they're discussing.
Why the hell did reaps the rewards? 3 ults ready for them. We'll see this one more time. Mitch just gets their hits. Oh, Saya has no idea. No idea. Gets a slug to the back. And that's going to be a C9 timeout, even off a round. They are. We got some momentum. What are they doing to us that stops us once we do get guns? Because this C9 haven't been able to really get those gun rounds in. They've been the low buy rounds. And C9 have some of the best percentages in winning the round when they are on a full buy.
And also, it was an expensive round. They bought into that one, too, so the timeout is trying to figure out what you could do with the economy. I know that Mitch has a Tilda-False ready, and he had an operator on that previous round, so is this a timeout to think, hey, should we try to go maybe for some sort of a double-op setup because our economy is lower? And we'll find that out right now as the timeout has just finished for Cloud9. Looking at what we have here,
shit, the timeout just finished? No way.
And trying to keep a Judge on Vanity. I mean, he worked on that previous round. Why the hell
not
on
this
round here? But it shows a different change in position, too. Riv, look at Vanity playing towards B this time.
Judge still. Just keeping the buys in. Helps the econ a little bit. I mean, you can't deny that, right? Helps the econ just ever so slightly. This A main control consistent coming in here from Cloud9. It really orb control, main control, and when you have a Brimstone like the guard do, if you allow that team to run the sand strat every time and just stimmy sand 3 smoke, it's so hard to stop because you're forced into a fight. Again, the guard forcing the hand of Cloud9. So anytime Cloud9 can say 5 minutes, no rush, right? No rush, build base, they're happy.
We're running a different type of conditioning. Because the smokes are always coming towards A main, but it's a bait and switch towards B Heaven. The sprays almost takes down Jonah P, who misses his operator shot on the ult. And now we're just breaking the trademarks or the rendezvous points, just trying to bait the sound. And the rotate goes back to where you're going straight into the operator of Mitch and also a Judge of Vanity on Heaven once Mitch TP's away.
Quick check. Back sight. 3-2, a little bit different this time, so guard really mostly playing out the protocol on this
one. Why
are
you repeating it?
Here we go. We're going to come up the ropes. Vanity's waiting with the Judge, and that's where the Spike's going. 20 seconds left. Spike is now down.
Vanity.
But he's about to get pitched from the back.
Oh, this guy. This guy.
Kill onto Trent as the Spike is still down with 12 seconds left on the clock, and this is just going to be it. Another round coming in for C9, where Jonah P once again just left on a deserted island.
Wait, Vanity dropped his Judge for the op. Pick that up again. I don't know if that value is correct, man. Oh, my word. Obviously it is. Give that op to Mitch. What a 3K from Tower. Especially for the Spike to be there. Then they're forced to go up against this. It's like, haha, let's keep coming. Here you go. You're in here with me, boys. Vanity having a field day up in tower, right? You look at him. He's like, what? Who? What? New phone. Who this? Ninth round coming in here again. C9 putting up the pressure. Now they're letting guard in a little bit, but taking control of it at the right moment.
Everywhere.
He's now
going to be where that drop is with the judge, and we're walking in there.
I'm a little afraid for him because that's where the trademark has been, so he's definitely in a hot spot here. But this is the first time they haven't pressed a main, so a different look for the guard, too.
What?
That's why, though, the collateral for Mitch. And they may not expect Vanity now. He didn't expect one more.
Still a 6-shot there from Mitch, who has been killless for the first 7 rounds and now gets first bloods after first bloods and a collat. An orbital strike wasted, but at least creates
said
space
killless.
for the guard.
Oh, what is
to
this?
Post plan out in the open at the A site. A nightmare coming out, a nightfall on the retaliation, and that's Leaf. Get 2 kills right out of that one, and that's just going to be too easy for C9 for the retake. They're starting to feel it here, Riv.
That was a disgusting setup from Mitch. They switch it up, so you're luring the guard into A halls. They're expecting to obviously see Leaf somewhere, raise his Roomba. They're waiting for it, but really they're going to see a trademark. Okay, so Drop's pushing up. Well, Drop pushes up right into Mitch on box. Something you don't usually see, that shot. But yeah, the collateral comes in. The rendezvous away is a perfect play there, and Cloud9 do a great job of kind of diversifying the defense on A to make sure it works in their favor. Nice and clean.
One enemy remaining.
Leaf drops in. He's still there. Don't worry. He's still there. Nice trades there as Mitch picks up another one. Fist bumps all around for Cloud9 as they start to level out the playing field here and figure out how guard has been using this composition.
Yeah. Especially when you're looking at how it started off, right? When you convert the bonus round, it's very difficult on either end to start building an economy when you're actually on the receiving end of 0-3 going into the 4th round of the half. So building your economy, building your ult points, finally have an operator in the hands of Mitch. Now you're building up the operator ult as well with the dual defense, and now you're starting to see the results out of C9 with the utility combination that you were mentioning at the beginning of this game that's been looking pretty good from C9 in the previous games.
Yeah. One of the things that C9's doing that's really helping them is that when that Vanity where he was standing on Drop was a trademark, right? And if you're that far into the round and that's a brim there with smokes and stimmy, they can crash so hard. So to start removing the utility and putting people there, putting eyeballs on situations to attack it, the guard is not expecting. They're expecting to run into utility first. So really nice little adaptation by C9 to kind of get on the angles where the guard will still think they are safe.
Still continuous bait and switches between Vanity and Mitch as they're now working together once again towards this B site. This time Vanity with a Phantom, no more judges, and 3 players focused on the A site are the 3 remaining fraggers for Cloud9. Meanwhile, for the guard, it's going to be very slow.
Yeah.
It's been difficult at this point to find information for the guard when we haven't been as aggressive for Cloud9 at the A main control.
See, look how they play above. Everybody's above now. If you do dash in, that's fine. Shoot the haunt, you're still going to have the upper hand and elevation to make it happen. The flash for Canteen, they're above, still hiding. Oh, he uses it like a shotgun. Mitch gets Saya player.
Oh, what is happening?
Even then, Vanity was ready for the trade no matter what, but a beautiful shot from Mitch. That's another nice little flick and another first blood for Mitch. The rest of the guard are now moving into the A site. Curry holding all the way back towards the back, but that snakebite is going to give his position away, but good enough, because now we have a seized snakebite combo on the ground. The Prowler in the front. The trades are coming in. Aftershock to flush out the opponents on the defender side of C9, but we're still fighting hard. On the staircase, it's going to be Curry. Loses the fight to Valid, but that forces the other two to push to take down.
Oh, what a
P,
comeback by
Valid.
C9.
It's not going to work out, and just like that, we're tied in this game on the first map.
What a sick round from Vanity and Mitch. Like, literally, within 10 rounds, adapting to the fact that they have been getting hit in sight. And if anybody's on the ground with Saya player or the rest of the team, you're done. So everybody play elevation. But that's not the first time, because Vanity just got a kill on box right there, too, before he drops down with Mitch on their retake. Like, I have never seen elevation played that much in a single round of Breeze. to take and retake. And so, oh, wow, that was a great round from Cloud9. Good adaptation. They tie it up.
And look at this. Every single round here, Riv, has been slight variations of positioning for C9. This time, instead of having an op on the top of the boxes of the A side, this time it's Vanity, who was trying to look a little bit earlier down towards Dish, but as you have the early rotate back towards this B site, you kind of have to give up your position. You don't want to be out in the open. Try to play those combos in the utility to try to deny if you can. So more passive this time for C9, really turtled up by the defender spawn. Well, for the guard here on this mixed buy. Hero rifles on 2 players. We're farming up the orbs.
Really a first look from the guard here on this top side split. Slow things down. Vanity seems to be a hard anchor A. They still get Leaf in a good spot here. So the way they've played the A extremities may give them an idea. Yeah, he's peeking.
Bro, big fucking brain.
Like
Jonah caught a little util out there. I think maybe Headhunter right there.
Almost that. Feels like that gap was
big fucking brain.
Funneling Jonah P into Vanity's crosshair, and that calls for, once again, we lost a player, trying to funnel all the way towards the back of the site on the other side of the map, but usually there's somebody waiting there, and this time it's an operator, but thankfully they have 2 smokes. They cover it out towards B-Link and Canteen. Snakebite to prevent the push coming out from Arcade, but there's still a gap in the smoke, but the op shot misses. A trade-off from both teams. 13 seconds left on the clock. Snakebite on the ground, right where Saya player
what a shot!
Gets vulnerable and killed. Spike now planted, Vanity pushing forward. A flash as he's fully blind, pulls out his ult! So that Zeppa can get the kill no matter what. The defuse coming in, and Cloud9 takes
what a
the
shot by Saya player.
Oh my gosh, Cloud9. W.
How are we not talking about this shot? Are these caster dumb? If this would have been tens, they would have been Glock 6,000 on his dick.
Trying to get in position and then realize C9 was not stopping. So Valen could know. Post plant wasn't really a thing. Everything was forced there by C9 onto the guard. And it's like the game has completely flipped in that manner, right? We talked about how the guard would pressure the hand of C9, would be rushing situations and forcing one person in sight to fight. Now it's a little bit different. C9's found a way to stall out the initial hits of the guard, and they just seem like once that initial hit is gone, this comp that the guards brought to the table can't do.
What?
The Han actually did spot one, but he makes it out still. We have a smoke on the top, and we're trying to answer back, and it's going to be the Nightfall coming out on the attack. This is quick from the guard, but Snake's bites are preventing the push from getting inside the site, and we're continuing to hold the site for C9.
What's going on?
Orbitals right now coming out, splitting out the A site, allowing Courier to fall, but Vanity is still in the staircase. They never spotted that corner, and now Spike is down. Jonah P on himself. 3 versus 1, and that's
what a comeback by
the end of the first half. Leaf sealing the deal, and C9 takes the lead by 2. Up on the hype, looking to continue it right after this break.
Check my back. Scored.
Layer the utility as well, which is what that team needed on attack, to layer the utility. So good job by C9 to figure it out. We'll get this throw back in real quick into position. A little bit of A main take here as a Prowler goes out, as well as a Paranoia going through so they can get pressure.
Yeah. Curry was definitely trolling. He wanted to have another Reddit clip of a nice lineup here on this map. That said, though, the control pinch comes in from the drop, and Leaf gets a long-range frenzy kill, dropping Trent and opening up the A side. Clear for a plan for A main as well.
Spike planted.
Perfect lurks. Ships in the night, crash into each other.
Nice.
That the retake is happening.
Oh, what a
Guard
shot.
stays afloat, and that's also Jonah P at the helm of it. Now, just like that, somehow becomes a 4 versus 1.
Yeah,
Yeah, great positions on a post plant.
Wow. I mean, not much more you can say other than those were some nice shots. The play really made a difference at Satellite, right? Imagine Saya player goes down. You still have Leaf to play from drop and kind of cause havoc there with a little bit of utility. Changes everything for everyone that was still in sight. Otherwise, Guard just had way too much control. Otherwise, once this kill was made, Jonah P as well. Little boop boop right there. And ask for any more from your chamber. 2 and done. They just had a read everywhere. All right, so we get pistol round in favor of the Guard here.
Here.
It's like they're able to string those together throughout this series so far. See if they can tie it up. Cloud9's been real good on those low buys, Fancilly. And it's no joke. The haunt comes through. We are going to see a little bit of E pressure here. And they have enough to stop it. I mean, once you get that haunt out or get some smokes in, C9's not going to have a fun time trying to get through to these Spectres.
Basically have.
And I can't find the Lionel Messi goal.
Yeah. Cloud9 with the exception of Curry. That's why Mitch is going for a small shield, because he has the headhunter bullets to work with. 3 shares for the others that have upgraded any type of weapon. And unfortunately, seems like we were trying to fix our DPI for a bit for a Saya player, and he got caught off that. Zeppa gets the frag.
Zeppa having a much nicer start to this second half for himself. It took a while to heat up there in the first.
Quiet.
Yeah, how do they finish this? They're waiting. It's going to be like a 10-second plant. They want to get this least amount of pressure possible that they can. And you can do that by stretching out the round, right? If you force a team into fighting you, nobody wants to be the first to die.
Yeah, having fun. What is this
game? Put himself in the ring to make that happen. But it looks like he could be able to grab a few. Oh, they hold their shot.
It was a smoke here towards the ropes to allow the door to open, and that forced to rotate out, so there's only one towards heaven now hiding.
He did all the work anyway.
And that's Valen. Will they clear this for C9? Looking just under. The timing has been perfect so far for Valen. We have no idea for C9. Finally, Valen gets spotted. The swing out from Curry. The plant is down no matter what for C9 at least. And Valen's just trying to stay alive. And he's done enough of his job. The cavalry comes in for the rest of the Guard for the retake. As we have a 3 versus 2 now. Make that a 1-on-3 with Vanity. The Sheriff does not connect. And you got to give your props there for Valen to just stay alive the whole time.
Yeah, that was really good because the strategy, like you said, smoke comes out into rope. The run out by Mitch was trying to pull everyone over with door noise towards the side of A. And once Jonah P saw Mitch, kind of Gig was up there, Mitch ran back. So it was imperative that Valen did stay alive, because if the half rotation had worked in favor of Cloud9, that round becomes another low win. C9 somehow pulls those out of their hat more often than not. Still, a lot of damage done. You can see the lowish buy coming in here. It is going to be the bonus, but they decided to go with Sheriffs instead due to losing a bit of money. So this should be a C9 win. Guard can do a lot of mental damage and just overall game damage here if they can get this round.
The full rifles are looking to start things off on a 3-2 split on the top side map. Prowler misses into where this trademark usually is.
Oh, nice.
That's Zeppa. Getting that kill onto Saya player and weakening up the A site. Sees flash.
Nice anti-flash, bro.
Catch them off guard. Aftershock to try to push back the rush from the A main site, but this still is going to be C9 being able to move in for a plant.
Trying to get some combo utilities just to throw C9 off there, but Cloud9 is not having it. They push themselves into side plant down. And this looks like it could actually be a flawless round here. Just a little bit of damage on the armor so far. A 2-1 split on the retake here for guard.
Okay, Leaf falls though.
Good damage.
Slowly inching in for the guard. That's one from Spawn.
Timing.
Now we don't have too much of good post-plant positions in the end. The shrouded step advantage touches the edge, falls down. It's a 2 versus 2. Snake bite on the ground, that is perfect. And now we go for the swing, the double swing out. Now he's sprayed through the smoke, and thankfully, Zeppa saves the round for the team.
Zeppa's coming online. It took a little bit. Got the sleep out of his eyes. We're good to go now. Back with the team. What a round there. Nicely controlled. Recognizing as well that it was getting a little too out of hand, right? The timing had really started to play in the favor of the guard. There, almost a shadow step out. Didn't happen.
Messi's put a bicycle.
Well. You were starting to think, you were starting to hope if you were a fan of the guard, but Cloud9 shuts that game down. 8-7. We get up here into round 16. We do have some weapons on both sides. Ults on deck as we look around.
What a shot.
Okay, the Guardian out from Vanity, but quickly, we do have another trade somewhere else, and that's Mitch is going to fall. So, 4 on 4. At least it's only Mitch that's fallen. That's the trademark down as well. This might allow the guard to go for some sort of an early flank if they realize where the hit is going to be coming from Cloud9.
Smoke.
Looks like it was a trade towards tree side too, Riv. So I was trying to find that X across that radar, and finally I see it just on where Mitch had his rendezvous point. But nonetheless, alert coming out from Vanity on the top of drop. But the fight comes in.
Can I see this Messi goal, please?
The 3v3. Shadow Step was a quick back and forth. He says, thank you very much. They start to play this slow. He tries to walk in, but
what a goal, man.
Weird angle.
Big fight coming up. A-main. It's Jonah P holding up the holes. Murray making noise just so that Vanity could try to make it in. But instead of teaming out,
this Messi redemption arc is something different.
Guard's just gonna let him have it.
Bro.
Bad timing. ADSing down. But gets denied by
Messi redemption arc is coming, boys.
All right. C9's buys will be quite low, actually. The util you see they spread out to real quick. I think Leaf's just going to forego the boom bot there. Oh, these opening shots, these plays. We see C9 with the first kill every round this half. That one not able to transition across, though. The guards say, thank you very much. Let's see if they can keep it up. They usually find a way in these pistol rounds to get at least a few frags. Somehow they get behind enemy lines, they wait out the round, and they get themselves into a spot. Okay, never mind. Side player pulls something like that out.
Redemption.
Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from Saya player. He's going to feel good. Stacking up the ultimate this early as well. Trent and him are so close, which is really going to help them start to catapult these rounds. Trent just waiting for this fight with Zeppa. Oh, that's not where you want to hide. Nope. Nope.
Good round so far. Only light damage done onto Trent for the rest. Barely, if not touched at all by any bullets coming up. Vanity by himself finally does a bit of armor damage onto Valen, but that's going to be it. The Prime giving flawless for the guard. Solid holds.
A flawless. Leave me eating crow here, saying C9 gets a lot of frags. On there he goes. Not this time, though. Maybe because of this? I don't know. Huh? Shrug? Holy moly, those shots from Saya player. Nicely. Just overall, util play. Masterminding the round in process of elimination. Vanity's coming from arcade. Flawless round. And that's nice to get back. See if they can continue this. The top side of the map. There's actually going to be Zeppa on the flank. So Zeppa holds the trademark for the flank. He's going to try to want to come in Prowler and clear A halls.
Oh my.
How does the rest of the team get this? They are stacking drops.
firing squad, 3 players, but now only 2 left, and a big paranoia. That's how you counter it for C9. One more inside the site. It's going to be Trent. Satchel charge out, looking at the bottom, clearing it out. Trent looking for the spray, trying to land on the second kill, but it's still going to be Curry that dances around the bullets to get the kill. And just like that again, a fight that happened towards Arcade 2, C9 tied back up.
What is that round? And why are you anticipating a drop stack like that with enough util and reaction time to hit it? Oh my god. That was incredible. And back and forth. The way these rounds are going, it doesn't really tell you who's going to start taking a lead. They're either smothering each other on each round or just slowly dissecting, and you're like, well, okay, it's eventually theirs, but not yet. Wow, the pace of this game just continues to change here between the Guard and C9. And there it is once again, off the rip. We're going to go right into sand. Nothing from the showstopper. Leaf is down instantly.
That was sick by Jonah P. And then we still have an ultimate available, even 2 for the retakes with the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall. We're just trying to look back towards Tree, and Saya's waiting there. And as we peek, the spike is down. The swing out, but no trade.
Trying to deny it. Oh, it did catch. Always feels like it lasts a little longer once it catches you because of that speed up. Forced to shoot it with the op, and they know Saya player is somewhere hanging around B. But look at that. The rotation of C9 is now going away from the operator, as anybody would. Saya feeling pretty good with that. And the double op is something they're going to have to deal with. So they're probably going to meet one anyways on the other side of the map here from Jonah P, who's had a hell of a game. Already a showstopper. Killing that down. Now we'll see if he can do a little bit more here as they get a hold on A. And basically a hold on every angle, Vance.
Oh, breaking the crosshair placement, forcing the TP right away. Viper's Pit available though, and there you go.
I can't get over Messi's
on the clock. Nightfall to try to ping him so they could try to run
bicycle
into
go.
The Viper's Pit. We're following, we're trailing it.
Oh
and that's
shit.
the Viper's Pit down. Trent just holds that W, but it's
Oh what?
Nice flashes, but Zeppa, the one that wasn't affected by it, gets the kill. Plant down, 3 versus 1, looking for the clutch. Not going to happen as a Molly and the Headhunter bullets connects.
Gosh. You think it might be tough because they have a double operator, but no, where's Jonah P sprinting into sight? One arm out with the Headhunter trying to make the shots happen as they know they can overwhelm. Again, another round. Okay, C9's making it in a bit. They have the sight, and then numbers start to dwindle.
Oh, they're going double up again?
Can't tell which way it's going to go. Guard shows you right away how it's going to happen.
That was so good.
Oh my gosh. You're thinking you could get a quick peek here. You're not going to be in the face of Saya player. And then we saw C9 rotate right back as well. So they're like, all right, where's the worst of the worst fight here? Best fight we can find. Sorry. And now it costs C9 timeout.
We had Trent just have C9 have a taste of their own medicine. The Prowler coming out towards the door, which actually hit Leaf that was trying to go for the fast hits towards the A site with that showstopper, and that's what allowed Jonah P to get the kill. And we're going to have to try to identify that now for C9. How do we get through this double operator setup, as you mentioned, Riv? Now that you see that Saya player has it, Jonah P's playing it, they're playing on extremities, and that shuts down half of that.
Against double off would be so annoying.
The battle of the minds. Battle of the IGL controllers right now. 17, 11, 18, and 12 for Vanity and Valen. They're actually putting up some amazing numbers here. And those aren't even like assists. Like, Stimmies are going out. Stimming himself, getting the frags. Doesn't need to help out on assists.
Yeah.
Independent controller. 4 seconds until we see where exactly they decide to go here. 4-1 split? No. I thought they were actually just going to Viper fake towards the left side and have Curry play with this wall, but it's going to be a fast A into halls at least. Might be just Leaf grab on the orb and make sure they continue that.
Maybe trying to get value off a Nightfall as well. One way to clear out one of the operators, and there you go. Jonah P is going to get spotted. Can't get TP'd out of that, but somehow Net still gets the kill on Leaf with the fadeaway back into spawn. So an early player advantage going out for the guard. The tool to false comes out from Mitch. Immediately denied by Trent, who continues to spray mid-game. I love what I'm seeing from this kid. Colors out. You hear the Blade Storm 2 coming out from Saya player. A 5 versus 3 as we're trying to hold our ground. It's an anchor inside the site. That's Vanity, who actually catches Saya player with a dash forward inside the site. Seppa trying to help out from the spawn, and now it's just going to be Curry trying to get the wall bang on to Valen, and he runs out of bullets. Valen comes out with his weapon out, as he had his iPad out before. And that's unfortunate for Curry. The round and a retake back for the Guards as they take the lead by 2.
So nicely done there. C9 was down in numbers, right? You expected that round to eventually go to the Guard just the way it was playing out. Nobody could follow Leaf in there, and they were hoping that Nightfall would have done the damage, would have turned net around at least enough to not get the frag that he did on a bouncing Leaf.
Oh, this was so unlucky.
And the rest of the cleanup, it just seems like once A starts to be dismantled by the Guard, they know exactly where you are. They have a super good read on how C9 wants to start playing those sites. Spectre's there for Vanity. We usually see him on a low buy anyways. He can provide something. The Guardian, the Spectre, the Judge, whatever. I wouldn't say it's too much of a worry for C9 here, but they are going to move right into Jonah P possibly. No, they hold off on this wall for now. You have to remember, it's the double op, right? Nobody wants to peek anything. If you are, you're going to be jumping with your knife out.
We haven't figured out the solution of how we could get through this unbreakable wall by the Guard. If it's not the operators, it's the retake play from the double initiator setup that we have from Net and from Trent. Very difficult for C9 to get any control on any pulse plants.
Toxins going up.
Just trying to catch one off guard. The wall coming up. Trying to get a timing off this op. And that's a nice haunt. Forcing one of the TPs away. Prowlers on both ends trying to clear out the site. Nothing towards the front B is the information given for the Guard. And Valen is stuck behind Arcade. We have another haunt coming out here on the other end as Curry's going to get pinged in the front. And it goes for the orbital strike.
Just microwaves that he says, I'm in trouble. You know what? Pull it out. Oh, Net still hot on the shot right now. They heard it. They must have heard it. Prowler comes in, but Vanity up top! It's Vanity up top!
The gun sticks out from the front, though. It's Sire player 20 HP. And we still have players alive. The rotator already came out. It's a 2 versus 1. Spike is down, and the lurk doesn't work out for Curry. The plan was there. It almost worked when Curry made all that noise.
गोल मारा मैसी ने bicycle.
The double setup. The A site was detrimental to C9's and foiling their plans on
भाई साहब पागल हो गया मैं.
Honestly, it's so hard to think of how C9 would break this right now. A double operator, and you know that they have a chance to play Jonah P in a forward position with a rendezvous back to play almost more of a sentinel in that situation, right? Where you get back safety, easy peasy, bye pull back rendezvous, or you have Saya play on their side.
भेजू क्या आपको ट्विटर पे? पागल हो जाओगे, चिल्लाने लग जाओगे. ऑफिस में तो नहीं हो.
Right, you don't have.
मैं इतना कभी नहीं चिल्लाया.
KO something.
What a goal, man! What a goal!
Displace. You can get a haunt out.
And that assist. Oh.
None of this is for sure.
Wallah.
Guard care, right? The double operator right now just seems so tough. One's down.
ये साले मेसी को पास नहीं करते बस.
Jonah P.
मेसी को खुद ही गोल बनाना पड़ता है.
Doesn't matter. Valen
भेज दिया मोहित भैया.
Starting off, Vanity goes down. Another first blood for Valen.
Thankfully, we still have another controller for C9.
बाप.
Spike now down, giving a lot of information for the Guard.
Yeah, अभी तो मैं ये stream कर रहा है.
Stack up a little bit more, but the Spike is very far for them to be able to protect it at least. So an opportunity for C9.
उत्कर्ष से पूछो, उत्कर्ष खेल रहा होगा.
Seem a little bit lost, a little bit of jumping on the underpass. So Saya player's going to hear all of that from above. We're just hesitating so much. Cloud9 thought there was still going to be some pressure.
Second जो इसके बाद मैच है ना वो थोड़ा important है.
Now just to pick up the spike.
So quiet. They're just kind of tempting out Util, firing some shots here, looking for anybody to bite as well if you get a shot through that smoke. Trying to push forward. Spectre's here. The Guardians is calling. It's going to be that B-hit fan still.
ये भेजता उत्कर्ष को. मैंने बोला आप उत्कर्ष के साथ खेलोगे, आपने मना कर दिया.
Zeppa gets the frag, but Net answers back with 2 kills at the Vandal from the generator. Trent's still alive on the top. Headshot to leave. Spike is now down.
भाई मोहित भैया फेड मेन बनूंगा मैं, क्या प्लेयर है फेड?
And it is going to be the victory for the Guard, 13-9.
This is the way of thinking.
Absolutely incredible stuff from the Guard. You expect them to basically have a way to stop you with their util, but it's the double operator stop the entire time, Vansilli. The double operator, once they got to that, it makes me think, can they bring anything to the table and make that happen? Their attack is really where we saw that composition with the Brim, Fade, Jet, be chaotic on the entry, where C9 figured it out, but a little too late. And then the defense was the double operator. What the hell? Like, C9 just didn't have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the comp before, no breach, single flash with Omen. They made it work in the past by having some very sprawly, and they sprawl for these, they brawl basically for these rounds, and that's how we got the victories for C9. But when you're composed as the way you were for the guard with its double up and double initiator, well, that's the result that we see in the end. So finally, a victory for the guard since February 26th. The first one in this series as well, as we continue on in the upper bracket right after this break.
I'll be back.
Assemble your team and lead it to the World Finals. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com.
Forward through the smoke. The third kill then onto Shazam. It goes with a 4K.
That knife didn't find anything. Zippa just finds both. Can he find all three? Yes, he can.
Whoa, we're in the dark. Welcome back to the analyst desk as we break down the first map. It was starting out nice for the guard. Then Cloud9 started to claw it back, but in the end, they end up keeling over as it's the guard who takes the map. It just seemed like both teams struggled on one half of the map. They were fine on defense, but their attacking side just left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, everyone, it was really interesting watching both teams with a lot of actual like A-site hits from Dish, trying to make that work, whether it's with the Jet comp, trying to dash in, because she can only close that close distance. Similar stuff out of Vanity on the Omen. That was C9 sort of read on a couple of those rounds. To execute into a site without a breach, it was all about using that mobility.
Yeah, absolutely it was. And on that defensive side, it was Vanity's Omen, which was the star of the show. Yet again, this guy's been having a fantastic performance thus far in the LCQ. And I think the way he played against, in particular, the Jet composition that was brought out from the guard, they're going to be a little bit tougher on those retakes. So often they lose Saya, have to make a pivot in the late round, and then Cloud9 just has a fantastic stall potential with normally Vanity sitting with a Judge.
And I want to look at this round because Vanity does things with a Judge that's just unholy. Look at this smoke he puts in A main. That is so important because it tries to sell the fact that he's playing in A main with a Judge. The guard are aware he's on credits to have a Judge right here, but he's not playing in A main. It is unexpected that they have this crossfire. They turn around to try and deal with an op. Everything C9 do with Vanity on this Judge is about trying to bait him, you know, put him in positions where he can get a good Judge swing. They did it later on playing up in B tower as well.
Yeah, it was pretty much a similar thing in this round. You saw in the one we just watched that it was even a haunt committed. They were fully expecting Vanity to be in that position, to be holding down the fort. This is a second round where it's a double setup in the tower. Mitch shows himself, he gets one kill, re-peaks, overheats a little bit, but you're not going to expect a second player here. This composition when you're playing with the Jet will always struggle to take space in tower, especially when you don't have that breach. And I mean, you see it there, right? At this point, the breach is on the other side. Valen is going up the rope alone, just not ready for Vanity.
Yeah, without a Jet early to like get up into tower, any sort of dive agent to capitalize on that, it was pretty easy for Vanity to sort of take one fight at a time, isolate a lot of those duels. And on top of that, like so many things that Vanity does that sets him up, it's just really smart play. It's not like the great aim or anything. Obviously, he has that too, but it's him using verticality on this Omen. That's why he wants the Omen and not some, silly agent like the Brim. It's all about putting himself on those off angles, on those weird positions. He did it all throughout the series. He was doing it yesterday as well. It's all about getting those great angles, and he just tore up the guard for that first half.
Yeah, it was the stall potential, not just him, but also when you're playing with that fade in the late round for Curry. I think for the side of the guard, they frequently fell into the pitfall of over-relying on that initial hit and not having enough time to stall out that utility in the late round, which meant Vanity had so many of those clips that we were just talking about.
And specifically when we look at like how these rounds ended up playing out, the guard's attack did look a little bit weaker, with Saya player dropping down early on in the rounds. So often it came down to 30 seconds or less, and C9 using great utility and anchor play to stall out the side hits. There was fade seizes plus snake bites and everything coming down into A main. There were multiple instances where that ended up being a big problem for the guard, and why even after going up 5-1, they struggled to put any more rounds on the board.
I mean, there was even a round where they charge into the B site, and you've got him trying to gain control towards Canteen, hits a trademark, not realizing there's a chamber right above. He updrafts, trying to get out of it, and there's Mitch with a no-scope to the back of the head. Sai just really could not get his foot in the door in the first half.
No, the first half was a big struggle. Cloud9 did a great job, as we've already highlighted, shutting him down. But once we got into the second half, it was a completely different story for the side of the guard. Their composition was very reliant on that side of the map with this double operator setup. And for Jonah and Saya, they were farming once we got into that late round in the second half.
Yeah, right. You have Jet and Chamber, the two best op agents in the game, and you're playing against a Cloud9 comp that has a single Paranoia as a flash. They only have one scout agent too with the Fade, so it's very hard to deal with these operators. Round 19 was the big round that was going to be make or break for the guard. It was 9-9 on the scoreboard, teams tied up, and they had double ops in play. If the guard had lost that round, it would have been hard to get back to the double op setup, even with the chamber op as an option. And the double ops is what shut down Cloud9 from playing the slower style, feeling out a lot of those rounds. The guard were able to just keep those double ops going for so long, and it absolutely cut down any chance for Cloud9 to attack.
And you talked about only having that one scouting agent. In the last 4 rounds, pretty much every time that Fade utility was being used to clear a close angle, clear an operator out of one of those lines, and while they were sometimes managing to do so, because of the second op and because of that utility we highlighted in the late round from the side of the guard, they were perfectly comfortable to get that opener, get out, and then just play retake, because Cloud9 had to deplete everything just to get those 2 ops down.
Exactly. You'd think like, oh, we have double controllers, right? So many smokes, so we could sort of, block an operator's line of sight.
But it's Chamber and Jet.
And that works if it's Reyna opping or, some other Astra opping, but it doesn't work like that when you have Jet and Chamber that can walk through a smoke, that can comfortably peek in, dash on out, reposition as well. Like you're saying, they just drained all that utility very early in rounds. It was a big problem.
It's interesting you mentioned smokes too, because yet again the trend continues of the controller players being the top performers. They're leading the charge at the front of the ship. One might even say the bow. That's the term you might not know. It means the front. They're definitely the ones that are carrying the workload forwards. And we've been seeing that a lot, though. Seriously, the controllers have been playing so well, especially Vanity. I mean, we saw it again, just not quite enough. But now we'll be taking a look at the agent select for our second map in the series. We'll see how things end up shaping up for Cloud9 here, as they desperately need a win to force map 3.
I mean, this is the home port for the side of the guard. They've looked pretty solid on this map.
Mimi.
Yes, I love boats. Thank you. We're just trying to teach about boats in this one. But this is with the map that we saw yesterday out of the guard with their kind of interesting comp. They were sticking by the Jet. They were sticking by their Killjoy, but they brought the Fade into the mix. And this was in particular the map where Trent was just having insane value as an individual.
Yeah, he was an absolute beast. And again, what the guard are going to come in with today is a lot of looks where Trent will rotate out of B main, off the Odin, and instead play in mid to support Saya players. So guard start out on attack, that's going to be a little bit less relevant, but keep in mind, if C9 go for this Neon play again, where so much is about pushing in and taking market control, expect the guard to have ideas to try and shut that down on the defense.
And it does look like both these teams are returning to their previous compositions here. Jonah locks in the KO, Saya in with that Jet. Yet again, I'd expect Net on the Killjoy, and that is their decision. This composition for Cloud9, they're still not going to be bringing that breach. They're sticking by the Fade and the KO as these initiators. So I'd expect it to be a similar style of Leaf working up mid, like you mentioned, and then just setting himself up for these late round plays on the attacking side.
Yeah, you know, C9, I think they were able to abuse a lot of like solo players in mid, and that's what Leaf really found to be successful. Again, I think the guard with tape on this Neon, there are ways to deal a lot with that type of pressure. C9 on defense didn't do a lot of like quick burst plays with the Neon either. That wasn't quite the idea. It was more about getting the quick rotations into play. So I don't think this first half the guard have to be too concerned, but definitely need a good idea on the defensive half.
You have to watch mid in this matchup. For the guard, it's the same priority for them. You have the Fade, you have the Jet. Watch them fighting for that space and market on this attacking side.
Well, we'll see if it's going to end up working out for Cloud9, if they can force things to a map 3. We've got our casters standing by for the second map in the series. Rivington, Vansili, it's all yours.
I'm definitely hoping for a map 3 here, Rivington, because when
it is a map
looked at
3.
all the matches from yesterday, a lot of them went into the last round of regulations, lots of overtime. We don't see it at the start of this day, but I'm hoping at least a 3-map series.
I am too, and I'm also hoping that I have a talk with Ender later when he said silly brimstone. Well, you can discuss that. Okay. I feel the fade and the shade there. We'll see what happens
true. You're
here
just
for
spending
Ascent.
like days and days with brimstone lineups on your screen. I do remember that.
Brimmy with the stimmy, baby. You can't make fun of the boomer. He's always going to be there. Maybe not this game. Damn, you know what? Just not. Let's get off of this topic. Here we are starting off on Ascent. Let's get it. Second game here of LCQ upper semis. Let's see what the guard can put up. Cloud9 wants to get this composition back in order. They actually switch up the defensive positioning we saw from yesterday, which was Leaf and Market and Mitch in B. This is a full cap push to start off your Vansili.
On with the
So C9 definitely trying to throw a mix in to what the guard might be seeing or might have seen. And it's Curry that's in Market. Double push. They are pushed up very far here, Vansili.
Yeah, it was 4 players getting ready for that pinch into mid, understanding that the guard likes to work the area on pistol, and that's already spiked down. 2 versus 2, though. We've answered back for the guard.
The throw incoming.
Looking to pick up the spike. It's been done. Smoke now on the ground. None left for Elise Vanity at 27 HP.
They still want Cat.
Vanity's in the spot, though. We have to swing on the other one. Can we get the trade? We will, and Cloud9 gets the pistol. Something they needed here.
How does he live with 27 HP that long for 2? Oh, that's what clutched it right there, allowing the next trade to happen. And the thought as well, they go back towards Cat. You have the call for the amount of damage that was done on a certain agent. It did not matter. Great trades there to start things off for C9. And they are able to take the pistol round. Bulldog straight for Vanity. Hoping to keep that for a few rounds as its Spectres are around, and Mitch will really low by and just keep the Headhunter mostly at halfway with a Frenzy. Not something you usually see. You usually just see kind of pull more Headhunter bullets within that chamber, so interesting buy.
One ways both on attack and defense for the control of A main and giving an orb away for one of the attackers of the guard. And we had a Killjoy turret looking towards B main, but it's just going to be for Elite Alert from Net right after. Looking to commit towards this A site with a full execution from the guard. There's only one player waiting on the other end of this wall, and that is going to be Mitch with a Frenzy and Headhunter.
Yeah, this mid control continuously taken by C9. Nice little perpendicular crossfire, dash in.
What are you
He's
doing?
going to be the first kill.
Get away, bro.
Come through onto Mitch, though.
One-way smoke on the attack. We were trying to spot some feet and try to spray, but it doesn't work out. Relay bolts coming out too, though. Lots of damage being done. C's coming on the outside, and we're slowly inching back from top and at the door switch for C9.
No.
Yeah, we got some great utility to try to hold as much as we can, but it's still C9 across the board with the heavier fire weapon. Now it's a 2 versus 2, though.
Player standing.
Somehow Leaf looking to try to win this back. Only a classic in the hands of Net. Running that clock down, trying to get at least a halfway. We're just sticking it for Leaf. Now he's off it. This is looking so good for Net. Swing out, and there you go.
No!
We almost felt that clutch coming in for Net. Almost a thrifty from an eco from the guard. Holy crap, that was a good round.
How did they manage that much damage? The util coming in straight. When I said, once I saw 3 of them literally hip and hip behind Jenny, that's when I oh-no'd. As soon as you all pile up in one area, you're like, oh dear, this is going to be tough. In there, yeah, you almost get them all clobbered. They somewhat reposition. And that's when you get the rest of the guard able to get their last shots in with the util. Leaf playing a really nice mind game here. That was easily winnable by the side of the guard, and C9 had no right losing that one. So they get a win, but that was expensive.
Even more expensive into this round. Operator in the hands of Mitch. Small shield, Bulldog, Spectres. Nothing more for C9. They lose this round here on defense, especially that they're going to be forced to be on an eco on the next. That's a 0 point that came out. That seems to have suppressed Mitch just for a bit, but he doesn't want to give up his position.
Getting ready to just foul her out. Nice timing. And look at the rotation on the minimap now. Repositioning already. And Vanity is always your anchor so far. Was the same on Fractual. Will be the same on Ascent for C9's defense. That's going to be a good seize out. They can't get too far to start things off.
Right, though, and Net opening up the B site. Underhand flash outside through the smoke, but no kills coming out. At least position for Zeppa.
Zeppa?
Eats a paranoia. Looking for the shot, does not connect. Again, it was
Vanity clutches
for C9, getting overwhelmed on the head.
Spike planted.
Now Vanity gives his position away. There's one more holding inside the B main area and as he gets smoked out. You see Vanity's just dancing to save up. Well done here for the guard. They'll put the first one on the board here early in the second map.
Yeah, it's nice to get the bonus there. We didn't see too many bonus grabs in our first match, but this one, the save on the op will definitely be huge for Mitch to come in. Let's see what they can continue to do from the side of the guard with this weaponry, though. You have now taken down Cloud9 twice, even though they're trying to get themselves into position. No plant here as we see. I'm sorry, by guard, but not defused. But Cloud9 haven't been able to keep more than one alive in these situations that are going deep into the plant rounds. So it's going to be very expensive for them. Guard have done a great job to set themselves up for multiple rounds in a row here. So whatever Mitch does with this operator next round is going to be huge. However they set it up, we'll keep an eye. Hey, look at that money. That is rough. So mid-push maybe. Whenever we do see Cloud9 going for a forward rendezvous with Mitch, usually Leaf is there. So you can identify those two together. You'll usually get Mitch going for a forward push. It looks like they'll separate that situation just for now, and it'll be actually Curry that backs up Mitch on this one. Smoke him in immediately. Nope. We know you have an operator, and we're not giving you a chance. Because they've been taking mid, right? A lot of what C9 has done in those first few rounds was to take mid. And this time, it looks like they will not get control right away.
Especially when you have this operator in hands of Mitch. Trying to support, trying to pick up the op in case Mitch loses it. And that 0 point is going to get 4 players now on the attack. So, yep, Jig is up.
What an
info. At least get the alt orb now for the guard. The same default for the attack side. 4 players grouped up towards the A main. 1 late lurk towards mid of Net. Trying to keep that turret alive in case there's a push towards that area. And also getting into this A site.
No command hit.
This one down, trying to answer that from hell.
Ooh, Vanity got 2.
Could actually get the res off the KO right away. But Leaf is just around the corner waiting for at least to come out with the ult of the overdrive. Just got spotted at the door. This could be an important ult right now for C9 as soon as we're able to get the ult away. But with that, well, that's all done. Everybody has fallen down. So now we're canceling out the overdrive. The overdrive becomes the overheat as he's trying to get the kill long range. Does connect onto Net. Now he picks up the op as well. 23 B.
Spike planted.
Trying to fall back. Side player gets the kill. Nice wall bang. 2-2 for the guard. No ops picked up. And side player doesn't want it either as they want to keep with the rifles on the executions.
Finds his footies there. A great round to start things out. Nicely played out with the null command coming in. It wasn't Saya player dashing in. They kind of took the site just walking in with that being able to push back C9. You saw the hide was trying to, or Vanity was trying to hide under Heaven. it wasn't enough. They got pushed out of sight because of the null command as well from Tree. And one of the big things is, yeah, that ult went off from Leaf, but that was supposed to be Curry coming in as well. He got spammed through the smoke by Net. So Net's frag onto a full utility Curry that was about to initiate back into sight was pivotal.
So same thing going on now for C9 on defense. Continuing the bait and switch of Mitch TP away and Vanity just around the corner, but with the Phantom. Don't know if he's going to be able to hold that spray control, but Mitch is going to be the first point of contact. Almost saw that first opponent across the board, which is going to be Trent just around the corner. Look for the lineup. Here it comes, Vanity for the second one. Sprayed it off by Trent.
Oh my gosh.
Meanwhile, we've dropped one towards mid, and the Nightfall comes out as well towards the A side. A battle towards the front of A main. Nice flash for Zippa to get the kill onto Valen. And that just is going to make things harder for Trent. He has been on fire on this map yesterday against Sentinels. Can he clutch his 3 versus 1?
Both teams have been in each other's face with little reads here on the plays. Like that 5 seconds of that round just colored the top right of our screen with frags over and over, the trades. It leads it to a 3v1, and this is exactly what C9 needs. They need to keep a few alive within these wins to get their economy back in order 1. And then make sure they find Trent here. Once the plant goes down, super safe play. All 3 just anchoring A to make sure the retake can come in a little later. What's that util for Curry? He does have the haunt. Should be able to get a little bit of knowledge of where Trent will be hiding.
8 seconds left on his hunt as well. Looking back towards this B main, but he does have a Seize that could actually do a lot of DK as we're sticking that spike now. It's going to be a little bit difficult trying to get the wall bang at least.
Nice try, nice
Not
try.
going to work out. Great hold by C9 on Catwalk at the beginning of this round.
Yeah, I like the thought. And you're right. C9 go back to a bit of that cat hold. It wasn't as much in mid as we have been seeing them push out to cat, getting to well, making sure that everything is pretty much held down. We'll see right here. This is the A push that was finally the event of all that cat pressure. C9 happy about it. See if they can keep up this defensive side. They pull into the favor. 1. Curry still with the spam is going to be coming through here. We expect this to be happening. The analyst desk mentioned it. And he'll just continue to spam. Initiators on one side of the map here, so it looks like they will play a little bit of a retake. But that positioning of both Mitch and Vanity has me wondering. All right, they dip out.
Had early damage done by Leaf, but he looks to re-peek right after and gets punished for it. So that now brings out the lockdown. And now we're trying to spray back. No commitment yet for the guard just from that smoke that we've gotten. C's coming forward though. Ult back in the middle of the site. No
he stuck it.
Way. There's definitely some miscomms or something like that because Vanity thought that he had an open site to TP into, and now there's only 3 players left for them to try to go for the retake. Zeppa with that null command, as you heard, just finished. Smoke on the staircase as we have now C9 going to walk back into the site. Nice kill by Curry. That's mark it down. 2 players left inside the site. Valen and Trent. Trent now spotted leads from that 0-point answers back on to Curry. Inside the smoke, Mitch goes for the close range duel to false, but that's a slow field on the ground. So you funnel everybody out on the right side. He does get the headshot to Zeppa, does get the second one, and Trent once again with the Red Bull clutch.
Incredible stuff by Trent in one of the most painful rounds. Cloud9 start to build a bit of an econ. They will be able to get a small buy in here. They're just around 4K. The util is going to be tough, but to be winning so many rounds and not have that surplus of money before you get reset, Guard may be able to string a few together here and on the back of Trent's 3K. What a round. And he, again, it's like deja vu. When this guy is at Ascent B, you cannot match up with him. Holy moly. Let's see how they play it. Curry one off ultimate. Looks like A orb is a focus here to start things off. And a fast push from Saya.
And now it's with a haunt too. Counter paranoia. Vanity answers back. That spike down. Another lineup, but the trade comes back for the guard. 2 players flying down. Open A site. Last 2 players already rotating for Cloud9 on the top of Heaven. 30 HP on Saya player to dash in. We don't take the left. The flash from Zeppa to get the kill. But right after that, we answer right away for the guard. And they take the lead now in this second map.
Next round, let's go. All right, that was a quick one. Rinse and repeat. Holy moly, Van Silly. Valen just throws the paranoia through, and it seemed like Saya was already there. They're just like riding the paranoia in as a cloud. Already there to trade, already there to get spraying through the smoke that was on tree to cover door. Really quick play by the guard. And why not? Right? C9, like I just said, we're in a bit of a money break position. So the guard go for the throw in a super fast strat off the rip. C9 now down onto that low buy. Really well played by the guard, and the mind games, just the pacing of how they've been taking these rounds. And really not allowing C9 to shut them down. Keep them out of A.
Or the shrouded step coming out towards A main, and a knife came out all the way from B. So that's a hint potentially. Look at that. We already have a one-way on catwalk. So C9 thinks that we're actually going for a creep up on the A site, and we're looking for going quickly into the B site instead.
They just used a 0 point over at A, so I think they know to rotate. Leaf is in trouble, though, Van Silly. Back of the site could be covered here.
He's also spotted from that haunt, so this is going to be difficult, and there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, this sound of RGX Vandalist.
Not much you could do here, Riv. This is going to be a plant coming in for the guard, potentially a second round. Look at how far Mitch is away.
And he'll stay away. Looks like they are going to hold. Look for the exits, run into the spike if they can't find the actual kills towards the end of this round. And another one for the guard. Talk about how well they've been able to build their econ. It allows them to make a few more risky decisions. And with this composition, if you can make risky decisions, if Saya player feels more comfortable to dash in because, yeah, you can buy next round, or this is a Blade Storm round, that's exactly where they feel comfortable. They're able to push the limits, and we see that Saya is no stranger to being the first one to go in on these. Nets turret coming up to the frag. Everybody getting a piece of it as they take another one away from C9. That was a flawless on C9's low buy.
And not winning div.
Not able to do too much damage that time. Unorthodox from. And C9 timeout. We will get the Odin back. They're sticking to their guns on how things will be defended. Let's, again, keep an eye on Mitch and Leaf, or however Mitch plays the operator this time. It was a smoke middle immediately from the guard to deny what Mitch might have in the op rounds. So they're thinking of it. You know the guard's thinking that this op is going to be there.
Last player standing.
I mean, gaming flawless for the guard on that previous round, just from sheer execution into the B site. Again, it was a pistol round for C9. They tried to stack up towards that A site where the gamble was not well read. Thinking, again, a beautiful fake from the guard. Just from a simple knife and a shrouded step from Valen and Jonah P together to allow the guard to just get into the site, continue to build this economy into the round. Now looking at 3 rounds in a row on the attack. We're going into this game, Riv, where you actually had the guard winning this map yesterday. Again, we talked about it just being so strong against Sentinels, but also having a much better defender half than it did on the attack. So if you're looking at 5 rounds already, out of 9, you're in a good spot to actually get this full series victory against C9.
Absolutely. Right now, 3-1 on gun rounds for the guard so far. We're feeling good. They're going to go into another gun round here and identify where the operator is. Make sure they can get themselves into a position to defend against it. That's not going to be a smoke mid. And they do pay for it. The operator finds a frag. It's going to be across the map. And he rendezvous back over to mid. So really cheeky there from a cat mid play.
With a flash, no more space creation for Saya player, and
bro,
look at that. 2 players ADSing crouched back in front of Well, and that's just going to initiate the rest of the guard on the fast rotate into the A side. Only 1 player inside A, and that's Curry, but after we've littered the site on the A site with utility, we're booking it back towards the B site. Belief is in the corner at B long. Nets clear in the corner, gets the headshot, and now we have Vanity trying to hold back inside the B site. This could still be a rotate back towards A. They have full back control now for the guard, and they're trying to fight back. Now they clear up the B site. Vanity falls, and look at Zeppa already rotating back towards mid. It's looking to be a save for the last 2 players, especially after Zeppa picked up the op.
Yeah, and it looks like you can almost make that 4-1 on gun rounds so far for the guard. They come in real quick on this one. Nicely played as well. Valen throwing the smoke over towards Cat, initiating the same thing they would do on their A takes, making sure there's still pressure towards A while the team's hitting B, and being able to globally smoke over towards spawn. The rest of the team made quick work of the site. It looks like they will be able to save. That operator is going to be, again, a big thing. Props to Guard for being able to avoid this operator. I mean, hitting the site does obviously... I can't say that because Saya player did go down for first blood on this one. So
and then the other two kind of faced him and just owned him
and then they faced him, right? They're like, okay, so if the operator is going to be on the map, let's set up. And it wasn't even an elevation setup. It was just enough distance to help stop a collateral. And like you said, behind the protection of the well. Here it is again. So the flash to get him off the first angle. Look at the setup. Even if you hit the shot, it is rare you're going to collat it. You only get one, and you are still traded. Super cheeky play on the defensive side there. Well attacking by Guard, if you will. Let's see how they go here, Vance. Towards A. It doesn't look like it's going to be for the orb grab. It looks like it's for the speed. Nightfall comes out, and Curry gets taken out just by getting his elbow seen from hiding behind the box.
Yeah, even a Haunt came out as well to ping him out too. And now the Nightfall comes back at least on the defense just to try to slow down this plant. Already 3 players from C9 onto the top of Heaven. Zeppa holding towards 3 as smoke comes out. Vanity jumps in with the judge!
No way!
Just bring it out the whole game. 3 versus 3. Valley with 2 kills right after. Now a counter. Nightfall coming out on the attack. 2 versus 2. 1 HP because of the decay. Trent just holding towards the generator. Net then loses the fight. It's up to Trent. The Sonics make it work. Zeppa comes in for the kill and the defuse. And we're able to save this round here with the clutch play.
I
won
term, I don't know, the this is what it takes factor. Like, Vanity does that so often when it just kind of flying under the radar, not doing too much, and then the play is made. Like, something needs to happen. You don't know what it is. Usually Vanity will be the one to show you. Dives down during the spray, right? So it wasn't uncalculated. Both players in Hell were spraying. So you already have them distracted, getting ready to reload. Like, yeah, when you play inside your opponent's head, things can look like that. And Cloud9 did a great job on that retake. Vanity with some impact frags for Zeppa to then clean up. 6-4 here. Guard losing a bit of footing on a round, but that's just one of many. C9 try to claw back. 2 more here in this first half.
Part of me is still so good for the Guard. Even in this time, a bit of a change of pace for the attack. We have an operator in the hands of Saya player. Leaf looking to get the same B main control, maybe hide into the corner if you wanted to, but after that spray through the box, doesn't want to give any more away. Be a fast hit now for the Guards somehow.
What are you doing, bro?
Lanes. It's a fast death. Curry answers back though from the spawn. Saya player through the smoke. There's Vanity in the back of the site. Swing out. It's going to be Saya player that answers back, fully blinded, dashes away, and that is Saya player creating the space that we wanted to. Funny enough, get an operator at the beginning of the round, and now just comes in with 2 entries on Vandals.
Just see the Guard pummeling through these situations, Vansili, as we watch the retake here from Cloud9. Most likely the Guard's round. It'd be amazing if C9 is able to grab this. But if you recognize the Guard doesn't really have too much that they have to worry about in terms of, okay, maybe Zeppa though. 2 rounds in a row, do they have to worry about Zeppa? That could be something.
Small delay though on the sidewalk from the Nano Swarm. The swing from the back. Saya player traded back out by Mitch. That's a 1 versus 1.
This should not
exactly
happen.
Is that 6 bullets left? But there's no time here on that spike. Well done here by Saya player to run that clock down. The round comes in then for the Guard.
Nice try.
A little sketchy, but it'll do. No one standing at the end of that one. And what I was trying to say is we see the Guard being able to just flex into the site, right? And you look at what utility there is that they're going up against, and while they'll have to worry about it, it's nothing that's going to really stop them dead in their tracks unless they all get seized in one spot. You're not running into the mollies that Killjoy is going to have. You're not. I don't think actually the Guard has run into one trademark, right? They've been avoiding the trademark, finding ways around the map, and making sure that they always have a run and gun situation into the site. So it doesn't seem like once they get to the sites, they're worried about C9's util. Oh, he's trying to make him worried though. Leaf on the run.
Overdrive now with the combination from the Haunt. Beautiful kills. Now Spike down, long range, trying to connect onto a third. Spots at least. Trent falling back now, and we're trying to pick up the Spike. We got it. trying to make it through. We open up the A site. Kasaya player made it through the garden. Operator back out to look towards Catwalk. There's still Vanity inside the spawn. That's a free plat now for the guard. The retake for C9 with the player advantage. Trent hiding inside wine. Will they clear this? K-ult now coming out from Zeppa. We're not really clearing it. There's only Curry that's currently watching it, no pun intended. But then the swing out from Trent. There's that trade. Only one more to go. It's going to be Valen, but Zeppa is now going to be a Cypher camera. We'll see all of this right now. Nice one-way coming out from Vanity that uses it to his advantage.
Vanity is one way
for C9 Rivington. The round comes in, and at least they managed to save for a bit. It looked to be a very dominating first half for the guard. Some round salvage, and hopefully C9 can bring it back onto the second half, but it's looking to be tough. We'll see what happens after it. Welcome back. C9 now trailing behind by 2, but one thing that's been good for this team were the pistol rounds. An opportunity for C9 to win this one here and tie it up. But outside of that, like I said, when we're digesting the first half after this break, the guard really had control of their attack half on Ascent.
They did. Jonah and Saya coming out great. 6 and 3 in the first kills, the first deaths. And coming into the tournament, those two players made up over 50% of the first kills for the guard. So if you're looking for consistency, Jonah and Saya in the beginning of the round for this squad. Leaf looking to be the consistent one here. Get the first shots out, but Trent answers back.
Even if the Han spotted the player towards Garden, playing so passively in the back of the Garden, doesn't allow Leaf to get that slide. And also the kill with the pistols. Thankfully, at least, though, we get the plant down for C9 into the A site at the default spot. Now we're fighting back for true control. Right now for the knife to replenish. That's going to spot Vanity, who walks back down towards the generator. Nice flash from Jonah P. There's a kill coming in his favor. Back for the battle into the Garden before he loses his fight. Zeppa trying to keep it through the line for C9, but it is going to be nothing but Cloud that evaporates.
Ooh.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my invention.
Clean up. Quick clean up there. The mop and bucket real fast. Running it with the frenzy, making sure that Sheriff's working well. Guard pick up pistol. They've been pretty savvy with those throughout this series, and we'll see if they can keep this going. It's going to be the the Ares rather coming out for Trent here, so you can get a little bit of spam down. Spectres and the Bulldog for Saya, so hopefully that gun lasts a little bit and the operator comes back into play for the guard. We're seeing it be a very, very big factor. They don't have the chamber. It's not the tour de force. It is the focus of the op when Saya can get it. They look towards A here. Van Silly. Alt orb freely there as the smoke comes out if they do want it. Just making sure they don't get spammed down here during the process. Killjoy turret and utility is going to be set up towards B. We'll keep an eye on that for the side of guard as they're defending.
Interesting smoke as well being thrown at the beginning of the round. It's really deep down, not even a one-way smoke. But it still forced out a 0 point to try to clear inside that area for Cloud9, so they couldn't really go for any type of baits.
Cover going out.
They tried to go for the audio bait with the orb and then went for the 0 point, and with that orb now picked up, one way still being thrown by Valen this time to cover up towards A main. C9 looking to inch and lean towards this A site. Good opener. Slide in now to create the space. Another 0 point towards the back of Heaven. No utility to counter out because you do have Jonah P being suppressed on the top of Heaven. That works. All these individual battles are happening across the site. To summarize it though, we have a very late lurk somehow of Vanity still outside B main.
He's still going that way.
He's still walking.
I'll find you.
Some say he'll never stop. The Trent picks up one.
Continues to spray down towards the Heavens. Him and Net on a 4 versus 2 in the favor of Cloud9. Turret to spot at least one player just across the door. And Valen was on the flank the whole time, hoping to actually kill the last 2 rifles. It seems as though the guard will be able to save it.
What a buy, what a push! A little partial buy, but awesome stuff from C9. Snuffing the guard out in the second round here. That is going to hurt. And honestly, this could be that like kind of like the click for Vanity where he's like, all right, nope, this is what's happening. Here's what we're doing. And the rest of the team all starts to come online as well. We'll see it. They put down a low buy for the guard. Now it's going to be Vandals and Spectres for C9 as they hopefully start to run away. Zeppa one away from the null command in round 3. If they do find any real problems, they might be able to rip that off. How do they set up? Still, the KJ stays at B. There's no going to be no bot, though, for the mid this time. They're actually setting up a little bit differently. Not as much money to make it happen.
Tried to do a trap play towards Gelato. Immediately stopped. 0 point spotting at least the players that were there and communicated by side player after got picked off. So that gets no value yet. Only the alarm bot, or should I say the turret towards B main.
Yeah.
Is what's stopping C9 from getting into this B side as they rotate out towards the yard to meet up the other 2.
And it's a nice job to know it could be guard trying to play something funky. They're going to overstack anyways, right? You're going to have at least 2 or 3 when you see one. So they say, let's kill one and start to rotate, keep them separated. Once they see this, they might just start to rush it. I think Leaf might be triggered off of it. Here comes the paranoia. That is going to help with the turret. Leaf is in.
With the dash, also spotted Trent rotating towards the staircase. Wins that fight right there, and that's going to be the plant to farm up the ultimate for Zeppa into the next round. The other 3 players, maybe Valen, maybe trying to save this Bulldog, but the other 2 try to make it expensive.
Vanity, full blind, just coming out of it. Salt pistol, loaded.
Should I say Net falls, Valen in the second, Jonah P.
Vanity.
Easy kills for Vanity.
Okay,
continues to jiggle around for all of that, and C9, they convert that one after the force buy.
That is a good feeling. And it's still Spectres on the other side, too, because Guard wants to spend their money down a bit. They want to be able to At this point, you are looking for scraps, right? And by that, I mean, if you can buy a Ghost, you might in a round just to damage a little more armor. You might, etc. You might put that into util. You hope it works. But yeah, this could be tough for the Guard here as they may be money strangled unless they get like a full save in one of these rounds. We'll see it here as we come back into the buy screen. It's going to be down to 0 here for a lot of those credits. You can see it'll be tough if C9 can keep stringing these together. A lean from both Jonah P and Saya player kind of sticking together and not committing. See how they're going from tree to spawn to tree. Just making sure they're fluid in how they can react to C9 because, man, C9 is just playing super strong right now.
Yeah, we're keeping our initiators separated across the map too to try to gain that info from the 0 point and the haunt on timings around this round. At least the audio queue will let the guard know that there was an orb picked up towards that A main. Zeppa does have the null command, so we might still try to default very slowly, and with this 3-player lean towards this A site, now slowly towards B, we can still null command into this B.
It's working its way. They're trying to fake Curry utility on the other side. There was a Seize that went over the wall there. 2 bites from Cat. If they can actually get this mid control. Vanity didn't step out of the archway. What timing? That's the null command you were talking about, and they are going to rush into sight.
30 seconds left.
Fast lane with a bit of coverage.
Come out towards the B site. We're now moving in, as you mentioned, on that fast lane and the sprint down. Net's still alive in the back of the site. We're trying to get that res out. We're just trying to bait out the player. Staircase. Flat. What? Starplay gets a third kill somehow with a dash right after. How did it
Bro,
through?
what?
Oh
How did it? Bro, these casters are fucking L, man.
Saya and Vanity both
We can
have a
see
round
he
now
dashed in,
where
and then they go like,
literally
how they
turned
let
the
him through.
tide of
Shut
what
up
was
and watch the
happening
game, you dumb
completely
fuck.
by themselves. Vanity's round jumping off the heaven with the judge. Saya
These
there
casters are
with the
fucking.
Vandal.
You
Let's
can
it
see
again.
on the screen he dashed
Stepping
in.
into sight, it's the dash. No one can call it fast enough. And one of the most powerful things in a retake is being able to catch somebody off guard. Because the calls coming in are util, not, oh wait.
But what a
behind
retake,
you.
man.
You know, once that happens, side player takes advantage of it. Full force. Straight towards mid. First time we really see C9 going for a hard strat towards the market.
Fragment on the ground trying to slow it down, but that is not going to
What
stop
in the...
As yes, the relay bolts back towards the spawn. Again, a player in the back of the site. Relay bolt once again. The spray coming out, and the overdrive for the kill on the
Sheesh,
Trent.
Neon.
So that's a B side open, at least for now. Door has been closed. A TP away as well.
Woman with
And
the
Leaf is
lurk.
looking for a late lurk once again towards mid. It's looking to get cleared by Net. Will not work out, and there's only 2 players left alive on the 5 versus 2. And that's Valen and Jonah P. This is going to be a save.
Bro, what a rush.
Look at this. The confidence C9 has in these rounds, too, once they do get a little bit of an upper hand. You see Vanity going...
Vanity already going for
He
hunts.
knows the money's low enough to be doing this, that they want to pressure and push. Uh-oh. Should be good.
Uh,
We're like, he'll be pushing through tree at this time. We were all thinking it. It's okay. And, yeah, guard are forced to save here. Cloud9 keeping a lot alive. Continue to dwindle numbers of the guard. I think that's, what, 2 in a row now that we see guard going down on. There'll be 2,900. So Jonah P's got some money from saves. Valen will need a drop in the next round. We'll see how they manage.
Another Ares.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's going to help the buys. You know, if you can keep a little bit more money in the bank, sometimes it adds up for a buy later down the line, and later down the line is going to matter with rounds going back and forth right now. Vanity's ult's ready on the side of Cloud9. Saya player has not been able to achieve the operator and maybe hasn't wanted it. We don't know if it has gotten there for them at this point. Yeah, on the defensive side. The retakes are so much harder if you're actually trying to play it on the defense.
Well done. 0 point actually cancels out the updraft and the Blade Storm temporarily for Saya player. So no more updrafts available for the Jet. While we actually did have a buy after all, and Jonah P did go and purchase a rifle for Trent. No Ares coming into this round, and C9 are looking to split into this B site. Nanoswarm now deployed as we actually did see the alarm bot. Sounding alarm, sorry. As now we hear the ult coming out from the Omen. Just to try to get some information, and that's going to be C9 getting into the site.
No ultimates. Except for Sias to come in. 2 trade there. L is covered. Tree is trying to be taken right now, but that's a lot of utility from Curry to slow everything down.
the utility is.
Jonah P looking to start things off. The flash misses. That allows Mitch at least to get the kill, but it's a trade-off for Trent. Curry with the late lurk back towards the garden. The tap onto the spike. Now we're full sticking it. Mitch trying to run forward. Back with the headhunter as I smoked inside. It's out at halfway. Vanity meanwhile getting some kills. It's a 2 versus 1.
What?
Through the smoke. Gets a 4K into the round. And it was halfway defused, so an easy one coming in. And that's the guard with the round.
I already knew that round was going to be super weird when the rendezvous came back, and Mitch figured out he was right next to Vanity and Hell, and you're like, wait a minute, you don't want to hide both right there. You saw them all do a little bit of a scramble. Then it had to be a play inside the smoke because, well, we have to create a situation where we have extra coverage. Woo! That got a little saucy from both sides. But, yeah, we see the classic with cheese coming up. The 4K for Trent. This man loves to pop off on Ascent. Don't know what it is, but he is just having a hell of a game and usually does
hacking
throughout this map. 8 to 10 as we come into round 19. 0 points instantly coming out towards a quick rush on B to see if anything's happening.
It's a nice one, too,
looks
actually.
Like hold it. Yeah, through tiles area. It's nice.
On the defense, had the deep one, actually, on Gelato. So, going to make it a little bit more difficult to... Or get more information. Going to be a little bit easier because you don't know if it's going to be... Is it a fake? How many players do we have? That basically takes the whole area. And only spotted one. Which is why we have more of a lean for the guard back on mid and B site. That's exactly where C9's trying to take control of.
This is actually a really big round. If the guard can pull this into their favor once again, I mean, if they can tack on C9's money, they can stretch this all the way to that 12th round without too much trouble. C9's going to have to play something, one of the zany strats where you see Vanity jumping around, but it's going to be the walk up for contact here. And the util just shuts them out right away. Could still get in.
That's been on point for this game so far. Got immediately shut down. The lockdown in the back of the site.
Net!
What a flash. Vanity then answers back, trying to get the CP broken, or should I say the lockdown broken. Zeppa still moves in for that break.
What a dark.
He'll take at least one, but there's a second one that's about to lean out, and Mitch plays it patiently.
Face your fear.
Advantage now for C9. As we have now the Nightfall coming out, it's going to be very difficult to retake now for the guard. C9, Vanity with 2 kills, 1 round away of tying things up.
What a nice round from C9. Clinical round there. They ensure that nobody's pushing Garage to start. You called out the 0 point. That's Zeppa from Tiles throwing it through the wrought iron gate. You get the B main Garage coverage. Then they still, while being able to take the site, have the rotation from Mitch coming all the way around. Just clinically being able to take out any of the rotations from guard, having the timing. And they did it all through being able to break a lockdown, too. So they were their hand was pressured throughout that. They were forced. Still able to adapt well. This same thing almost happened as we were watching the first map on Fracture. C9 started to read it, started to come back. Is it too little, too late? It's hard to say just 1 round down. It seems like anybody's game here, Vensily.
Clear one at least. Leaf made a way across the other way of that smoke, but it is a lower by 2 players playing inside the smoke. A Shorty, Valen trying to play the right place with Saya player, but understanding that the smoke's about to dissipate, they try to fall back inside the site with success.
Mike has gone down every round but 1 this half. It tells you the pacing, the pushing that C9's been able to get into these sites with when it does happen. Guards retakes have not been on par. C9's taking advantage. It's the mid push once again. C9 take control a bit of that. Now have market control not market control, but mid control to Pizza. Are they going to work Spike all the way through mid? So this gets a little bit dangerous, but as a death pile, they should be okay.
That's close.
What a shot.
As a Sheriff, he gets both kills and a Spike. At least Mitch was there for that trade as a 3rd player, and we open up A as well.
30 seconds left.
Clearing out the A site. We're rotating back through mid as you talked about it here, Riv. All the way through spawn, back towards tree. Easy plant now as the A site's now open. Stinger only for Trent, has a Nightfall.
Spike planted.
This man oozes with confidence before. We talked about sprays in the middle of a round. It's going to be insane enough to go for a Nightfall Stinger frag. Doubt it, but I'd love to see it.
I mean, Trent's been the star player so far for the guard this time. You look at the other side, Leaf, he has been absolutely crushing it. Alone on this half, 4 and 2 in first kills, first deaths. Usually you see, and you still are, there's another one for him, not a first kill, but another kill in the 3K. You see Leaf getting a lot of support, a lot of help with the utility. When he has his ultimate, nobody can help that. He's just gone. He's running. No overheating, just overcharged, just gone. And he's been able to do so much for the team to get them back into this one. 2015 and 3 for himself. You can see not many of those going out to assists either. He's gobbling them all up. Saya player, deciding on a buy here. It'll obviously be a rifle when we come through at 4,200. With the guard call a timeout, Vansili, things are getting stressful. It seems like they have an answer on a round, but it doesn't seem like a clear answer, right? It becomes a firefight, good util usage, but C9 continues to change it up. Like we just saw mid strategy. We'll see Mitch rotating over to the right side and holding Cat, getting a little bit of util from Curry at long on A, and guard thinks it's going to be A, C9's hitting B. They're really trying to stretch the guard thin, and guard are trying to figure out how to keep that anchor and understand what the play might be.
Well, on top of that, we mentioned going into the half that Jonah P and Sia player were making up more than 50% of the first bloods for the guard, and that's been a win condition for this team. We've seen that from the first half of this map. We also saw it on Fracture before, and this time they haven't had a single first blood on their defense on this very map here. So you talk about the ability combos of C9 working well for Leaf. We need to find ways to activate Sia player and Jonah P. And they might activate a null command for a retake, but it's not going to be until later, because we're trying to go quick now for C9 into this B side, at least for some sort of a fake. Slowly, wow, there, the null comes out right away, actually. Preemptive null command coming out from Jonah P, and C9 decide to fall back.
Throw down the shot from the shadows, too. Just trying to see what was happening throughout the site. They don't get the distance they wanted. I thought that the mollies from Killjoy might have been being popped right away means you can run in right after. But the rest of the follow-up from the guard was really clean and being able to keep C9 out and deterred from entering that switch area. So mid is still held by Leaf. I feel like we either get a quick play towards Cat or he is going to make a play towards mid, and we might get a little 1v1 versus Sia play here. Spike does seem to commit towards Gelato right now, but still spread out on the map. C9 wants to be controlling everything before they hit. Look at it. They're moving like, this might be a weird reference, but they're moving like a baseball infield. One person moves, you cover that position. There's like a string tied to you as you walk across the map. It's really cool to see.
And no strings will hold them back on the A site as Trent is still holding towards B. C9 looking to get into the A from a shrouded step. That's Vantage going for the instant plant. 15 seconds left on the clock. It's time to play the full retake. We have a Nightfall available from Trent. We talked about it for that previous round. So we might flood the gates now for the guard out from this ultimate. It's about to come in from the garden.
Door out, try to do it safely. 5v5, Vans. This is going to get tight. This is going to get scary. Nightfall starts us off.
Late lurk coming out from also the tree. Valen gets the first blood on that retake. Net kills the person on that lurk on tree. Now Leaf, a smoke is out in the front, so he's trying to get these 2 kills, but it's a perfect push in from the guard through. Now only Vanity is gonna be the last player standing. Full stick coming in from the guard, and it's gonna be the defuse.
He waits. Oh, Net. The rest of the squad, it was kind of the guard waiting for Cloud9 to feel like they had to defend. Observers had great visions of C9 swinging to catch someone off guard, and guard holding tight spots there. Like there's one, Mitch trying to get into position. The next frag we saw obviously is a fight under hell, but swinging, right? Everybody trying to get themselves back in. Guard did a great job to just be patient. Know they had the 5v5 retake in their favor. 1 away from game point, Vans. This is a huge buy for Cloud9. The operator's in. There is low armor. There is low econ. C9 need to at least do a lot of damage on this round. They ultimately grab it would be the best bet for them.
Took a lot from the guard to be able to retake that site, and that was off ultimate. So can they do this now that they don't have ultimates to work with? Actually, they do have a lockdown for the retake if needed be. Net's been using it preemptively when he was getting pushed back towards that B site in the back of the garage. Or in the back of the B site.
Yeah.
But now it's just going to be a slow
Just
flow
19.
from the guard.
We talked a little bit about before that operator for Sia. We saw it coming in to effect last round. They have not had the money throughout the map to buy that op. Does it really become the thing that helps them push it over the edge? A quick flash. Oh, the back stop with the trade from Tiles. Leaf able to help the team out there. 4v4.
Big instant trade. Jonah P, yeah, he was able to finally get a first blood, but it gets immediately traded out.
Oi, masla nahi hai.
Low on HP with this operator, and he's going to be far behind the rest of C9 as they're trying to lean back towards the A side.
अब next match में ठीक होगा भाई ये.
always in a great position here. No smokes available for him. An opportune moment here for C9 to get into the site, and they're doing it right now. Counter Paranoia coming out. We do have players from C9 noted inside.
Oh, he missed.
Up drop out for a Sire player. Stays alive for a bit. Somehow stays alive the full time.
Oh, how did he
down towards the A site. 10 seconds left. Works out here for C9. A 4 versus 3, but the lockdown also comes in for Net. Breaking the door is going to be Curry. We're trying to get away. Lee's trying to push forward. He's trying to break this up, and he will get it. Meanwhile, everybody else falls, and we are tied up 11-11.
Bro, what?
Absolutely disgusting round from Lee.
I didn't think C9 would make it in.
Oh my word, there at the end. Finding the way into the site. Everybody actually on C9 knowing that if the operator is going to be there, then get in the operator's face, get further into the site, take as much as you can, and deny that operator its distance. Holy crap, that... when we see those rounds from C9, they're impressive. You don't see them often. They're kind of in the reserve tank, and it's reserve tank time, Vansilius. You better be hoping there's something in there. A push from the guard here. They want some positioning so they can let A know if it's going to be a hit, and I think that's exactly what's happening.
Fumes, Vanity ADS with the guard.
What a shot.
Player advantage back in favor of Cloud9.
Bro, Leaf is cracked,
Still
bro.
trying to play all the way back towards spawn. So
And is becoming a whole tree.
Time for the guard, except for this hero rifle from Saya player. Lots of map taken here by the guard. So the rotate comes back towards this A site.
Banking.
Yeah, has been good with the Sheriff before inside market. It's going to be Timid Turret that's going to help him out to spot the entrance of C9 into the A site.
Paranoia across. Is that going to be Tree Smoke? Tree Smoke, Paranoia to the left side. Actually, Paranoia's turret to start off, and the null command comes
Bro,
through.
the utilities. Oh, what a shot.
Too hard just yet. It was only Leaf. Oh, there it is.
Talked about the Sheriff.
Bro,
at the back of
Net.
the site. Net still has it. 2 kills.
What?
The third one onto Zephyr.
Wait!
Oh my
Bro,
God,
what?
How does that happen? Net, you are
No
a
way!
king.
No way! 11-11! On the low buy, you have to be kidding me, Vansili. That is absolutely incredible. From Net's breach, what he was able to do to Leaf as well, jumping in on the raise on Fracture. If you cast your mind back to the plays he was able to make. Net's a little bit flying under the radar this game, but instantly pops his head up every now and then. Everybody getting out of their chair.
Yes, bro, I know.
You, yeah.
Spider-Word. Name was Spider-Word.
Hands. Net with a huge play. Saya player coming up there. Game point for the guard here in the upper semifinals versus Cloud9.
Not like this, hands all across the cameras of Cloud9. But again,
Vansili, that was the first eco win of this map and the second of the entire series. It is absolutely ridiculous how much these teams are testing each other.
couldn't come at a better time. Thankfully, economy's still good for C9 as they mustered up a couple of rounds before. Much important. As Saya player does have the operator, and Leaf is looking to body peek into it. And that's the first player down. Blade Storm activated as well. And this is not looking good for Cloud9 to try to bring this into overtime. The updraft spots one. Dagger to the chest onto Mitch. Or sorry, Mitch is towards B main. Thought that hit somebody there, but it didn't. But Trent still manages to get the kill onto Mitch. Speaking of him.
They're still going to try it. They have to do it as a team. Net's going to shut one down. There's the other one, Vans.
Curry now stuck full blind, now at loss.
Bro, not... Bro. 2-0, GG's. Bro, it's not about the name. He was playing Omen.
Was it supposed to be one here by the guard?
And was playing Omen in T1.
The victory of this team in this series over Cloud9.
An incredible play from the young team. Obviously, I don't know what it is about Trent on Ascent, but this guy has some 3K, 4Ks coming out of nowhere.
GG's.
Really clutch plays. That eco round, nail in the coffin almost. That late, that much mental, the way they were shut down without being able to get into sight sometimes by Net, and the shots Net was producing. The guard came online at the right time there at the end because they were about suffering the last hits from Cloud9. That was about to be a third map, and the guard said maybe not.
Even if we had those 2 kills previously from Net inside that market that was off camera, I was like, this is going to be a player that's going to feel it inside the A site. Again, another one of those moments where you're trying to hit into the A site, but
now we watch Sentinels. LQ. Sentinels are playing for Shopify. ये सब कर दूं Center Shopify previously known as LG. Whoa, bro, maybe by mistake end stream दबा देता. कार्ड C9 is out, lower brackets, bro. I think C9 play. C now play Sentinels or Shopify Rebellion. Car versus maybe FaZe wins. I think Shopify wins. Shopify are OP.
And welcome back to the analyst desk as we just watched the guard pick up the win in surprising fashion. I thought we were going to map 3.
I mean, it really looked like it. And then we just have one crazy eco round right at the end. Net gets 3 straight from hell, sets Sai up for the win in that.
And this is the second time Net won a eco round with the Sheriff.
I mean, the hilarious thing is KO screams out, "You are
powerless," and the Net was, bro. When he was playing in Market, yes, Market. Man was killing everybody.
Phenomenal play out of him throughout the map, but carried home in that one, absolutely huge.
And look at the energy as well coming in from guard because they knew how important that round was. They didn't necessarily break the economy of Cloud9, but they definitely hurt it a lot. And you could see the reaction from Cloud9 too. They knew what that round meant. Now, not only was guard at 12-11, but the momentum just shifted heavily in their favor.
Yeah, you know, it got close towards the end, right? Because it started out with guard looking really solid on their attacking side. Even after losing the pistol, C9 were only able to win 3 rifle rounds, and the guard just managed to consistently be able to break their way on the site and get the plants down.
Yeah, it was really fantastic out of the guard on those executes. Credit to Sai in particular, a really fairly rough map 1 on the attacking side, getting shut down really well by the side of Cloud9, but he was empowered in this one to take that space. And I think a big part of it was the neon play from C9.
If Sentinels they are out, yes sir, they are gone. Tata, bye bye, goodbye, khatam.
They weren't doing it. So often it was the the more passive angles or leaning into the retakes.
That's the thing, right? Is that I think there's almost two ways to play.
That played really good.
Either is going to be early,
especially on Fracture.
The final round of the half with Leaf bursting out of B main with the ultimate paid off, or it's to play more of a float and then flood retake very quickly. Like as the enemy team is trying to come out onto a site, that's when your Neon's able to rotate over with the faster moves, and you blast them with concusses and get multiple players out onto the site. Leaf wasn't really doing that on the attack, and we didn't see great moments out of him, and it was consistent punishment with Leaf holding more Jet-like angles. The entries of Saya and Jonah P were really, really effective. The guard managed to plant the spike every single round after the pistol.
Yeah, it's insane. And I think the style that he was playing wasn't necessarily terrible. It's just inoptimal with the agent that he was on. Like you were saying, they had a few of those moments where they showed us the faster pace, where they showed us either the forward aggression on defense on that last round, or some of the attacking rounds where they had these really cool fast setups. They just weren't doing that consistently on the defense, which meant that the guard could just overpower sites, get an opener, and then in the post plant, it was just tough retakes with man disadvantages.
And you'll see some of that as well as we take a look at the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. In general, it did just feel like sometimes Cloud9 kind of anti-stratted themselves. I don't know, it's a little bit weird. Like, it just feels like it's not quite fully refined yet. Like, they have a good idea, but they don't have it fully polished up.
It's more like the play style of Leaf, still waiting to incorporate what we've seen some other players do with the Neon, because it's been a consistent trend. Like Victor, when he first picked up the Neon, wasn't fully utilizing like, the movement of
clunky.
the kit. He was working on the conks first. Those came online, and it wasn't until a few weeks later that he really came into his own. But going all the way back to Fracture, of course, we had some great performances out of like Vanity on Cloud9. Even in the lost C9 did have some pretty solid moments.
Yeah, they really did, and I honestly thought they were going to take home Fracture after the way that they started in that first map. Some super solid ideas. You talked about the individual moments from Vanity. Zep as well across this whole series was stepping up on that KO role and looking really good in doing so. But once we got to Ascent, we talked about the attacking side. That was well controlled by Guard. And in the second half, well, they kind of had to give a lot of space away to that Neon, who I think had a bit of a run back once they started to get more aggression there. However, it just wasn't enough in the wet.
Let me tell you.
Crazy eco round, and Guard just barely squeaked it by with the 2-out.
Now, the Guard may have won the series, but
now C9 would play. They would play Evil Genius or NRG.
Oh, right.
Because,
100 Thieves might 100 whoever wins from this plays the guard. YouTube का नाम bro. मेरे को Japanese बहुत पसंद है culture wise. मुझे Japan बहुत पसंद है country wise. और काफी चीजें जापान की पसंद है मुझे. तो मैं सोचा जापानीज नाम देखना था और जापानीज में ऐसा नाम जो स्टैंड आउट करे. फिर मैंने देखा जापानीज में कामी बहुत फेमस है एनिमेज में. गोकू, मैं ड्रैगन बॉल ज़ी फैन हूँ बहुत बड़ा, बहुत बड़ा. तो गोकू को कामी बोलते थे, तो मैंने कामी means God, bro.
We're speaking specifically of Jonah P. Congratulations on the big win.
Hello, thank you.
You guys look so excited. The energy, especially.
This is the V1 facility, I can guarantee.
In hell with Justice Sheriff. Obviously you guys are elated, but I gotta ask you, map 1, you guys got off to a great start, but then things kind of petered out. Cloud9 ends up.
Naruto fan, bro. मैं भी Naruto fan. मैं बहुत बड़ा anime fan हूँ.
Allowing Cloud9 to kind of claw back.
Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, One Piece.
What was going wrong? I think, sorry, they just adapted really well to us, and we were hesitating on a lot of our executes, and we just weren't confident, like committing to our set stuff, and that was hurting us.
Last stage, we saw you swap to a duelist for the first time, for the first 2 weeks, and you were playing Jet and Raze. And then you guys decided, hey, this isn't working. You switched back to more familiar comps, and you found a win. Today we see you pick up.
They're my top favorite. One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto.
In Chamber, how do you feel on Chamber in comparison to Jet?
I really like Demon Slayer because I like the story they created.
Chamber,
it's not just a normal story.
Honestly, it's like anybody who
it was unique
is really comfortable because the agent is
because of the sister and brother story.
Pretty much, like I can play anything for a team, so it's basically up to the coaching staff, whatever they want me to play and whatever we're trying to do. I played like Jet Raze last VCT because we wanted Sai to like perma Chamber, but we're just moving around and figured out what worked for us, and me on Chamber on some maps was really good for us, and Sai just playing Duelist.
Yesterday we interviewed Vanity after their win, and one of the things he had mentioned was the importance of taking a break away from the game, just to kind of reset mental state. Following stage 2, you guys competed in only one Tier 2 tournament, but outside of that, it's been mostly dark from you guys. Did you use any of that time to just
अभी तो मैं अपनी clothing anime पे वो कर रहा हूँ.
Or did you kind of go into like grind mode and just prac?
So yeah, after stage 2, we took like a week off maybe.
Bro,
after that,
I am like your younger brother. I have watched every anime.
Ton of hours. Just
bro, I hacking love anime.
Getting our comps
अभी तो मेरा
this event the whole time.
YouTube channel भी anime के around है. जब मैं pro Rainbow Six Siege खेलता था, मैं तब भी anime को करता था. Profile पे ये मेरा joystick anime था. और अब मैं clothing बना रहा हूँ, वो भी पूरी anime है.
Another international event. Comparing your team now to the team that went to Masters 1, how comfortable do you feel going into an international event? How confident do you feel knowing that you've shown more flexibility here in the LCQ than what we've seen?
DBZ is too big, I think. But DBZ Super was really good.
Champions in LCQ, we're definitely going to be a ton more prepared to what to expect from LAN environment. A lot of us are rookies. Only Sai has like the most experience playing internationally.
Yeah, I think God was their first LAN, so they couldn't do. Bro, there's so much pressure. There's so much this and that in LAN. One ping on one ping, then easy, bro.
On the win. Best of luck. You're just 2 matches away.
When you are used to playing on 18, 20, one ping, and that too, everyone has one ping is different, bro.
For now, we will be coming back in just a bit with our second match of the day. Again, it is going to be a banger. It's Sentinels fighting to stay alive with this new roster, and they have
Let's check what the Valorant community is saying about this match till the break.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new welcome.
Fuck Verizon. I'm joking. Curry Ascent highlights. This is gonna be fun. First half, closed door. Second half, destroyed door. It's the nerves, bro. Yeah, bro. It's crazy. Much pressure. Not everyone got the prop Curry. Damn, bro. People going hard on Curry. Unlucky. Crowd ACS predict 45. I think he'll do good. He won't plant now. Hopefully he doesn't plant. Shroud live, of course it's his girlfriend, guys. You gotta grow up now. Taste Angel. Bro, people really going hard on Curry? That's what Angel gotta say. Okay, let me show my. How's this? How's this? Demon Slayer T. This would be the 4th, not a T, but jump. I like that Cloud9 player common fracture. I don't like how they play. I like how Vanity plays. So I'm telling you, there's some banger clothing. Bangers. Big bangers. God, biggest onliner? I don't think. I think they can do good on LAN too. It's just, it was their first time. It was good? Oh, you need to check. Let me show. I think did I show you this one? This is my favorite. But this is gonna be my favorite jumper. This is the front with Naruto punch and a whole manga. A whole page of manga behind. What was this part? The war part. Our first was really good. Our first hoodie was really good. We have 2 minutes. Respect guard, net. Can't think, respect guard. They are a good team. Yes, I like guard's teamwork. Really good. Really, really good. If also I think he's. Yeah, Vanity, bro. Vanity's been popping off, bro. Vanity is so good. Vanity is so underrated, I can't believe. And it will be, yeah, bro. I am confused. So they would be black, white. I'm still figuring out more colors. Sentinel. But they do better than C9. Nah. Actually, yeah. Actually did. I think you can design one with Naruto. Bro, you know that's a good idea. I'll note it down. I'll note it on my phone. Oh, I have an Itachi one. Shit. Where's my Itachi? How can I show you my Itachi one? It's on my phone. No, I'll show you my Itachi. There you go. This is the Itachi one. Actually, I could have sent you. I need to download Discord. Since I moved to Spain, I reset my laptop, and I haven't had Discord or anything. I just have Valorant, OBS, Photoshop, Premiere Pro. That's it. Curry for Zeta. I think this was a shit move, but you never know, bro. We don't know what's going inside. Curry isn't radiant. Oh, there are people really going hard on Curry. Unlucky. Even it's not that I don't like him, but our Curry on C9 doesn't make sense, bro. C9 is a top tier team. Bro, what was this guy on about? Drop. Fuck. Hello, Vishu. How are you? Are we back? Yes, we back.
Previously beating Sentinels in the open qualifiers to qualify for Stage 2, forcing them into the second round. They are no strangers whatsoever. And at the same time, Sentinels, after making two massive roster changes coming into this tournament to find themselves facing elimination.
I really miss Sick, bro.
Sick was so good. 6 BO3s in a row that they've been unable to take a win. They need to prove that this change was worth it, that all the practice, all the time, the commitment they've made to this team was worthwhile.
When we talk about that change, one of the players that came and joined the roster is Shroud, and if you're like me, you're probably wondering, how? Why Valorant?
ये back पे आ जाए.
Now? We had a chance to sit down with Shroud and ask those very questions.
ये भी plan हम उसमें कर लेते हैं.
I feel like a lot of people would expect the answer to be like, you know, I really wanted to prove myself and see how I do in Valorant.
Mr. Shroud.
But that's not
Mr. King.
the honest answer.
You don't have to prove shit, okay? You are the god of gaming.
Sentinels is looking for a fifth, and wouldn't it be fun if, you know, we threw your name into that list and they could just, like, you know, either say yes or no? And I was like,
doesn't need to.
Actually, yeah, that would be fun. I don't think he expected me to say that. So he messaged them, sent my name in there, and they honestly couldn't believe it. They thought we were trolling. They thought it was...
That's not, I mean, I don't know, if someone is buying an anime
like a day or
hoodie,
because they didn't believe that
I don't think...
happened. But my agent
I think they don't, having a Japanese thing wouldn't make a difference.
I figured they would go with
but you never know.
That's already playing professionally in the scene.
PUBG, bro, Shout made me love gaming. CSGO. What was the game? Call of Duty Black. Bro, he was so good on Blackout.
All I know is my previous experience, and I applied that to Valorant.
He was actually...
Honestly, it didn't really feel much different.
PUBG was way before. Before he was playing CSGO and Blackout, Call of Duty Blackout. Bro, fucking goated, man.
Which takes some adjustment and takes a lot of reps.
And PUBG, of course, PUBG. PUBG made him so famous.
feeling things out because it is a different feeling. I don't know. I didn't feel like I left much behind.
The king of Reddit.
In my professional Counter-Strike days. In Valorant, I wanna prove to people.
I really wanna buy the Shroud mouse. It's quite cheap in Spain.
Off of that, I wanna win, right? If I could win with the guys in the LCQ, I mean, that's just an awesome story, you know.
Well, they may not have found a win in their first series, but they did something that took them all groups to do last time. They won a map, which it sounds
To
weak,
be fair, they
but
won the map in week 1, and then it took them a while. So
this is true.
Now they have to rewrite that course. They have to do more than just win a map. They've got to get a couple.
And honestly, the series was pretty close. They had a chance to take that series and actually be in the
Q4
upper
has
bracket
been
potentially, but that
launched.
didn't
I
happen.
didn't
Now they're in the
see.
lower
I
bracket
will see
fighting
it.
for their chance of surviving.
That they are. Their life is on the line in this tournament, but they showed us something that Sentinels did not show us at all in the last 2 stages of Challengers. They were willing
shit, actually.
to adapt their
Then I'll get
combinations and
shouted
play
at.
something that was a little bit closer to the meta. Ten's finally played something other than Jet. He was actually on Chamber for all of the maps in that previous series. It's clear that this Sentinel squad is willing to make the adjustments that were so needed
Dapper is so
in
good.
previous iterations.
Yeah, and he's been grinding that chamber since stage 2, trying to incorporate that into the team. I also think the rest of the team, Zelsis in particular, was a guy we were looking at as being the initiator pickup for this squad because initiator to utility had been a weakness of Sentinels. They have struggled to capitalize off of that util and make
Super
it
Light in
impactful.
Spain is really
Zelsis coming
cheap.
over from V1, which is a
I
standout
bought
team
Super Light,
during stage 1. Comes in
then
every day,
it got more cheap, so I
absolutely
cancelled
stepping up
mine,
and supporting the rest of his
and I
team.
thought I would buy the cheaper one, but it sold out in like
Is a tough one on the executional level.
1 hour.
Sentinels was able to put up a
I thought I
really
would buy it
great
at
fight
night,
with it. You talked about Zelsis in particular.
and
He was
I
fantastic
couldn't.
in that map. Dapper as well, pivoting off of his normal Sentinel, playing the fade across that series. Was
So I
really
lost
great.
my Super Light,
Sentinels
which
is
was
in a position
already
where they're no longer
cheap,
stuck in their ways. They
6,000.
felt like they had a culture of
Then
confidence.
it was
Maybe
I
to a
was
fault
getting
at
it for
times, but they're a lot
4,000,
more willing to make
which I
the
couldn't.
adjustments into the LCQ.
Well, we talk about Zelsis and we talk about the utility that was coming in from initiators, but it wasn't just his utility, it was also how he was playing. His fragging power
I
was
felt
actually
so bad.
kind of insane. He led the charge for the first 2 maps. In general, it felt like he was just playing like absolutely bat chest crazy Valorant. He was literally just like running everywhere, and it worked. Obviously, he got neutralized in the 3rd map. It kind of showed, but still, he was definitely helping pull Sentinels out of rounds consistently.
Yeah, you know, he's playing the KO role, especially on Breeze. You oftentimes turn into like a first entry.
Yeah, INR for
the
Super
team
Light,
too. I
yeah,
think
bro,
it's
it's quite
really
cheap
important
here.
when you're playing not just like the scout,
And that too,
half
the
of
white
initiator
one,
tree, but
which
when
I
you're playing
absolutely
flashes
love.
Usually, that means you have to spec into the KO as well. So you're tested on all fronts, how you use your utility and how you capitalize as the first entry into a set.
And I think the point you brought up around him being that first entry, it wasn't just that. When you're playing the KO in this meta, you have to flex. Some maps you are primarily that entry role. Some maps you're playing
Bro,
really
11 भी
passive.
तब भी
Setting your
काफी
team up for
सही है.
success,
Last
talent like
time
that when they're playing
जब
their
Super
set,
Light
it
आया
shows
था
that
मैंने इंडिया में
flexibility.
चेक
He's
किया था,
able
it
to
was
make those
worth
changes. We wanted a good
25k.
initiator player coming into
Holy
this
fam.
roster, and Zelsis has clearly given that to the Sentinels.
Now, on the flip side, for Shopify Rebellion, this is also a team that maybe people don't recognize. I feel like we'll have to say this for a while. This is the old LG roster, and you'll recognize them as you see their faces pop up here. One of the players that we really liked watching was B-Dog. He's going to be matching up against 10.
Bro, there was a sale.
Kind of curious to see if he can have his form, but also Moose, who was popping off
for
of them in previous day, getting them win after win after win.
Yeah, you know B-Dog is always a guy that's going to show up for you. Moose having a huge performance is fantastic.
And I missed out on it.
And just being so clutch in the late rounds. You know, reminding me of some of the moments that Marv just had internationally, like dancing through smokes in a
what help you need, brother?
Moose was having
Hello,
those moments
brother.
yesterday, just stealing rounds away from his team right here too. Not just the gunplay, but the decision making.
Oh, this was so unlucky.
On the smoke and then deciding when to go for the pull through on that. You can see it from C9's POV too. Like, where the heck did this guy go? We have no idea, but Moose waits.
Moose is really good.
Leaf turns around before
Say no worries, bro.
to make sure he had the most amount of time to be able to line up a second shot.
And you need the step-ups from players like Moose, players like Dazzle.
I feel you. I always type wrong.
Needs to be great.
And and the worst part is whenever I type wrong, I don't you know, fix it. I like, fuck. Who cares?
In their final map on B-Dog dropped 40. They could not even win the map. You need a step up in way of consistency for this squad. And you also need to prove why this org and why this team has been so dedicated to each other. Because they have been a super long-standing roster. They got together right at the beginning of 2022. They've been grinding out since then. You need to see consistency between
Why did LG drop out of Valorant?
group of players here.
They were doing so good.
People stepping up big time.
One of the things we have to keep in mind, though, this team has always been the team to take out the opponent that is heavily favored. Now, I wouldn't say
True,
in this
true.
case Sentinels is heavily favored, but they
Moose,
are not
yeah,
scared
true,
of
true,
being the
Moose versus
underdogs. They've
LCS
been that
would be good,
basically since
good
the
fun.
roster goes back to pre-Luminosity when it was mix-up, when the team first formed. Like,
I want to
this team has been
see
consistently underdogs,
LCS on
and
Raze though.
they always seem to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, even with Sentinels in particular, this history is held true.
Oh shit, really? They were?
2-1 and taking that win. You can see it there. Luminosity back then, now Shopify, constantly beating teams that are better. They have a tendency to play up to the level of
LG
their
even beat
competitor, and sometimes take
C9
these
last time.
upsets.
Yeah, and part of it comes down to that sort of unhinged play style at times, which we didn't get to see yesterday. Now, the maps they played were more of the like standard maps that we don't usually see them branch out. So map pool is going to play a lot into this. But sometimes you just have players like
Oh,
B-Dog
Moose is a
take
funny
over
guy.
the server. And if we see similar performances yesterday,
Zelsius A, let's go. Hey, Zelsius B, let's
We're going to
go.
go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping
Bro,
into the
another
map
break.
picks and bans and the age.
We go VR GG again. Let's see. Are people still shitting on fucking Curry hate? Yeah, let's see. Curry is 2. Boy was 2. Curry is 209. What boy was 200? Hated and wanted by team fans because he replaced your fan very. I mean, I don't know, man. Do you guys think Duel will out of meta since Chamber? Top triple are better for defaults and retaking control over. I think duelist are still important, and somehow both were shitting on each other. Asking for help. Yeah, or I could see both of them doing that. Shroud's last match. Oh, shit, no, bro. Bro, they can't lose, right? Fuck, we want to see more of Shroud. What? I didn't think of that. What's your favorite curry? Butter chicken. Katsu. Shahi paneer. Okay, I love shahi paneer. Bro, what's your favorite curry, guys? Mine's tikka masala. Okay. Tikka masala. Lamb. It's not a curry, bro. What is this guy up to? Lamb is not a curry. Bro, I've never had curry. Right. He's a uni student lifesaver. Chicken tikka masala. Yes, sir. C9. Man said C9 curry. Steph curry. Okay. I also like Steph curry. Green curry. What is green curry? Thai curry. Okay. Raol is my favorite. I hacking love Raol. Fuck Jonah P. Why, bro? Oh, what? Man said fuck Jonah P because he was using any chicken dishes. Yes, sir. Any chicken dishes. Man said fuck Jonah P because he wasn't using his favorite.
Those individual things too is very cool when you've got a new player coming into the roster playing the Viper in a way that we haven't seen before, and as a preferred map of Sentinels, it's great to see that
God
have new looks,
going to champs. Hopefully,
by their
I want to see them do another
that this Shopify roster had a tendency
another
or
what's called LAN performance.
Pick some very weird
Had chili chicken
than
yeah, bro. How was your party, bro?
Those weird comps on yet. We saw them make a couple changes in what.
Oh yeah, how was your post
but
this
I'm wondering
celebration?
if they will continue that trend of making changes, of pulling themselves more in line with the meta, or if they'll stay focused.
Bro, I miss chicken.
It has worked for them in the past, and it does really speak to just
most of the things are boiled. There is no butter chicken, man.
Like a split or something.
No chili chicken, no chicken masala,
Icebox as well.
no chicken, no pyaza.
They played the Reyna, so those are the sort of genre of maps we have to wait for probably before we see some funky stuff out of Shopify.
Well, here comes the
Even if I go to an Indian restaurant, it's so shit. The food is so shit there.
And Shopify decides to ban.
Probably the Haven in this one, and it will be that one locked in. For Sentinels, I said they like to ban split. They tend to kind of falter between that one and the bind. Bind is what they go for first here. It's been a solid one for Shopify for makes sense.
They
you
pick
were talking about their
Breeze.
Breeze. Sentinels pick it first.
Yeah, Sentinel's going to be happy on that one.
But
of course, like we just mentioned,
let me tell you why I'm surprised with Breeze. Shopify Rebellion, aka LG, are really good on Breeze. Really, really good.
grueling OT.
Especially moves with the Viper.
Yeah,
And Viper and Cypher.
Which is, it's hard to say that, like, you have a close match that you lose, and your top fragger had 40 kills. That's insane. So we're gonna have to see some more out of them here.
Oh shit, Decider split? Oh, nah, Sentinels lost.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that Sentinels puts the preference towards playing the split instead of the Ascent by banning that one out early. It has been a good map for the side of Shopify in the past, but I thought what we saw from Sentinels was solid, and traditionally it has been a very good map for them. However, they do elect to head to split instead. I'm wondering what they have prepped for us there.
You know, it is curious because Shopify yesterday had the option at the end between Breeze or Icebox to ban one of those away, and they banned away the Breeze and preferred to go into the Icebox. So here, they already have to play the Breeze, which they didn't want versus Cloud9. Also, deciding to keep split open and go to that as opposed to the Icebox that they wanted to slot into the other day. So that's a little bit curious for me, and I want to say that Shopify have reined it in. That they're actually going to be playing normal stuff. So. That's probably my prediction for split.
I mean, according to the internets, Sentinels has been practicing split. We saw a whole minute and 48 seconds of it, so clearly they've been putting in the work. There's a possibility that split might feel a little bit more comfortable for them now, but we'll take a look at the agent selection here.
You know, oh shit.
First match in the series, and we talk about
before that
maybe some unique playstyles we might see, some change-ups potentially coming in. We'll see if either team decides to stray from the norm as they start to lock.
This guy made a good point.
Been re-added to the roster. That's
Neon is actually. Let's watch the. Oh shit,
Mada
Yoru?
I'm losing my mind for a second there. Whoa. But what the heck is going on? And I'm talking about him, and he's playing out the fade in this one. A Yoru from Mada. What is going on here?
Mada plays absolutely everything.
What does Moose playing Viper? Okay, nice.
Yoru, he probably has a Phoenix in the wheelhouse.
Tens on Chamber. B-Dog is so good. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Neon is actually playable on SA. Vanity is a future of NA. I'm worried that the guards win many rounds on individual plays. This can affect them at high pressure matches, especially on LAN, unless they are ready to show PRX can. This is so true. Facts. Yeah, bro, I can't imagine.
Is picking up that previous role of 6 on the initiator. He looked really good with this fade yesterday. I like that they're going back into it.
And the nice thing too about having 3 agents with some kind of like scouting ability for the Sentinels comp is that if you hear a fake TP or TP sound around mid, you have all these tools to re-clear mid in the mid round. Yeah, if he jumps on you in the back, you're gonna have to win a fight out, but I really like having all of this initiator, this scouting utility on Breeze. Just sort of keep everything contained and get yourself as close to perfect information as you can on a map as chaotic as Breeze.
I think in particular for Zelsis, it gives him a lot of freedom to be that primer, that first man in on the entry with the flashes through the walls. He can be set up well by Shaz and Dapper, so I'm fixated on him, and in particular by what Mada's going to pull out with this Yoru.
I'm really excited
Yoru, man, I'm so excited.
Yoru is one of those agents that is heavily untapped, especially in the North American region, but we do have our casters standing by. We're about to find out its viability on Breeze. It's Sentinels versus Shopify Rebellion. Map 1, casters, Sully and Upmind. Take it away.
Desk, thank you guys so much for setting up this game almost perfectly until we got the Yoru pick, because we, the casters, me, myself, and Upmind.
Thank God this guy doesn't have hair all over.
So what is going on here? Mada has not played Yoru ever, and this is our first time casting Yoru, and it's going to be an exciting one between Sentinels and Shopify Rebellion.
Let's go Sentinels! I like both teams. I'll be sad if anyone loses, so I don't know who to support.
And yeah, again, Breeze was quite the point of contention for Shopify going into this game. So again, Yoru is such a big surprise.
Yeah, especially with Shopify electing to ban out Breeze and the possibility we went to a third map
exactly
against Cloud9.
Yeah.
So they've pulled out kind of a big trick here against Sentinels, who themselves looked really good yesterday against the guard. A lot of questions were answered about how they want to play, and it's slow. With this triple initiator, they will take their time in clearing out these angles.
Bro, B-Dog is good.
B-Dog on the front side
too good.
Already starting things off with a bang, and it's going to be taken around the corner with the frenzy to potentially get a few.
Bro, what?
He gets 2 and he's out of there.
Gotta love the positioning of that wall. That wall just setting up Tig in a position like that where he can pop flash out, find an easy frag. And it's a key position. Tig looked a little bit weak yesterday in his first death department, getting targeted by Cloud9, but here he stayed alive and helped his team lock down the A site.
I have the spike. Send for shower. Oh yes, send for shower. I actually wanna.
With the recon bolt alongside the crossfire, very deadly, and 10's away on the open. He's gone. Shopify opening out right.
Great opening as well. kind of building momentum. You have footage, I guess, of Sentinels playing Breeze, the one map that they have in Shopify looked to be a very
Bro, who thought we'll watch Shroud again in pro scene?
I mean, they played a very grueling best of 3 yesterday.
Nice flash.
What kind of was a critical 1-over push from Shopify, losing them out in that second map, and to be able to reset on the day here and open us up with calm, composure in the pistol round, it shows good signs for them.
Because of the pistols, I was thinking that maybe Sentinels could just be pulling off
nice knife.
Big push.
Big knife.
Play out their lives, but they end up playing out the orb. They get the orb on the other side of the map over towards A. Regrouping back over in B. There's only one person here.
They're giving a lot of space here, Shopify, to Sentinels to work up mid, kind of funneling them into Dazzle's Marshall, where you can hit them with that one shot.
Bro, timing! Oh, nice shot.
But Dazzle, there to double check.
Timing would have been really bad.
Kind of have the info where these players are leading. Gate crash already sent by Mata to the B site.
Good timing, by the way, off that gate crash. That CP for Mata was pulled out right before the mid.
Imagine if it was a fake. Oh, it wasn't a fake.
Again, they've ran out of options. They see the clone going by. Made any noise though.
Electing to cut noise here. After getting spotted out now with Mata.
What a shot.
Already here, and even with the wall going up, it's not going to be a clean walk up because Moose is there to greet
them.
Oh, and Moose is there for 3. A prime gaming flawless under the belts of Shopify. And that's huge because, again, we just have to focus up on that economy.
Yeah, so simple as well. I mean, already Shopify had that early read. They played a little bit further back on A. We're willing to kind of give up space towards A to have that stack towards B. And the prime game flawless, they don't carry as many rifles over as we've seen teams typically pick up.
They were all vulnerable.
Like a Vandal or a Phantom over. This time, just a Bulldog. So it's not going to be the full strength of a bonus round that you want where you have the additional rifles in hand. But Bulldog to work with for Tig. Shorty and the Headhunter for B-Dog. Not the worst of bonus rounds. And they can't pick this one up. I imagine Shopify with this 4-man sack towards A could find some damage. As already the knife is going to catch out Shroud and B-Dog's going hunting.
B-Dog going so deep into A main, but he just gets a
no B-Dog, no. Why so? Why didn't he like this? Yeah, bro.
Saw that footage back over towards.
I don't know what the game plan was there. Run and pray.
Kind of leaning now towards this A side. 10's starting to shift on over. He typically plays these lurks and then we'll regroup with his team.
Bro, Forsaken on lurk is
all going up here, and the Owl Drone coming out as well. This is going to be Sentinels slowly but surely clearing the site, and B-Dog wanted to try and find a first blood here before they got on site, but he was denied the opportunity. Sentinels spike down, but pressure created here by Shopify doesn't give them a lot of room to get into back site.
Dazzle just needs to go big. He has a couple of opportunities here. Just one by one, the pixels start popping, but this is good here for Sentinel. Safe.
Oh, 1 HP.
For Shopify to make the approach instead. That shock dart taking Celsius down to 3 HP. Here comes finally the flash from Mata. The exit
and the lurk.
On his flank back could easily get 1 or 2 here, and indeed picks up the first. The rest of Sentinels, they continue to battle out.
Hey, he's on the crosshair.
Take wall actually, but Shopify can't do much with him. Again, it's just an SMG alongside the Marshall. Dazzle far away. Again, just getting pressured out. Doesn't have a rifle to actually be able to wide swing with. It's just 1 by 1 as he gets.
Good bonus, you would say. I don't know why. What Tens was doing. Not 2 you should just back off.
Definitely a heavy hitting round.
He whips on the third guy.
Those 3 weapons out of Sentinel's hands. Ults are starting to charge up here though for the Sentinels camp.
At least he has his ultimate.
The null command, which should be looking good for Sentinels if they can get onto that ult or make an exec happen. B-Dog picking up now the operator who was so good yesterday in the first kill department. Didn't have as many on this defensive side. On the attacking side, he was lethal. But we'll see with this operator. And
why are you running?
Between B-Dog and his map on Fracture, a big op.
Oh,
a lot of opening angles there on Fracture, and he's got the exact same thing here on Breeze. So if he can frag out like he did yesterday, this is going to be a rough map for Sentinels.
Started off this round.
Bro, Tens changes his crosses so much. I don't get it.
Oh my!
Why?
10's over in mid, not going to be able to find any opportunity. It's Mata in a 1v1. Just dry runs up in A main. He picks out 1. And it's just a lot of ground being made.
Bro,
by
what?
It's the only thing they can do. But B-Dog, he reinvests into A main, and Shroud is there.
Why are you being so aggressive?
A little bit more aggressive now over towards B main. needs to take this space back, and they've given up this mid side almost completely. Tig is playing solo here, watching tunnel for anyone to walk up. And Dazzle, they are taking a lot of space back here, Shopify. And there's a chance, Dazzle, Shazam, just out of his crosshair.
Oh, they have the spike.
The spike is down. Shroud has to battle now.
They know where the rest are coming. Tens has been
nice shot.
Oh, what a shot from Tens. But again, Spike is still all the way out in the open. Shroud tried for it, but Dazzle is still there.
Oh, nice shot, Shroud.
Slowing them down almost entirely. Sentinels.
Shroudy.
Their backs against the wall over towards A main. Still, they know Tens is kind of creeping around this mid side. They don't know if he's doubled back though. Tig has rotated through the mid side, gone over in towards Talls. And they are playing very split apart. Luce does not have an angle. I lied.
What are you
because he finds Tens.
Jens, what are you doing?
But that's the ult they were looking for.
Yeah, boy, did he have an angle. But there goes the...
Oh, 1 HP.
Gave them a lot of space, but that spray was onto Dapper. Still Shroud. 64 HP, has to stand tall. Tig coming back, and it's a 1v2 for Shroudy Rowdy. Let's see.
Oh, the shotgun?
Denied immediately. Oh, Moose. The one pump does it.
Would have much rather preferred that.
Oh, what a spray.
His Viper's fit. Maybe he has a better chance. But he did take the risk, wanted to try and create an opportunity. Didn't find it. Shopify winning out the first rifle round, leading us 3-1 on this series. On the defensive side, they're finding a lot of pressure. One thing that the guard didn't do against Sentinels, I gave Sentinels...
Celsius is playing like a duelist.
On this map and playing their
oh, what a shot.
There wasn't that pressure created from the guard throughout the map on the defensive side. And Sentinels were given
Tens shouldn't have done
to
this.
work the map and find picks. Here, though, Shopify, a team that was... in the past, a very variable team when it came to their aggression. They picked it up against...
He should have let them come, you know. He knows where they're coming from.
At that.
Just jump over the box and hold mid.
It's not exactly that Shopify is constant at doing it, but again, their aggression comes out right when the team might need it, and especially now, a bit more training with a bit more prep. They know when to pull off the one-offs. Shopify at this point. I'm sorry.
All the way up. All the way up towards mid. Yeah, we're on the same page here. Sentinel just walking their way entirely up towards mid.
Yeah, it's just so weird. Bamada, that's such a good cone, but no one's able to actually spray at it. Tens just goes right through the wall in response. Great 1v1 against Mata. Dazzle's still looking for a player right in the middle of sight, right in the middle of Cubby. Tens is...
Shit, 6 HP.
Started, but he's somehow still alive.
Oh, how is this guy alive?
Safe in the middle of sight.
And there's time to reset here as well. Tens has picked up the Vandal.
Tens already had a Vandal, bro. What are you saying?
And he has an ultimate to play with here. They could shut down all these flashes from Tig, but they're taking the swings.
Bro, what are these whips, man?
Free, but Shroud is back with a classic of all things.
Shroud! My king.
And it's a thrifty for Sentinels.
Bro, everyone whiffed. Everyone whiffed.
And he makes a quick swing.
Everyone.
Triple swing from Sentinels. That coordination in these post splits, something they look so good
Hit
yesterday.
triple swing and they all missed.
And using utility
Somehow.
playing together in these post split situations. And Shroud gets the better of all three of these Shopify players, courtesy of the extra swings from Tens and Zealous. A thrifty round picked up in Shopify. Reset there, and that's a big momentum swing. Sentinels can now tie things up here. Shopify will have nothing to work with. Just B-Dog on the tour de force. Mata maybe work aggressively with him, but already forced off of the play. A beautiful night.
It's a really good chamber.
They're going to have that space to work with, but Marshall bringing out a lot back over towards that tunnel side. Again, nothing over towards that mid side, but Shopify hasn't exactly cleared it. But yet, they're leaving B and mid completely abandoned.
And they've gone all the way up into halls here. Sentinels, they're not taking the door. Not just yet. They will now. And Shopify, they have the chance to...
Oh, what a shot.
Giving them these 1v1s here, Sentinels.
Yeah, Tig, here he goes again. Another opportunity back over towards main, but he has a player back over in tunnels to deal with. That's
Shroud.
Alongside the rest of Sentinels.
His man still got it. Yeah, bro. True, bro. Get him a different load and he slays.
Dapper gets the res up, and well, it is pressure from B-Dog, but no kills found just yet.
Oh, what a shot.
And he gets the one, but this is a done round already. Sentinels,
one bullet.
Pressure creating towards Halls, distracting the players on site, and they will tie us up here 3 for 3 unless B-Dog, well, he's magical, but a little bit ambitious to get this one.
Good one. Good round. 10 round center.
Again, it was a tour de force. He just had to play out his life. Huge swing back from Sentinels.
And they're finding success in terms of the swing, getting the spike down and winning out these post-plant situations.
Shroud on different world would slay, bro.
Yesterday, and so far, they have as well 2 in a row.
Even a role like, you know, Sage,
Pick back up the
KO.
from B-Dog. The full
Fade.
line in their hands, and for
Slay.
now, Sentinels are going to lean a little bit more heavy to the B side. Typically, they want to play it slow this time. I imagine a little more aggressive. Already a Prowler to clear. Maybe just the fake pressure. A trademark drop that looked like just to see if Shopify would push up.
Where is his trademark? He hasn't
And
put one.
Celsius isn't exactly contacting. He's just holding for orb. And really, so does the rest of Sentinels, just holding angles.
This is quite risky.
Wow.
Celsius has just escaped.
Yeah,
the
bro.
view, and
B-Dog is
B-Dog
being
in
too
his angle
aggressive.
lost it last time. It's closer.
Oh no, he got it.
That's it. Such an important win for Shopify. If they had just kept going just a bit more back into A main, you would have seen that they had that full control.
Yeah,
I thought he
so
would
that's
lose
gonna
to be
send
completely
Sentinels
honest.
away. No way main control. You had 10s watching this angle the whole time. And there's no util in terms of a Viper to slow you down. But no Zelsis to cancel out Tig's util. This is going to be a rough hit as already Mata has arrived. And you have Tig just in the corner.
Wow.
Right? His knife as well is going to slow this down even further.
I was going to say Tiggs' knife could have a massive impact, and it did. It ends up knocking down 3 players. It waits up just another 15 seconds here. The rotations are already through. You have the Yoru over towards B. Look at this split. Sentinels.
Oof, what a shot.
Towards mid. That's massive for Dapper. Moose has to come around on the rotation and potentially get the trade back, but Sentinels are dashing in.
Bro, what a
Now
teamwork.
they're slowed down even further. Tig removing Shazam, trying to make a peek, and even then, Dapper falling over towards mid as well.
Shout out Mike Tyson. 2v5 Mike Tyson.
Come back to bite them. Losing that first pick, and Shopify were
I think they're
ready.
going for
That
a save.
reaction read almost perfectly. And it will be a prime giving flawless to Sentinels looking to hold on to these 2 rifles. Tens and Shroud can both make the easy drops. That one thrifty round they won really setting themselves up. And that last round as well, keeping it clean. They will have credits to buy. And they are trying to build up their economy. It's better to hold on to these
Nice try,
rifles and
nice
have
try.
an economic standing for the rest of this half.
B-Dog won them this round.
Sentinels were just fine in saving the last round, though. Those last 2 players had about 4 to 5K in the bank. You would expect with that cash, actually, those players to be able to buy for maybe 1 or 2 more rounds, but
Yeah.
Sentinels are fine.
Definitely think it's a
Overall.
little bit rough for Dapper and Zelsis, but I
Right,
think with
exactly
the other
that.
3 players, they should be fine. Shroud as well, not even electing to drop Dapper. We'll be able to buy him moving forward. So Sentinels,
Going A
no
again.
issues just yet. Early knife again is going to cash out Dapper, and he doesn't get the Prowler out.
Bro, look
So
at
this
the
gives B-Dog a
Yoru's
chance to push forward.
teleport.
Dapper's not comfortable there.
Man
Doesn't
went
know
all
how
the
to
way
act.
through
It's the
mid.
first time B-Dog has been put here towards B. Sees nothing, and it's already Q to rotate from Tig.
Bro, I want him to fake.
Ana was thinking about going through the orb.
Yeah, he was.
Look how many players.
Please, one fake. We need one fake.
5. Ready, raring to go here on A. There goes the Viper wall up. There goes the Owl drone. They got the info potentially. Mata up close, very personal.
Nice, bro. What a
Rotation,
switch.
Shopify coming very quickly. The Yoru.
What a bro. Big brain, big brain.
Side all for Shopify. They're in pretty decent angles, but it's not exactly a crossfire.
Dapper's gone deep here again. The orb there to support
great
him.
knife.
No,
Wow.
there's actually no orb.
Wow.
Knife catching so many
And
players.
the dart.
Shopify are doing everything
And the
they
dart
can
is
to deny
hold
this
by
whole
the
situation.
fucking smoke.
Dapper does find a first pick. He's deep up into halls. Is there a contest here from Tig?
Don't let
No.
them open the gate.
Sentinels
Don't
back
let
away.
them open the
They're
gate.
playing the mind game, reset.
Celsius getting fucked there, dude. Hey, bro.
But keep in mind of the time, 30 seconds left, and B-Dog in a tucked
Whoa.
angle. He can get aggressive at any moment.
With Dapper going out in mid, so here comes B-Dog. B-Dog might be able to find a rotation or 2 coming out towards mid.
Wow.
Indeed, he does. He gets the first. Shazam was thinking about the peak, but he goes back with his teammates. Sentinels should have control.
They're
here.
playing B retake.
That trademark slowing them out even further. Tens will try and re-clear and work towards mid. B-Dog? Is he wary? I think he's heard the footsteps.
Bro, this big brain guy.
Again.
So tough for Tens, but again, the footsteps gave it away. B-Dog had a big
Oof.
opportunity.
Wait,
for
he-
1v1 against Shazam.
wait, what? He didn't
misses
die?
out. Tig once again, yet another knife that goes big. Tig has to check his left though.
Near the corner.
Celsius ready and raring to go. Finds the first. But will he actually get
Oof,
the
nice
What a
moves.
trade for Moose.
Oh! Our king. Our fucking king. Our fucking king, man.
Full clutch.
What a spray transfer.
Simply said, it's Shroud who pulls it out. Shopify Rebellion. They had the flash, they had everything. Shroud not caught out by the he's not.
Why didn't this KO check?
whatsoever. And look at
Don't
that.
you always check it?
He's in a perfect spot to support Shroud.
Bro, what a spray transfer.
Zelsis steps forward into that Viper spin in an instant.
Our fucking
He's got
king.
Shroud's back. He's got his 6, and Sentinels have a 4th, tying us up here against Shopify Rebellion.
I don't know how
Plant
this
one.
KO
Sentinels
didn't check
look
his left.
So good.
That's the thing you always check. Always. That Cubby?
It helps when, again, Shroud, such a talented fragger, can actually fight. So here we go again. No, Shroud.
Wow. Wow.
Doing the same.
Wow. What an aggression.
That was a 3-man push from Shopify.
Not ready for that kind of play. Sentinels have not faced that yet against the Guard, and they were not prepared for something like that against Shopify. That's what I was talking about.
Bro, peak, bro. You will get 2 kills.
How fast they're getting into these rounds. And that's something Sentinel's slow style has to find a way to cope with. Welcoming in that pressure, but Shopify do it on a different metric. Switching it up every round.
Yeah, bro. Shout.
Completely off guard.
Yeah, they've never tried. I mean,
bro, what?
Push they main, but never so aggressive and organized like that.
Don't doubt Shroud. Whenever people doubt him, he comes up better.
Flashing through your own smoke as well. Dapper will try and get some space back. Evening the numbers.
Oh, nice
Dapper
try.
Would have loved to get that frag onto Dazzle. And
they are all low though.
Literally no map control or going into this one cold turkey.
Listen, man. Shazam has a Hunter's Fury. One hit of that Hunter's Fury takes every.
Wow, what a flash.
Wow, very good redirect.
What? Check his PC.
This just calls out Mata entirely. There's still 2 players very, very low on HP. Dazzle and Tig.
And he's using his ult to clear a path for Shazam. They're looking to play that postman like you were mentioning. That Hunter's Fury can be so
Check his
big.
PC.
Moose already on a flank though. And Tig and Dazzle know their roles. Stay alive.
This
get
is
the
such
info,
good timing.
And allow Moose to play this angle.
Oh, this is great for Moose. He's coming in at a great time. Nobody is watching this. Shazam going in with a Hunter's Fury. He didn't want to use the Hunter's Fury for post plant.
Wow.
He still gets one. Moose coming in off the flank. Shazam gets the right peek, but Moose wins it out. Moose, a 1v1 to try to keep Shopify up. You have Zelsis on the other side joining the team. Just what, 2 weeks ago? Welcome to the there, no,
bro, what a shot! I hacking love Moose, bro.
Sticking a 5th for Shopify.
Guy is crazy good.
He did it yesterday against
I used to watch him long time ago when he used to stream.
Play in a clutch like that with your
and I know his Viper is crazy, bro.
Works around that wall brilliantly.
But that is crazy clutch.
Nabbing away a 5th round from Sentinels.
I think Shazam could have done a little better, but nah. Still won.
A pretty favorable position. A timeout called though is.
Sheesh.
They need to find a way, especially after a round like that where that aggression comes kind of unwarranted. Figure it out.
He peeked too wide.
The rest remainder of this half, how to deal with that kind of switch up from Shopify.
Wow, what a shot! But this is what I don't like about Valorant. The jumping accuracy is too good, bro. Will jump and kill you in a second. Where's the shake? Where's anything, bro?
Again, Shroud had a Viper's Pit around him. Moose.
Even on ropes, the bullet goes so good.
Not really a bad attacking half so far in terms of those initial takes. It's just those post plants that really going 50-50. I mean, Shopify, they've taken what, 2-3 retakes already?
Yeah, by the looks of it, with those 2 defusals on our timeline, Sentinels have been pretty successful in those post plants, and so the key here for Shopify is, I think, applying that pressure, getting kind of B-Dog in favorable angles where he can find that first blood where he's always been so good, and kind of giving you the early 5v4 advantage, preventing Sentinels getting into those post plants.
Moose is 11 and 5.
I think the second retake for Shopify Rebellion, and it comes off the man advantage both times.
The Moose are fragging.
Still plenty of credits off of the economic situation a couple rounds back.
Guru isn't doing good.
They are fully grouped now. This is a different look for Sentinels on this fast play.
Damn, they ulted A?
Yeah, I was about to say fast, but I mean, honestly, they could have had that same speed, but Moose, Viper's Pit completely shuts that down.
Yeah, and it's Tig who sent a knife towards B main that caught absolutely nobody. And so that's why you see this early 4-man stack. And Viper's Pit clogging up towards mid, or apologies, A main. He does, he actually avoids it. Wow. He avoids the Owl Drone.
Very nicely done from Moose. There goes the Nightfall though. Moose is going to be plugged away, so he has to use up one of his mollies. Still have the chamber.
Wow,
behind,
what a push.
Potentially spray away a little bit. Moose.
Oh my goodness.
What the fuck? What the fuck, chat? Bros, what is wrong with this guy? Check his PC.
This angle with nothing more than an operator. The headhunter can come into effect here, but
Shotgun
Moose has gotten a huge one. Tens.
Oh, this is so awkward. Both of them have walked in and out of the
Got
cloud, and Tens finally comes up from behind. B-Dog to the left. There goes the shotgun. B-Dog takes down one. 1v1 again. Tens looking to connect the dots. Doesn't get the headshot.
Oh, Tens wins this. Tens wins this.
Oh,
no, bros, no.
an unbelievable round between these teams. I mean, that's a great exec from Sentinels. Deafening the players on site, causing a confusion up and towards us. And then after that, just
bro, what was this?
No command from Zealous, but Moose in a ridiculous position, winning out this round almost entire. I think he's the hero this round.
That second shot.
Honestly, the shorties are the hero this round. 3 of the 5 come from just shorties. And Shopify, I have to say,
bro.
get a tad lucky in round, I'm gonna be honest.
A little bit. We were talking about the fast setup from Sentinels that got slowed down immediately. It didn't even get slowed down. They were in the right position for a fast take. They had the right utility for it, but they didn't execute it.
Oh,
and early on, yeah, no, it just doesn't help, right? The pistols still going up, but 10 opportunity. That gets shut down.
I think the problem with Tens is he doubt himself too.
Good on these retakes against Sentinels. Both
That's what I think.
They've had the opening.
This guy changes his crosshair settings.
Sentinels,
bro,
creep their way up.
You are too good. Just do you.
It's just pistols, but it's...
Oh, okay. The classics actually overwhelm Shroud.
Bro, what?
In the front side gets one. B-Dog not able to nail a shot on the players over in snipers, but you still have Dapper jumping around. But Shroud has the SMG, gets close. Wow. But B-Dog actually aims onto his teammate. Shroud, a 1v3, very far now, but he got with the op. Indeed he does. Still has the spike and could be able to take on an even 1v2.
And he's so smart here. Shroud electing to go now to the Spectre. He's got the Viper's Pit with just a single ult orb.
My king.
They're wrapping all the way around. Shroud has just duped them.
Yeah, if the spike. Yeah, true.
So much time is to get onto the B side. So much time to set himself up. And they'll realize here soon enough.
Big brain Shroud.
He's not here. Shroud has just duped them.
He went the other way? He's going the long way around.
Shroud bamboozled them. Like he used to play Mirage on Apex.
His corners. 10 seconds left. Shroud is completely left.
Yeah, but I thought he would still win with the peak.
He's done it in this half.
Oh, yes,
done
he
it
has.
in this map. He's done a 1v2, and he's gonna try and do it again.
No way, bro. He went back. Big balls. Shroud balls.
Just beyond the pillar, they have to clear everything, but they're coming from a pretty good side where they can pincer Shroud.
This is big though. Shroud with a double molly, he could play around the Viper's Pit and play time.
Yeah, he should play time.
Crept on through Shroud.
They are taking too much time to clear.
Trying to play the game.
No, bro, what is wrong with this guy, Moose? Bro, check his PC right now.
Both players pulling off 1v2s
Please.
round after round of each other. But Moose is the one that wins it out this time. That's huge for Shopify's half.
Check his fucking PC, man.
Giving them the guaranteed 7-5 moving forward. Shopify. 3 in a row now. Off of the 1v2 that Shroud could have pulled off. It doesn't happen. Sentinels need some magic in their camp to bring us to a 5th. Keeping this map close.
Dog with the ult. Dig with the ult. Mada hasn't used his ult in a while.
I mean, Tens has been not looking too hot in terms of first kills, and when you're doing up against a guy like B-Dog, when you switch sides, that's where I get a little worried. That's why I'm worried that Sentinels don't have enough momentum to carry them through into that second half.
They are pushing. Nice.
Those defensive setups. But again, you always had Shopify clearing out B main round after round. This time, they do get more.
Not always. Bro, these casters are really bad. I haven't seen these bad casters anywhere. Bro, B-Dog with operator is so aggressive.
And he's got no rendezvous to get out, so he's playing a pretty risky
Here's that.
here. They have the no command for this retake, and I think
Shroud knows that.
Kind of playing offside. B-Dog's positioning is crucial on this retake. He's got such a
Mike
nice
Tyson.
angle coming in from that door, and Sentinels
Should have waited for the tap. Both Vipers carrying. Indeed, bro. Indeed. Actually, I didn't realize.
A trademark will spot him out here, but B-Dog is looking to help him out.
Shroud needs this. B-Dog.
Oh, Shroud knows.
Thinking about that peek out, but again, can they only depend on B-Dog? Oh no. Mada's gonna get this info on Shroud. Wait,
he didn't?
Did he just run by Shroud?
No, he did. He did.
Yeah,
he pinged it. He pinged it.
Shroud gets the information, and here comes Mada, still running into the middle of A, and TP's out with more info. 30 seconds left. Spike still hasn't gone down. Moose on the back line gets.
Oh,
there goes the clone.
Oh, nice shot, Zelsius.
Spray down still by Dapper. Great stuff from Dapper, and Shazam is there.
Wow.
Still the kill onto Tig. One player remaining. It's unreal that beat.
Wow, well played, well played.
Go down in an instant. Sentinels was slipping out of their hands for a second there, but A is theirs.
It was a really bad ult from you. Let's get real.
Recovery there to close out the half at 7-5. How do they get it done there? All the info for Shopify Rebellion.
Really bad.
As close as you can get outside of
Yoru
6-6. Sentinels have a chance in the second half.
So, wait, Yoru, what's his guy? What's this guy called? The fucking... KO. KO didn't use his ult from Shopify. Mada waited till last round to use his ult. Shroud top frag. Vanity Logic. What's Vanity Logic? Said they hit a skill ceiling. Yeah, bro, what do you mean skill ceiling? Moves, bro. Check his PC right now. How I understand why those. Yeah, no one likes playing against him. NA casters are like NA casters are shit. I'm so sorry. Okay, people are really actually liking this. I don't know how. Are you kidding me? No, bro, I'm not kidding you. Dog shit fucking gun. Oh, he's talking about the shotgun. Fucking overrated. Let's see who's overrated. Who? I play one match insane and he's good. Lol, this guy is overrated. Who are you talking about, homie? Exactly. Who are you even talking about, homie? Oh, Shroud, have my child. Please, Shroud. Please have my child. Please. Please, Shroud. Best FPS player, you. Indeed. Would best FPS player ever. This guy picks a game, he becomes god at this game. This is not normal, sorry. This is not normal. And team Shroud last match, nope. Anyone here watch Rocket League esports? There is a Rocket League esports? I don't even know, bro. Shroud. That's it, Shroud. Yeah, bro. Every doubts are gone.
Other scenes to Sentinels versus the Guard. It was a 7-5 half, but it was in favor of Sentinels. And now they're on the defensive side, the side they struggled against the Guard, and Shopify Rebellion having that early lead and showing that maybe the Yoru could work out. Mod has been not instrumental in their success, but has been a very key player in these quick rotates. We'll see how they work it here on the attack and what openers he can find.
Yeah,
let's see how Yoru does on attack.
Again, the pick is going to have to make or break Shopify. Because again, easily you could slot in a Neon, a Jet, that could be so much more valuable on the attacking side, so much faster in taking map control. Here we go. It's going to be the wall up alongside the easy plant.
Oh, Shazam already nicking one out here on the spam through the wall, and even a little bit more. Tig down to just 22. Quick damage here done by Sentinels.
So now it's just slim pickings here for some of these players.
Dapper gets two.
They have to go back. They have to find some space. Dapper closes into space and takes down two. You still have
Bro, what?
Tig and Moose. Such low HP for Tig, and he's still
nice.
back.
Holy shit,
Moose
that was
had to
close.
come to the rescue though with the two. And Sentinels, Tens, and Shazam. There is no way they're gonna lose that.
Yoru is wasting his utilities.
Dissipated there.
I don't know what he's doing.
Granted, yesterday looked good in the anti-ecos against Cloud9. Sentinels looked good.
This guy should have TP'd before the Viper wall, flashed, and went out.
I imagine we're going to have a tight scoreline here.
But he flashed before.
Not a team that likes to force in these second rounds, but I think given the scoreline here, they want to see if they can extend the lead with just Marshals. This map is so prone to that Marshal play, and they will invest into one, that being Dazzle. The rest will
It's
be
not bad that he
TP'd.
He flashed and TP'd, but I think it would have been better. He TP'd here, wait for the second Viper ult, flashes when they are coming out, and then maybe get one. One would have been enough.
On the first half with that Marshal, still feeling sharp. He could have a couple targets back over towards that mid side. You do have Shopify going back towards the B side though.
Yeah, that wall coming up is going to keep Tens, and Zealous is trying to just poking and prodding towards mid. Shazam is going to clear out Moose. He has the information, and honestly should have the kill here.
Oh shit, what? He didn't do that. Oh, what?
Ends up denying.
He didn't do any shock dart damage on Moose? How?
And that sends Sentinels reeling. Yes, they've got the firepower, but now they're kind of losing it.
And now this is so awkward for all these players from Sentinels. Where did he even go? Do they fight? Yes,
3v3.
they do. Tens and Shroud alone both find 1v1s. But there goes Tens. Here comes Dapper. Dapper needs to split his attention to mid. B-Dog coming in. Could save the round still,
nice
but
try,
he uses the last shot of his headhunter right when Dapper swings. Honestly, unlucky, but he should have saved that last shot.
Dapper played really good. He strafed all the way in B main.
Sentinels having Shazam on a pistol, same thing with 10.
If he would have sprayed,
rifles,
I don't think he makes
it's not
it.
the bonus situation you're looking for Sentinels going forward. They are getting a little bit more aggressive though. That mid wall drawing those two players in.
They bought 3 rifles,
at least
Sentinels.
they did against the guard.
So if they lose this round,
being a little bit
they lose the next round.
Readable to Shopify Rebellion.
I don't know why they do that.
Shopify is not exactly going into one uniform location though. But at least give Sentinels
What a
easy
knife.
hold. Take up that mid control fairly quickly.
Yeah, that knife catching one player is going to keep Sentinels from rotating instantaneously. As I say that, Dapper has elected to make a pretty early shift off this Al drone from Dazzle. Maybe to work back towards mid. Halls is kind of an open area. They only have the trademark there to mark. Nothing really else, and Shopify taking quite the space here towards
Damn, they're playing 4A?
Sentinels have. Waiting for that
Sheesh.
knife to come online and shutting down both the KO and the Viper is going to be big. Otherwise, this hit comes to a grinding halt once those mollies come out.
It's such a weird hold here for Sentinels, though. They have 2 players very close, but Dazzle coming in from mid. This is a big angle.
Bro, where is the support?
But that's a massive flash from Zelsis. He jumps up, he takes up a second. Still Tig fighting back from main. Zelsis on the right side of sight, getting pinched out.
Bro, Zelsius, what?
But he's still somehow getting kills. Mata and Moose, the last 2 remaining. They do have a couple targets in the back of sight. But it's Mata all alone. There goes the wide swings from Shopify. The lineup might have actually worked. Zelsis is down to 9 HP. Mata just needs a body shot on him, but tens. No way he's gonna miss an opportunity like that. Just a gust of wind would have taken down Mata. An 8th round for Sentinels. They stay in
Damn, they play 4 this
3 in a row here.
A side.
Sentinels bringing us back into the Sentinels camp. And Shopify, I mean, you can see here the split between these players. Look back.
Bro, how did Zelsius got 3? I have no idea.
You're looking on the mini-map. That's Mata's clone, and they do not get out. I was mentioning it. Tig's knife need to shut down these Molly players, but it doesn't. Only catching, I think it was, I don't even think it actually caught Shroud. Caught no one. So Zelsis is able to get the Molly out. Shroud as well, able to delay with the Poison Orb. It's a rough round for Shopify Rebellion as those 2 players coming from mid are going to get full focus for the 4
Hens
players
is not
on
opening.
site. Nico here again, Shopify with 3 marshals to work with. And a knife and a prowler clearing out B main, but still Sentinels are putting players here to duel.
Oh yeah, this is all this round is for Sentinels, especially with the marshals. Everyone's just looking for 1v1s. Here's this from Tig. As an opportunity at Zelsis.
Sentinels not willing to give up those peaks. They know that these marshals can get snowball effect into a round win. B-Dog has wiggled his way up halls. Not able to find anything though. There's a prowler again clearing out B, just checking for anyone at the mouth and tens, peeking out towards mid, shutting down Mata, and there's a timing for B-Dog.
Bro, what?
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Timing for Shroud at least to take down B-Dog, that was.
Info off the drone gives it a free kill.
Oh, Dapper gets spotted off the jump peak.
Imagine he hit that Moose.
If Moose has that sort of reaction time, I wouldn't doubt it. He's been insane the last few days, but he's not going to have many opportunities at this round.
Good round, good round.
There goes Sentinels, bolstering the lead. More importantly, again, the economy staying clean, something that we just didn't see from
Dapper has his Nightfall, 10 has OP. Shazam has his ult. Big Moose and Mara has ult.
By the Shopify side.
I think this Yoru pick didn't work, bro. I won't lie.
Pretty lackluster when it comes to getting these first kills. B-Dog looked pretty good, but so far in this series, 4 and 3 in the 5v4s. A little bit too close of a margin. And I think for Sentinels, they are feeling happy. 4v5s already won when they're in the man disadvantage. And that was one of the, I guess, pluses to their style, even though Shopify a little bit more aggressive than Sentinels, but with that aggression, Sentinels are easily able to reset. You've got 3 initiators that can re-clear and take space, and now on the defensive side can retake the sites with so much util dump. So Sentinels, in the first half and in the second, dominating that statistic in those 4v5s, recovering almost perfectly most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if Shopify were running any other duelist, we should start talking about the effective mid and how Sentinels has a lot of utility to be able to retake that space. But with the Yoru, I mean, we've seen so much more spread coverage from Shopify and no exact pinpoint pressure into mid. It's always just been, again, staying towards their back lines. Now they're playing for picks or trying to get some flanks and rotations going.
They should play Lurk. One should Lurk. Oh, Lord.
In his hand, we'll see how good he can be here in the first kills. He's been so important for Shopify's success, and they will creep up.
Shed took an op.
Shazam.
Didn't save. Didn't use his ult.
If he gets attacked, I mean, this could spell doom for both B-Dog and Tig, and he does. He might pop it here. Doesn't elect to. It's a KO ultimate.
Wait, he didn't ult?
Into this A site, as it is just Tens getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, no, Tens is scrambling.
Dapper, where didn't Dapper got a kill? Oh.
Well done, Mata. Completely over.
Dapper got a kill on tubes. In tubes.
Hasn't exactly been completed.
But it was B-Dog. B-Dog was the one that went down, and that means no trademark, that means no flank watch, and that means Zealous is open the door for Sentinels. They're just delaying here, Sentinels. The rest of these players trying to draw attention.
Whoa. Moose,
bro, this Moose guy. This guy, you need to check his PC.
Moose goes down there. There goes the Viper's Pit, but Moose stays alive. Viper's Pit still up, still a 3v3. Mata sharp as ever, 18 HP, still dancing around. But there goes the shock dart, takes him back out dry. And Moose has ran so far away that the Viper's Pit has gone down, but he's still on the flank. Dazzle peeking out of A main.
Wow.
Out, and Moose comes in at the
this Moose guy, bro. He's leaving me wow every time. Man has Nats level in him.
They get the spike down, and it's their first round win here.
Maybe better than Nats, I don't know.
Win condition is getting that spike down, but this is set 4. This round is set 4 by the ultimate.
Tens was shooting the dart.
Putting so much pressure with these flashes, and it's a free pick there for Dazzle. But 3 ultimates used to win out this round, not something that you can replicate every single time. And Sentinels have got the cash to have another.
I need to buy this skin now. Because of Moose.
You don't have the
Moose even uses Nats Phantom.
He's
That's
been
Phantom.
So good with his util. We'll catch 2 players towards A. Prowler now clears B main. There's a lot of space for Sentinels and a lot of early information.
Yeah, again, this wall.
That's an interesting Viper wall.
So much mystery for these players of Shopify without using utility to re-clear elbow. There goes the Prowler though. They do pull out a flash to try to clear elbow. Again, nobody up mid for Sentinels, still holding up their back lines. They're not even contacting B main.
It is a one-way hit. Not like you said, nothing in towards mid. The wall's gone up. It slowed them down. Wall for themselves has gone up as well. We'll see how they can delay. And these mollies from Shroud are perfect. Gets them both out before he gets nullified.
Bro, what are you doing?
Holding back Mata though, and here comes Shroud. The big combo between Dapper and Shroud.
Wow, Shroud. Wow.
Going their way with Shroud getting both of them. And Dapper,
wow. Wow, Dapper. Wow, Shroud. Wow, Dapper. Wow, Shroud.
No chance going through B.
Yeah, no
wow, Dapper! Wow, Shroud!
One at the mouth of B main, one at the entrance over towards elbow as you swing towards LF. But this feels a little bit uncoordinated coming out from the rest of the
yeah, it was really uncoordinated.
Has been trying to find space, trying to be a big entry on both the defensive and attacking side, but he's 1 in 5 for first kills and first stats. A horrible ratio for what you want to be a big entry into these sides. And Shopify are not being given that space. He's not able to generate that duelist power that you want from your entry players.
Anti-eco now for Sentinels. Something that they haven't lacked on. And the anti-ecos have been going fully their way so far this game, but this is a little weird now. Shroud with the Viper's Pit hold. He's putting all of this effort into this now. He could work out so
shit, he could have got 4.
It does. The transfer gets 3. B-Dog and Moose trying to get into sight. They still have the Tour de Force to work with, and now they restricted actually to a 3v2. Moose getting revealed. The nade's going to go out for Zelsis, and Zelsis is in such a difficult position. He has to peek the back of sight, and Shazam is going to be there to take him out, and takes down B-Dog too. 11 for Sentinels. This next round for Shopify is so big.
Yep. Could be their last rifle round here. At least their last full buy. And Shroud, of course, locking it down here in the Viper's Pit, fighting through, nearly getting 4. B-Dog just off camera. I think
somehow
even
it was
the line of
B-Dog
sight
that
of
got
both of them ends up taking them down, and it will be Sentinels into 11. 7 rounds in this second half, and Shopify have failed to get them down, get the spike down 6 times. Their only round win is off of that spike plan in round number 4 of the second half.
That's unreal. Shopify only able to get that spike down once. Sentinels' defense doing so good in the middle of these sites, but there goes the mid control.
Slight switch up, yes. Shopify now on the right front, taking up towards mid. Zelsis,
that
is perfect utility.
No, he flashes himself, but the nade is so good. Zelsis Okay, half perfect, yes. Okay, sure, yeah, I'll take it. Zelsis can still fight, still has a rifle, and the outro gets pulled out. The Sova has no idea. This is just Zelsis' playground. Tig trying to run away, and Zelsis actually lets him go, but still a 2v5, and Tig tries to run the other way amid, and Tens takes him down through the double doors. This round is over. Moose is just contemplating whether or not to hold on to the Vandal.
Once again, another failed attempt at a spike plant. Shopify shut down towards mid. Sentinels have got their number, reading that Viper's wall almost perfectly. The pressure there, the fade, the haunt to get the info. And seriously, Sentinels are looking so good. This is their comfort pick. They looked great yesterday against the guard. Down to the narrowest of margins, and whatever mistakes they had, whatever mistakes they felt they had on the defensive side, they've cleaned every single aspect of it up. That's what Shazam was talking about, saying that they felt their defensive side was a little bit choppy. Well, I'm gonna be completely honest. It's so clean. 8 rounds now, and the spike has only gone down once.
Match point.
Now this is a return to form a little bit now for Sentinels. This looks a bit more comfortable than their guard threes yesterday, 2 days ago. Here
now on map point for Sentinels. And look at the buy. You mentioned it. Shopify, a critical round in the last. I've got almost nothing. Sentinels dominating now the first kills on this offensive side. Something that it felt they were lacking yesterday. The Justice and Dapper combined just in this map alone have been dominating the first kills. 20 rounds played, and they account for 8 of those first kills.
Almost half of the rounds, those two players going absolutely massive with the first kills. Shopify this time taking mid control early with that TP from Mata, but they still have to
actually lost.
Shazam.
Is it control?
I can't believe.
Tucked himself in a corner. They don't know anything else. They have mid control and nothing really here to play with. No ults except for Moose's Viper speed, but that Viper speed is only continued if you get on site, and they have failed to get on site multiple times. So Sentinels holding tight. Zealous is watching this mid side. The op from 10's watching deep towards B main. This hold from Sentinels has held steadfast multiple times, and you have 3 players peering down towards mid. Dapper, Shazam, and Zelsis, the 3 initiators with the util to slow it down as well.
And just a reminder again, there's no smokes for Shopify to realistically stack sites. The next take that this team has to either come from mid, or it has to be an all-out war.
And they're regrouping. Back towards this A side. They're going to get Moose towards A main where he can pop that ultimate, but it is, again, contingent if you can even get out.
Mara hasn't smoked, hasn't flashed a single time.
It's the Molly. The Molly pushing them into the open. Shroud, of course, to close it down, but it's a 3v3.
Oh, Shroud keeps it going.
Hasn't flashed from a smoke.
Shopify again. New players alive, keeping things even for now, but Dapper finds one out in the open. Moose on 1v2 has Viper's pin.
GG's.
Just swings out anyways. Dapper, Sentinels confirming out map number 1 over Shopify.
Yeah, and I mean, in a tricky position, Moose is, but he's not able to get it there. A very difficult decision to pop the ult or go for the plant or go for the swing, and he elects to do neither. Only go for the swing, and he's not able to get it. But Sentinels,
what is this?
A rockstar defensive side. 1 spike plant of all the rounds that we played for Shopify Rebellion Stack. The spike went down once, and that was the only round that Shopify won. Sentinels, whatever mistakes you had, again, I'll reiterate it. Shazam said it. They felt their defensive side had some issues. It's been cleaned up in a matter of days.
Yeah, again, Shopify, their takes were mainly contingent on just having those all-out battles, on having all 5 players in that site.
Jeez, bro, what a game.
But what happens when the first kills
I really
go
thought
back in the favor
Shopify
of
would
Sentinels? What
win,
happens
but
when they have good off angles, good peeks back over towards both A main and B main, getting the early picks that they need, actually making their odds pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of worries here for Shopify failing to get anything going on the attack. And in this second map of Fracture, a map they were so good at getting the spike down, they struggled here on Breeze against Cloud9. I mean, Cloud9 only had 3 successful retakes, and 2 of those were in the OT against Shopify.
Shroud,
so
bro.
This second map has got worries for Shopify. We'll throw it to the analyst desk after the break.
Only Moose went positive. I don't know what happened to me, dog. How long is the break? 2 weeks. Bro, I'll go cook something.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. We talked about it coming into this first map. The successes for Sentinels were limited in stage 2, winning only one map. Here in the LCQ, they've already won 2. Off to a great start.
Woo, can we just take a moment to celebrate that?
They did it, guys. They did it, and they did it primarily off of the back of one of their new players, too. Shroud was an absolute freak of nature in the server. Starts it off on the attacking side, wins a few really impactful clutches for the team. Almost has that insane juke out in the 1v2 after he got 3 kills and runs through mid. Doesn't quite come together, but then turned into a beast as a side anchor as well.
And I mean, it was so massive because he's playing on a role that can be tough to frag on the Viper. He had a slow start into the tournament yesterday, but here he is showing up on the defensive side, proves so clutch as a site anchor, and will clutch in his own way on that attack as well. And it's interesting because you juxtapose that against Moose, who was the top performer pretty much, bar B-Dog yesterday for the side of Shopify Repelling. He was continuing with that pace. B-Dog was also fine. The things that were working for Shopify yesterday were still turning up. However, it wasn't enough here.
Yeah, I mean, Moose had the monstrous play there with the Spectre on that sweet angle there as well. Even had the one clutch against Zelsis where he's just dancing around on the B side. He certainly had so many of his own moments, but when you compare that, Shroud was, you know, getting that on the opposite side, so it evened out. And then it did feel like Shopify struggled much more on their attack, working the Yoru into their comp. They just were not having the big impact that we wanted to see with that agent.
I think it was kind of a composition diff between these two teams. Sentinels goes back to the triple initiator. We talked about how solid that was for them yesterday, and 2 days ago, and it continued to hold strong for them today. The executes were really nice, combining that initiator utility for success, and on the defensive side as well.
Shroud with the 284 ACS and 2.2 KD. Sheesh, my king. My fucking king. 42% headshots.
They got to bump him up a little bit. I mean, but it just goes to show, like,
bro, what is this Moose? What?
Insane performances across the board.
Bro, what is wrong with Valorant?
A few times in the late
Do you just move the camera a little bit lower? Man is missing half his face.
When you are on smokes, but the matchup got traded back and
They
forth.
did Moose 30, bro.
Not only does he have the extra like -5 ACS in comparison to Moose, but he has the extra 5 inches in the height above him, so it all evens out.
It's important.
I mean, Shroud honestly looked like a Zoomer in a Boomer suit. He was playing at an incredible level, but at the same point in time, we talk about
Shroud is too godly, bro.
see Yoru played by Mata, and I don't necessarily think Yoru was the problem. It feels like the utilization of Yoru was the problem.
I've never been convinced by a Yoru comp on this map. I am still not convinced by a Yoru
Yeah,
comp on
the
this
Yoru
map.
pick
I
was
think on the
fucking
defensive
shit.
Side, the Yoru play was just right? The real only thing they were doing was popping down that Yoru utility as a rotation. On the attack, it was kind of more around this ultimate. That was their big point, right? You saw in that round, it works quite well. You get the ult in for the Yoru, you get your utility down, they managed to kill 10s off, but in rounds without ultimate, it didn't feel like the Yoru was doing anything at all. Maybe you'd try an entry onto site with it, but with that triple initiator comp,
man had
they were
0.4
comfortable
kill.
giving that space and just playing the retake.
Yeah, we didn't see really effective fake outs with the teleports themselves. We also saw like the
I think he didn't use it well.
Into the back site with the Yoru. There's nothing really to support it, right? Again, all you have is the KO flash from long range and then Yoru's own flash to try and set that up. It is not that same level of support that we've seen other teams like Optic on Ascent try to work the Yoru into the comp. They do that with so many other tools around.
Sentinels
This
go
comp was
to
not built for the Yoru, and that's one of the reasons why it just sort of fell flat on the attacking side. On defense, you can use it to rotate, you can use it as like a discount chamber teleport that's way slower to pull out, but it's just not the same thing on attack.
And even on that defense, if the idea was good, the execution was still a failure, because so often that Yoru gate crash is going out super early in the round, and it just runs out of time before Sentinels even...
43% headshot is really good.
It slowed down their execs, and it just meant that in the late round, Mata was not doing anything. So often he was stuck in a one and done with his gate crash gone and just fall for nothing.
It was kind of cool watching how Sentinels did play out their attacking side, though, because like you said, it was a little bit slower, so a lot of the time the TP did fizzle out. And a lot of the time, too, it was just Dapper kind of running around in mid. Like,
he just said Sentinels didn't shot because you were hating on him. He's just joking. Why are you getting pissed, my guy? Chill, you're not even a Sentinels fan. Fuck off, mate.
Dapper was sort of like the swing player that was going to make something happen in mid to open up an actual side hit.
We can take a look at some of the Shroud tape as well because there was quite.
Dapper and Sick
multiple
are
rounds.
so
Shroud
underrated.
just popping off, and I think a lot of that pivoted off of his ult. He was having a lot of orb control and also getting all the plants, a lot of multi-kill rounds. We saw his ult pop multiple times, and it proved to be pivotal in many rounds. I mean, this one was just raunchy.
Yeah.
That was the long rotate, the pop ult on B, ends up winning the round.
It's crazy that he almost did the same thing again, right? With that near 1v4 clutch that could have come through. So many of those big moments out of Shroud. And out this team in general, I like the point you bring up around Dapper. I think while the style was a little bit weird on the attack, on the defense, the fade was working so well for them. Every time that Shopify was going for one of those bigger side hits, immediately a cat would just be coming straight through the Viper wall. A flash would go over the top. Dapper would swing and find so much value as an individual.
He absolutely did. Rounds got sort of set up in the mid-round by Dapper and then sent home by Shroud, locking that one down. And I mean, we now see Sentinels come out pretty solid win here on Breeze. Overall, I think they had a good match against Shopify. Shopify are going to have to go a long way here to stay alive in this tournament. One game from elimination.
But it is going to be a game that's played out on their map pick. We're going to Fracture Nest. It's much more comfortable territory for them. Yes, we did see them take a loss on that map previously, but it was a very hard-fought loss going deep, deep, deep into the rounds. I think I see a third map in the horizon.
Yeah, I think there's a chance at it, but the big win condition for me is a rebound from Mata. He was struggling so much in map number 1. He was struggling in their previous series here for Shopify, and in this map, he is kind of the star. He's playing on that Neon. He needs to be creating space and finding those entries. B-Dog can back up, win in those late rounds, and be the star on the defense, but on the attack, we need to see more out of Mata.
Yeah, Mata's going to be really, really influential because we saw, like, on the attack, yeah, Shopify were able to, like, win some rounds out a little bit later on when they played against Cloud9 the other day, but overall, like, if you're not finding, like, defensively those burst plays with the Neon to make an impact or, you know, really getting good value out of the concusses, it is going to slow down for you. Now, I think it's much easier to work the Neon into your comp on Fracture than it is to play the Yoru without the supportive utility on Breeze. So I'm hoping Mata has more in the tank because yesterday it was just the Moose and B-Dog show.
Yeah, and I mean, talk of the Yoru. Last time we saw Sentinels play on this map, they pulled out the Yoru. This is when Raucus was subbing in for them at the end of Stage 2. So it's been quite a while since they've played this map. And it'll be the first time we see them play this map with their new 5. So I'm interested to see what direction they look to head with that agent comp.
Yeah, I am curious. Will we see a Yoru come out maybe from both teams?
Bro, please no Yoru.
There will be no Yoru. I'm guaranteeing it now.
I had high hopes going into that map that Yoru was going to be more viable because I still have faith that any agent can be viable if played correctly, with some exceptions. I just don't think it really worked well there. I think that there was definitely
no more coping.
I'm putting a Yoru ban on this game. Neither team is allowed to pick Yoru.
Yeah, we're
someone talk to the teams. Tell them that.
Tell them that. Relay that information. And Tensmo, when he was playing the Yoru last time on this map, it literally looked like he was just playing the off-brand, the great value chamber. And we get a Neon out of Zelsis.
Zelsis now on the Neon, and like we've seen on other maps, he's been taking the first entry role on Sentinels quite a few times when it's playing the KO with Tens on that chamber. So I really like seeing this angle come in. Again, like we've seen on other teams here at NA, like Optic having Ye move into the full-time chamber position. Sentinels are doing that with Tens and opening up the floor to a new player like Zelsis to be the entry for this team. This is a great look, and again, they're supporting it with massive utility behind.
And it's going to be really exciting to see, because thus far, we have only ever seen the KO in the LCQ out of Zelsis. Now he's looking to switch it up, play in more of a crowning role as that dive agent. I think it makes a lot of sense. Dapper has looked comfortable on the initiator. This one, he'll be playing on the KO. You bring the breach for Shazam. You have all the pieces for this Neon to succeed, and I'm really excited to see how they set it up.
I mean, he was playing KO like an absolute demon, but our casters are
bro, who is Smoke
Matt 2 coming up in
fucking
just a second. Sully, up mine. It's all yours.
Thank you guys again so much. I am pumped. I am high on the copium for Sentinels. I mean, this team after the guard, I was like, maybe there's a chance, and now there really is a chance. They're up 1-0 in this series, the second time so far in the LCQ that they've been up. But this is Shopify's map pick for good reason, Gus. They have looked good, and we have mirror compositions. Sentinels have never played Fracture, but Shopify, they've got the experience, and they've already shown what they can do on it.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how this composition for Sentinels is going to work out, because Zelsis has been playing KO this entire tournament. This Neon pick is really going to show some variety.
And here's the thing, he's technically the second kind of star player right next to Tens.
Right.
And he's playing the KO and he's
Tens?
still finding entries. From
Bro,
maps that we've seen,
Shroud, what the fuck?
Sentinels have
Zelsius
pulled
and
out a
Shroud.
bonus, and it's on
The
Zelsius.
fuck
We
is
know how
Tens?
he can be, and they will take
Zelsius,
instantly
Shroud,
this
and
around full
Dapper,
B
bro.
main control.
Yeah, you see the intention of the Neon again on Fracture.
This is why I don't like NA.
Push and pull map control is important. The Neon took that.
Imagine trying so hard. Dapper and Shroud trying so hard just to call star players Tens and
trying to re-clear towards top dish. Moose has one extra smoke to delay. Sentinels will regroup back up. There is not a lot of util here for them to get back into the site, but you look at it, Dazzle has got 2 flashes, an aftershock flash there for Tig as well. This is looking good here for Shopify. Strong post-plant util.
And then again,
oh shit, no! Shazam! The collateral.
Here comes the rush in. Sentinels have the man advantage. Make that a 2-man advantage. Shroud picking up another one. You still have the man over towards Dish,
wow.
and it's only the man.
What a retake.
Shroud picking
they shouldn't have rushed. What were they thinking?
Sentinels, what happened off that first pick from Shazam?
Oh man, doing too much? Question mark for the Shopify Rebellion?
Surely.
Doing too much.
Surprise Sentinels with a fast pot play, but that is, I mean, that's just really, really unlucky. Getting lined up by a pistol. I mean, Tig was already tagged down low, so the Collat possibility was 100% there from the get-go. And Sentinels, I don't think they knew that, but they were, I know, lucky enough to be able to abuse that fact. And yeah, you can see right behind the Collat, the headshots, taking them both out. Very fortunate here for Sentinels. And they went out the pistol, carrying, again, a little bit momentum. We talk about momentum, and Sentinels, they're a team that thrive off of it. The feeling of a win.
Right.
Can they carry it through now, as they will have an anti-eco to work against? And Shopify Rebellion, or work with. Shopify Rebellion win light into these pistols.
Early knife, only able to spot one, but that Neon spot is actually really, really good. You would assume that Neon would be, of course, in the place where they're going to exit, but instead they find the Neon up in his lonesome.
A little bit more aggressive from Sentinels on this map of Fracture. Sliding in early, both rounds, getting aggressive from first the tree side of B, now the arcade side.
Oh man, Shroud is
we'll give them this 4v1 against B-Daku. Is trying to just, again, chip away, try and get some easy exits here, do some damage to Sentinels' economy, but not being presented too much. Only 2 players lost, and Sentinels will be comfortable with that.
Hey, why is Quiet Man?
Excited to see what Shopify tries to do up in this next round.
So do Sentinels buy or no? I don't think they buy.
Tig, not the best of days yesterday,
Tens
especially
can
with
buy.
the agents that they're playing on this specific map.
Let's not even talk about the last map. Tig did not have a good time in the first kill, first death.
Yeah.
Did not have it at all throughout this first 2 days LCQ, for the 2 days that they played.
Still have to watch out for some fast plays.
Ayo, the PRX rat. Deep smoke.
Main control, but there's no fight back from Shopify. That's just the information. Here comes the fight back for A main. Tens is on the front side. He takes down one. Dapper is
Tens and Shaz both.
That fight, giving them the 4v4. Not a big loss here, though, for the side of Shopify Rebellion. They haven't lost any major pieces of util for this post lane. Sentinels, though, putting a lot of pressure on. They are on the front door. And Zelsius wants to kick us off already. He's trying to get aggressive in towards A main, working it now with Tens.
They are right here. Moose only has 1 smoke to go. Dazzle has still both flashes to go. And Moose, he's all the way over on the flank. Flanking 2 players from Sentinels, and now
play the ult, man.
The orbital strike lined up. And Sentinels, they know this. They know that Moose, towards this back position with the ulti, he can literally chill here for the rest of the round. Doesn't have to do anything. 3 more players.
There's no time. Doesn't need to waste his ult.
They're gonna get into any battles again. That position for Moose is still
Shazam and Tens bot. They shouldn't have.
Now looking to maybe remove that rifle from Shazam was Mata. They know Sentinels will always rebuy. They did it in the last map. They did it here again.
They always
those
buy
2 rifles off the players that dropped. Shopify Rebellion. First post plant, or apologies, second post plant, and it will be a final win. The pistol round was the other instance where they got it, but they have now ults to work with in the form of Shroud for Sentinels. That orbital strike coming online. Very good at denying plants, especially on this map of Fracture. We'll see where they post him up. If he wants to transition between the sites and defender spawn, but Shopify has
Shroud can't buy.
He was looking to use it last round, and he's been able to save it for this full rifle round.
Tens and Dapper on light armor.
More importantly, we're going to have something quick back over towards A main. You do have the fault line getting lined up, but again, it's just the spike holder.
They heard it.
Stays on the outside. Oh,
another first kill and a double down from Sentinels. That's 4 rounds in a row where they've gotten the first kill, and Zelsis was just so privy to Mata's play.
Do they keep the advantage though? Zelsis still in that 1v1. And the rest of Shopify, they're actually pinching back towards B main. This pop through the smoke could be so volatile. They have the flashes ready. They're actually backing up.
But they're ready for the Sentinels. They checked it and backed away into tower. This is a smart play from them. Shroud still has this orbital strike to sit on. They're just looking to control tower. Tig is all alone.
Bro, alt tower.
And they've made noise, grabbed the orbital, and backed away. These two players are just locking it down. It's just still util so much.
Right. A lot of util for them to get into the site, but Sentinels, with the double tower, I was going to say, there is no way they predict
they split themselves
both
up.
Players are in tower. But exactly that. They split themselves up. They use yet another smoke here. That's the last smoke that they have for the rest of this round, but this is a very good time.
You need Tig to get something, and Tig has just been red like an absolute book and gets caught out by Shroud's orbital strike.
Great reaction from Shroud, holding up the angle that it was fully flashed on.
Wow.
Now 2 players remaining, B-Dog and Dazzle. Still back in B main, has not gone past the smoke in over a minute. And Zelsis is able to get the last 2. Sentinels back on
almost
top.
fucked it up.
Unreal from Sentinels. Unreal in those first opening engagements to set themselves up again. 4 rounds, they've had the first kill each and every single time, and they've only lost 1 of them. See if Shopify Rebellion can kind of adjust to this play. This is the 4th time that Sentinels, the 2nd time that they've switched it up in terms of getting aggressive towards tree, getting aggressive towards, okay, they're switching it back and forth. This time, they're going to do the same thing here again. Get aggressive over towards tree off of Zelsis. We'll see if Shopify can make that kind of read, because that's what Sentinels have been doing, and it's giving them these first kills, giving them early success. Not as much pressure this time around, though. And Zelsis sees nothing, and that's going to cue the early rotate, allowing Shroud to play with the rest of his team on A.
Oh, they're actually going to try to take this courtyard control. Tens on the front side, going to be able to spray down at 1, but that's the only one. Shazam with a flash, and the spray is even better. 2 kills for Shazam. Spike is in his control. Aftershock in, and that's going to pressure out Moose. Mata has such low HP. Look at this pressure from Sentinels. They have all of this control. The Spike and Shopify are out and away.
It's just unfair. Shopify aren't even getting a chance to get on site. Shut down in this round, and well, there's nowhere for them to go. Low HP for Mata. Moose can try to be clear, but that is
I don't think centers rotate really fast. I don't know why they haven't figured it out.
Sentinels from what we saw in stage 1, stage 2.
It was so obvious last match.
Overwhelming.
How haven't they figured it out yet?
In this kind of play.
And again, on a map like this, that they just simply don't play. I mean, the last time that we saw them play this was 2 months ago. They were pretty close against FaZe at that point. A completely different comp, though. A new look Sentinels. They're learning, Sully.
And they're adapting on the fly, adjusting in that instance, knowing that Shopify...
This first match was so good. Now, second match is being so bad. Okay, what's going on?
This is ridiculous from Sentinels.
Sentinels have taken B-main control over almost every single round. And this is the first time where we finally get a 1v1 there. And Shopify are humbled.
And it's another first blood. Sentinels again, continuing to dominate Zelsis. And Tens both playing lights out right now. 2 apiece. That might have been 3 there for Zelsis. And this is just getting a little bit out of hand for Shopify. This could be 5-1 if Sentinels can convert again.
There's the pistols here for Shopify. They did rely on the tour de force. Moose actually comes in the corner with a big headshot, and so does Tig. 2v2 now.
They're playing here with the ultimates. They need this null command before Shazam can get the Rolling Thunder out, and they do.
There you go.
Perfectly timed, Shazam. No Q to get back in, and they do know as Tens tries to aggress. Wanted a solo play, and this is the recovery that Shopify needed. Moose with a huge 3K was big in map 1 and comes big here for the second of Shopify.
Oh, what was this, Sully? We were talking such doom and gloom at the beginning of the round for Shopify. We were expecting the 5-1, right? We were expecting maybe a comeback for Shopify at that point. But the Thrifty? How did that even happen?
Recovering. Giving up those 1v1s, unfortunately, Sentinels. But it's still early days, Shopify. I always say this, even if you win a Thrifty, you have to replicate it in the round after. You have to be able to repeat your success. And you've used your null command. You have a Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike that Moose has been sitting on since round number 3. Sentinels got ults of their own. Dapper with an ult command, they've got pressure. 3 players, they're ready to use the util here from Shazam to take this map control, and they do exactly that!
Oh,
but it doesn't work!
Wow.
It's a clean sweep!
Wow.
I mean, you can't get any better than that. There's not even overwhelming util at that point. Everyone from Sentinels, they had the right positions, the same positions that they were playing before on this hold.
You're going so blind towards A main. So blind. That ult is queued off of nothing. That's the first time Shopify have won a first duel. They've got their first kill in this map, and it's off of an attempt at a double push. So clean, so good there. Dazzle to take 3 lives. And a quick reaction, Sentinels will have to just save.
You have Tig.
You heard it?
Could be able to take down some of these guns. Again, Shopify, what a return to form. Again, the economy of Sentinels is still something that Shopify actually has to worry about, and it's just getting shipped down. There's no way that they can actually rebuy fully into the next round either. Tens does get the kill onto Tig, but with the second player
Tens can drop his gun though.
Yeah, no, the rebuy is impossible.
We'll see it here again. I mean, this is just a ginormous risk. A ginormous risk to kind of take that ult with really no sound cues. That felt a little bit random from Sentinels, and yeah, we'll have to call the timeout despite this dominance that it feels like they're having, because they are dominating that first kill department. They've only had to retake once. Shopify were so good yesterday against Cloud9 and post plants, but they just haven't had the chance to get the spike down. 10 plants and 7 wins against Cloud9. Once you give them the opportunity, once Shopify have found the mixture of success, what gives them the opportunity to get onto the spikes or get on site and get the spike down, that's what will be the key for Shopify.
It's tough to even think about, though, because, again, the last round, when we talk about the first picks, that was almost given to them on a silver platter. Sentinels, they had the overall push, and the util just comes that little bit late. So, you know, maybe Sentinels will at least change the timing, or at least go a bit faster if they actually want to commit to a main push like that. But it's so weird to think Shopify could actually be in such a different scenario if that round just, if that 1-2 person interaction against Dazzle goes a different way.
Yeah, I mean, if they got the timing a little bit better on that Rolling Thunder, but it's all in the past now, and Sentinels offer this timeout.
Sentinels have 3 ults, and Shopify has 3.
Awkward buy. 2 players will be able to buy in the next, but 3 will not be able to. And Mata looking to accelerate, looking to aggress. This is different from Shopify. And what can they do to slow them down? There's no one in tower, and Mata's going to beat them to it.
Mata's already here.
Wow.
He just goes through the aftershock and the nade. Well done as he takes down Dapper entirely. We still have the rotation very fast.
Wow.
Oh,
what a bait. What a bait.
Disrespectful, but here we go. Still a 3v5. You still have Sentinels, still with a tour de force and a gun.
We'll see what they can do damage-wise. It doesn't feel like this is a round where you want to risk anything. Tens
surely not.
Should be looking to get those exits, but right now, Sentinels not able to have
should go for it
in these post-plant, in these retake situations. This is Shopify with another plant, a 5th plant, and now a 4th win. That is the success they're bringing. And while Shazam is trying to go big, I don't know if the time is really going to give him the opportunity.
As Shazam's just going through in the double tower. Surely is going to get held down. Well done. Tens is here for exits. He's going to be able to find one. The spray from Tig.
Nice. I think he got one with Spike. Nice.
Again, we still have quite a few rounds to go in this half. But Sentinels now, they have to regroup. As now, their economy is very unstable. Do they even? No, they have to just go for a half buy here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and play around Zelsis's overdrive. But yeah, that last round, I mean, the buy felt really awkward because 3 of those players were not going to be able to buy on this next. Dapper would have been able to go for the full buy. Same thing here with Shroud. So it felt awkward in the last, but they have managed to cope a little bit, had a game plan. You try to have hero rifles for Shroud and Dapper. That's Shopify bringing us back 4 rounds in a row. Apologies, 3 rounds in a row. And Sentinels will try and get aggressive. All the same, Zealous is yet to pop that overdrive, and Shopify, they're reading into that kind of play. They know that they love to get aggressive towards B main, so they regroup. Looking to hit now the A site. Just have to worry about Tens' positioning, really.
Yeah, that's all about it. Because, oh, wow.
Holy
smoke. Expend the triple smokes alongside the fast lane. Again, they still have to worry somehow about Tens, but he just has a shorty alongside the headhunter. Control has been taken. Not a lot of util here for Shopify in the post.
Yeah, this is Sentinel's first eco round. They have full kit of util for Dapper to try and make it happen. Not to mention the overdrive, which can be incredibly powerful. Not yet the triple headshot multiplier that
They have ultimate.
Off-site tendencies here for Shopify.
Wow.
3 players in A-main.
Holding back the site. And like you said, 3 players trying to come back here for Sentinels.
They don't have no time, man.
Crowd's on the front side, trying to get a right click through. Dapper, he's actually the one to take down Dazzle. Dazzle is fully discombobulated. There goes the spray.
Wow.
He has to nail the spray here for B-Dog. B-Dog with a triple. Still one more.
No time, man.
Site. And it's Shroud that can only get kills. Shopify.
What happened to them?
In terms of B-Dog being up in heaven.
Yeah, I mean, they really relied on that post-plan situation. 3 players, Tig, Moose, and Mata, all dumping util. First the fragment, then the relay bolt or the stun. So many pieces of util to slow it down, and B-Dog just kind of playing around it, knowing that he has the advantage off of this util, and well, brilliantly played again. 4 plants and 4 wins for Shopify Rebellion. Well, as they get a 4th in a row. 5-4 now they lead, and it will be Sentinels who pick up 10s on the operator. They have slowed down a little bit in the first kill department. They are starting to even it out here, Shopify.
Nice.
Never mind. Never mind.
Wow, okay, yeah. The first kill this time going back towards Zelsis. That's yet another one for him. He is actually stacking it up currently. But Shopify, they have control on the outside of A main. Mata hasn't been spotted. He's through. Dapper's been spotted. The rifle, the barrel is gone. But he actually doesn't know about the
How did he
position of the dish.
manage?
He should know. I'd imagine TenZ' pressure has been here 2 rounds in a row, and this will be the 2nd time. And he's watching for it just in case. They're very wary to flash to set him up.
Nice.
And
Wow.
ducks out
Good
very
teamwork.
quickly. Doesn't want to overwhelm himself.
Good TP. Mata taking up more control here under ropes. Zelsis is going to have to do something very ballsy to get out of here. And indeed, he just jumps on out. Mata takes him down easily. TenZ is down so low, but he still has the off.
Spike planted.
Mata still holds. Mata still looks, and TenZ on 5 HP, like you said, so low. But it doesn't matter because he's got the op. Dazzle though with the swing, and that might just seal the fate. Another plant, and what could be another win unless these players can come up huge.
TenZ again. The one-shot potential. Shroud might have seen the player in the middle of sight. They have no idea where Moose is right now, and he has the molly to use. There goes Shroud, and Mata takes him down. He's done for. TenZ. He has enough to save.
Mata, bro, he
popping now. That they could have held on, but Mata a 4K on the round. The overdrive back in his hands. Sentinels, another round where they have to recoup, and again, they would love to have that op in their hands.
Such a swing around here from Shopify Rebellion. Mata just somehow creeping all the way up, bringing us back from a 4v5 to another 4v5 win for Shopify Rebellion. These post plans, they're just indomitable right now. He's been looking so good, Mata. In that round, he makes up almost 50% of his kills.
It's not like Shopify, too. It's not like they're winning every single first kill, right? Out of the last 5 rounds, the majority of them actually went back to Sentinels. 3 rounds out of the last 5. First kill is going to Sentinels. Even though it's been 5 straight for Shopify.
They've been recovering so well, and keep in mind, yeah, the first kill side dominated right now. Sentinels 8 first kills. And only 2 for Shopify Rebellion. Yet Shopify Rebellion are leading 6-4.
You said 8?
And Mata accounts for half of those first kills for Sentinels. He's died 4 times, 10 total in this series, but he's still fragging out. Well, in the
Shopify played really good. They pressured
the rounds that he's actually able to be there.
Pressured B, and then they made Sentinels was stacking A.
No one has been able to get a contact.
And now they have
yet.
Rotated,
except for TenZ.
and they pushed
Finally
A.
collects a 1v1 back over towards A. It's not a win for him. He readjusts back into A site. Spike is right next to him, but he has no idea. Everyone from Shopify currently in a default position.
We'll see if TenZ can maybe get something here close. There's no knife to flush him out. He will be able to take the TP if he...
No, he... Fuck, man.
Switch. And B-Dog slipping on through. Just
wow.
slipping on through.
Wow. Wow.
That's so slick.
I thought this was tense.
We were going to be able to react to that.
Wow.
Again, if they were actually able to get into A main, their 3 players retake from A main for Sentinels could have actually been so detrimental for Shopify, but they ended off with a Prime Gaming.
Whoa, what happened? Who pissed Shopify Rebellion?
Really switching the narrative.
They turned on like, bro.
Sentinels in full control.
What?
When they have the recipe, Shopify have found it. Getting this spike down has been the key to their success. And now we go into possibly the second half.
Even Mada turned on, bro.
Lead. Again, Sentinels have been on the back foot both times in these maps at a 7-5 possibly. This could be a 7-5, but they've been at a deficit each time transitioning into that second half. And right now, Shopify are taking things exceptionally slow now.
But this is the
waiting for them to push.
slowest play that you could pull here on Fracture. They are right in the middle of their spawns.
Vince
They are
has a
not
wop.
moving at all into either dish or mains.
Trying to welcome the aggression from Sentinels, really. And I think also scared of the opping position of Tens.
Mada's
Sentinels
finally making a move.
Not a team that over-aggresses. Yeah, and you mentioned Mada making a move finally. Will be spotted out, and that's pressure. A player should pivot from Sentinels. Maybe change their position, but it hasn't done anything. They're just going to stick in towards A main.
Zelsis heard that. And this is all Zelsis. A 1v3 for him.
Wow.
Spotted by
Got
Dazzle.
one.
He still takes him down, though. Did spot the spike. Here comes the peek from Shroud. Shroud trying to re-clear B main. And he still has yet another teammate right next to him. Shazam with the Rolling Thunder. Looking to re-clear this. Moose around the corner. Needs a headshot to really make it count. But it just won't happen.
B-Dog 1v3? I don't think it happens.
Really tall task here for B-Dog.
And Sentinels finally able to deny. 6 in a row, the spike's gone on. 6 in a row for Shopify Rebellion. And now Sentinels have denied it. Just at the very end of this first half, and B-Dog.
Wow.
He's got at least an isolated 1v1. Just one, though.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, Shazam's done. There goes a headshot. B-Dog
Ooh,
looking for
almost,
more.
almost.
But
Nice
Dazzle
try.
Strikes down with the one shot.
Good half,
So
good
Sentinels,
half.
yes, they do find one round back.
5-7 isn't bad for
Shopify,
Sentinel.
They had 6 plants and 6 wins in a row. What a return to form for Shopify. Let's see if they can continue that momentum and take things through a map 3 after the break.
Third map is split. If Sentinels lose this, fuck, I think they lose split. But you never know with the new. But in my opinion, NA still has a long way to go. They can't do this in what's called champion. Like PaperX, FPX, Fnatic, fucking Data Division. And what was the other? DRX. You think they would let Sentinels, LG, 9 do this? I think the only good team is Optic.
It's 7-5, Shopify. Every single round came from a post-plant situation, and they won every single one of them outside of the pistol. Now, on the defensive side, where they struggled against Cloud9 to keep them from getting the spike down, can Sentinels find a comeback? They did it on Breeze. They can do it here again on this attacking side. And we'll see if they can have the same success that Shopify had on theirs.
They're going to be starting off fast. Sentinels, all of them over towards the left side of your map.
Tig is lost.
They're all in B, and Zelsis is just going through fast. Tig is lost, and he's out of here, but B-Dog is still spraying through. He still has the shotgun to use, still has the shorty and the headhunter, but neither one is going to work out for the kill against Shroud. Well done from Shroud.
And these 3 players from Shopify are coming up fast, hot and ready to go. Mada will be spotted out in
shot.
Shazam with this ghost. It's just so clean. Another kill for him. would have been nice with Shopify. Put us to a 2v3 with 2 flashes and an aftershock, not to mention the smokes.
There goes the flash. Tens not getting spotted. It's going to be an easy for him as Dazzle just walks right into his
Sentinels are doing really good on pistol
And that's
rounds.
the lead almost dissipated again for
They have-
Shopify Rebellion.
They have really improved their
Sentinels
pistol rounds.
Won the second half pistol we had in map 1. I worded that horribly. Won the second half pistol in map number 1 and were able to recover almost smoothly. And now they've won it here. Can they do the same again? Big questions for Sentinels, and they will be answered. For Spectres, looking maybe to go a little bit faster, close the distance with these Spectres. No, like, Bulldogs or anything to set themselves up for the bonus. Maybe a little bit of a tempo change for Sentinels now on the attack.
Absolutely it is. A lot slower, even though they're all wrapped up around the A side of the map. Gotta watch out for this breach, though. Dazzle, right next to the door, has the shorty. Ready and raring to go. No one's actually gonna touch him. They all just walk on by anyways. A is completely free.
Yeah, contacting their way in fully. Similar exec to what Mata was setting up with that fast lane, and Sentinels going in clean. A post-plan situation to come in a 5-on-5. Just the pistols. Well, Shopify to work with, but Util coming in heavy hot.
Oh, and Zelsis is on the front side, able to rack on the stun, rack on the kill. Shazam was able to get 2 out of that, but Moose just 1 kill back just for an old point. Sentinels, they've tied it on back after Shopify won 6 in a row.
Continuing their dominance on the first kill department, 11-3 in terms of first kills and first deaths. Only giving up the first death 3 times. And it's 7-7 for crying out loud. Shopify have been good in recovering these 4-on-5s. But now Sentinels have the real tests against the rifles. Tens, with just a headhunter, picks up a rifle. Dapper as well. 2 rifles to carry on through. And this time, with those 3 Spectres, Zelsis, we know, loves to go fast. And we'll see how quick he can get. Shopify will need to slow them down. But there's nobody looking towards B main.
Oh, not at all. It's just going to be a free sight here. So the Neon, it can just keep stretching out towards spawn. That's exactly what Zelsis does. Easy peasy against Dazzle. And no! Tens! Finding 2 free kills again on the Mata and Moose. Both of them on their way out. A good kill from B-Dog, though. He was full flashed. 2 players remaining for Shopify. But wow, what a tragedy in those back lines.
Yeah, as ready as you can be for the fast play of Sentinels, you surely are not expecting Zelsis to slide through your own spawn into Canteen, and that's Sentinels again.
The 4K.
3 rounds in a row, 3 first kills, and 3 plants equal a win. Still more to go, though, with Shopify. Moose is getting towards his orbital strike, but they will have to sit on the back burner for a little bit longer as they don't have the rifles this time around. And Sentinels, look here at the replay. Tens dealing with that aggression. He loves to play these lurks. Now that he's no longer in that duelist and playing that chamber, he was always so cautious and working, manipulating the map while his team does something else, and he's been good on these solo adventures. That's where the individuality of this Sentinels roster comes into play, with those individual kind of setups for Tens.
If you could call it a setup, right? Tens. Again, just off of the chamber, right? He just needs to be in a position where he can be free, where he can keep his head on a swivel and be able to frag. That's pretty much what's happening here. 2 players pushing out Dish. He's out on his own, but there's the stun. Well stunned from Mata.
What?
Falling out Tens entirely. They're going to be able to get
I wouldn't need TP, bro.
Back into the site, but it has to be big here for Sentinels.
We'll see if they can recover. Sentinels have yet to win a 4v5. Despite having the rifles, they are struggling to get into this site. They've been locked out right now. Pressure from Shopify. That man advantage really solidifying this round unless Sentinels can come up big.
That position around the corner for Dazzle is so dangerous. The Aftershock actually nails B-Dog over in ropes. Sentinels, man advantage, but they don't have any map control currently. Yes, they have a main, but they don't have a whatsoever. Neon around the corner could be so dangerous. Mata still with that SMG could be able to get a lot of damage, especially on Zelsis. But hello, Dapper. Around the corner, has a flash ready and around to go.
Wow, what a shot Zelsis.
Zelsis! He was the target, like I said before, but he doesn't go down. Here comes Tig, though, with the stinger, and he's able to get 2. But Shroud is there for the trade back. Look at the HP on Shazam and Shroud. It was starting to slip out of their hands.
Yeah, starting to slip out, but they do recover nicely for Sentinels. And that 4v5, that's their first 4v5 win. And it's on their anti-eco. Shopify electing to call a timeout. They're realizing some of the weaknesses of Sentinels and the fact that you can overwhelm them with this util, similar to what Sentinels did on their defensive side. You need Mac really to give some words of wisdom. You've been getting dominated in that first kill department. Mata has been the opener. B-Dog looked flawless yesterday against Cloud9 on Fracture, but has not looked the same. He only has 1 first kill out of 16 rounds, a fragment of what he had against Cloud9, where he had, I believe it was 5 first kills. I could be wrong. There might have been 6, but you get the gist. B-Dog has been struggling in this map despite boasting a 14-14 KD.
So tough to think about, but to kind of defend B-Dog here, I mean, those first kills didn't actually come a lot from the defensive side at all. He only had 2 first kills on the defensive side of Fracture, which, again, is very surprising. He's playing with the AWP. He should be having more successful first contacts, right?
Yeah, and now he's got it. So you hope that he can find a little bit more success. I mean, I felt like that Shopify on their defensive side against Cloud9, a lot of it came from getting into their face, getting in Cloud9's face.
They almost have 5 ults.
Trying to shut them down, but they have
B-Dog 1 away, Tig 1 away,
to deny
Mata and Dazzle 2 away.
Now Shopify, with their rifles, will be looking to try and replicate the aggression. Mata.
What are you doing, bro?
Shroud! There you go, Shroud wakes up and takes down Mata, but again, no control for Sentinels at this point outside of main.
Yeah, and there's his 5th burst. That Celsius up close, looking for something. It is traded back to a 4-on-4, but Sentinels, they know it's the weakened sight, and B-Dog. Even 10's in the air, he catches him.
Okay, very tough there for B-Dog, but he still has to go off. He's suppressed, he can't TP out. 2, 1, no, he's done.
What a util usage, bro.
The rotation for Shopify, it's tough. It's 3 separate locations, but Moose is there.
Oh, the trades go back. It's a 2-on-2. Low HP for Dapper and Dazzle.
But bro, Dapper can still get one.
His teammate Dapper alone. They're on opposite sides. And it'll be so tricky to work back into this one.
Is Shroud playing for contact so he can get the ult point?
He's just playing for the molly.
He just needs 1 kill, right? There goes the molly very, very early, but that's great timing.
I told you, Dapper will get 1.
1 more player remaining. Tig has nothing to work with.
And 3 different angles to watch. Main, tower, and towards arcade.
Tig. Dapper is so...
Dapper gets 2. Dapper, that's good. Dapper gets 2.
Finish that round, getting 2 kills with 10 HP.
And it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. 5 rounds in a row they've won, and 5 rounds they've gotten the spike down. You can not stop these guys from getting the spike down. Sentinels, they've got some indomitable will here on the attack.
Oh, just look at that. The molly comes in at just the right time. You have 1 player looking over towards main, of course, checking to see if the brim would wide swing, but great timing from Dapper.
And why would you expect Dapper to be playing alone? You know where the mollies come from. He's on 10 HP. Why would you expect him to be by himself towards arcade? You just don't. And they get caught because of it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Battle here over towards main. A main has been taken by Shopify. B-Dog finally ringing out true.
They found my trap.
Getting something. Sentinels, the only 4v5 they've won is against the anti-eco. Against the eco of Shopify Rebellion. Orbital strike.
Where are you looking?
Simply not ready. Dapper already inside, and Dapper lighting up the kill feed with 2.
Oh, but you had to look out for the neon there. The neon in the middle of sight. Mata wasn't able to do anything with that. The aftershock though. Shroud
catches him.
Shroud just had to be stuck to the plant.
Good,
not able to use an orbital strike now. A 3v2, and it's a very possible one for Shopify, even though it's SMGs and a pistol. They have the tour de force, and indeed it rings out right. And Jens can't even run away. B-Dog gets around the angle just in time. The Rolling Thunder not necessary. Shopify keeping themselves in the game in a round where, truthfully, they shouldn't have gotten.
What they needed, Shopify, something to get back in. Their first successful retake, and Sentinels, well, losing another 4v5. Only 1-1 again. But not to fret. They still have guns to work with, rifles to play with, ults to utilize. We'll see if Shopify Rebellion can continue that momentum.
It's been so long since we've seen a good retake. Shopify, they won 6 plants in a row. Sentinels have been doing the same thing here on the attacking side. But here we go. We don't even need to rely on the plant. They wanted to finish it off early. Shopify, a double push over towards Dish. And it just doesn't work out. B-Dog, still the only person here, but he's getting wrapped. And he's gone.
Stuck around maybe a little bit too long. Was banking on the fact Dapper wouldn't use the null command, or maybe it slipped his mind. This round has slipped out of the hands of Shopify in a matter of seconds. Sentinels accelerating on Fracture. I mean, everyone was watching them yesterday, and it felt this was the Sentinels that were slow, deliberate, patient, cautious, composed. Give me a thesaurus. I'll keep on listing the words.
Yeah, that's a lot of words.
This one is quick and rapid. And they do it there. I don't have as many words. I've lost. I don't have a thesaurus with me, so I don't know. But you get the point. Zelsis is the forefront, the spear of this attack. And now Shopify will save these two rifles, carrying over Mata's overdrive to maybe help transition them to what would be an eco had they not won the last, but gives them a chance at least. Buy up again.
It feels like it's been a while since we've seen that first interaction for Sentinels truthfully go right in this half. Again, you mentioned it, Zelsis has been the spear to the shield. 7 first kills so far.
And he's 7-2, by the way. He's very rarely losing these opening duels.
Yeah.
And it's supported by the util of both Shazam and Dapper. Stunning fault lines. And I mean that literally and metaphorically as a description word.
Descriptor. Here's one to describe this.
Out. No!
What is this?
What are they doing, bro?
But again, they still have to re-clear with a flash. Moose has to back out. He was never able to trade there. He still has a second person here. Whoa, whoa. The Rolling Thunder actually coming in, overwhelming Moose. But no one's actually in there. What is this take for Sentinels?
They slow down, and Tens is going to pivot back towards Dish. Despite the Rolling Thunder stunning most of these players, actually maybe just the one. Tens, the head peeked on over. That slowdown is going to catch out Moose. This is unfair. That is a ridiculous placement on the fragment grenade.
Wow.
And just like that, Sentinels, the former kings of North America, they're on match point in the lower bracket.
Oh, I can't believe that combo.
Wow, that is
these guys?
That's insane placement.
This is not the Sentinels that we've been watching this year. It just isn't. I refuse to believe.
And I'll tell you, I had a lot of questions, a lot of doubts that Sentinels could compete against a team that played like Shopify, a team that had a little bit more tempo compared to the Guard. And I'll be honest, Sentinels have dealt with it almost flawlessly between these two maps. And on their attacking side, they as well, only letting one round slip through to Shopify Rebellion and B-Dog as the op, and that's all they've got carried over into the second match point they've had to face. And he doesn't even get it. Doesn't even get it. Sentinels are reborn, and they are on match point.
Match point.
4 points to make back for Shopify. It's not exactly impossible, but boy, is it a tall, tall task. And it starts with the economy. Half armor for most of their teammates. They don't even have enough for the full rifles anyways. This just looks tragic for Shopify.
And missing out on a molly for Moose. A piece of util that could be so critical if used properly. And Moose has been a top controller on this Brimstone. We saw yesterday how well he played. Sentinels with a chance. Slow, tempoed. Has been lost. And Shopify, slowly but surely, start to get antsy.
Taking it step by step. The knife goes out. No other util used, though. Total cutoff of noise here for Sentinels, but Shopify, look at the hold here in the middle of A. Double here. It's the high-low setup that Sentinels simply hasn't dealt with yet.
Dapper up close. Has got the pot flash to send them out, but they've been held back. There's ults here to slow them down as well. The null command has shifted far away. 4 players here in a round so critical to Shopify Rebellion. Well, one's been removed.
I mean, how many more can they actually take down? There goes, wait, what? Mata with the overdrive just through the smoke, but again, it just had to be Sentinels backing out. They have to back out. Look how Shopify is closing the space. They open the gate. They do not allow Sentinels to come out of main, but they finally pick up the spike. They finally get that rotation going, but so is Shopify.
They shift it back. They're quick. Celsius to the front. He's got a fast lane to send them up, and he's got to get uncovered. He can get the spike down. They can play the postman. Shadam, this is so risky! He doesn't get anything!
And they're all gone! on! One away for Shopify to potentially start off their comeback in regulation. A prime game flawless.
Nah. He doesn't get as many
No.
first kills. He's been honestly getting
No comeback.
getting
Sorry.
dumped on in terms of the first kill, first death department, but he is so big with this ultimate. 4 kills, and it keeps him alive. He even denies the spike plan as well. Sentinels 12-9. This is the first time since the inception of this half that the spike hasn't gone down in Shopify. It's one that was so critical they denied the spike plans.
Still keep going though. Sentinel still with full cash. Shopify finally around where they have full utility, full guns. And they already started off with a big battle over towards the B side.
And there's already 4 players here.
Yeah, exactly that.
B-Dog has gone deep over towards Arcade. They know the hit is coming.
Such a good pushback. But again, Shopify need to somehow regain this tower space. That's a lot of utility coming back, and that's indeed what they do. The Aftershock alongside the Flash. Dazzle's holding on to this.
You can't remove Dazzle, though. He's still sticking around. He's got 1 extra flash to work with. And B-Dog, the timing would have had the peek on a Shazam. Poked his head out for a second. And Sentinels have been shut down, slowed down, but the
There's no way they're coming back.
Still a molly for Moose. A double flash set up here as well for Tig. And Dazzle still remaining in tower, has got full control. 50 seconds left. Keep note of the time. Sentinels are reworking this bottom side of the map. They have to re-clear. Tens is not confident that they haven't pushed through.
I mean, still very much just a waiting game, but they don't want to wait anymore. They just flash through and peek anyways. Great peek from Dazzle. He picks up
what a
the
delay.
safely, knows that the spike is there. 30 seconds left. Zelsis
Nice,
wants to take over
Zelsius.
tower. Here comes the B main space now for Sentinels.
And look at these 3 players. They are posted in a position where they can deny the spike plants. Mata trying to swing out towards tower is successful for 1.
It's only the one for now. Shazam with the trade back. Zelsis alongside Dapper to try to
Dapper gets all 3.
come back in the round. It's a 3v2 clutch. Zelsis, what a spot. Only able to get the 1 though. Moves still clearing stairs and spots him out anyways. 50 HP for Zelsis and 1.
Bro, why are you not waiting for your teammate? What?
Has only a pistol. Zelsis is a headshot. He's gonna try to run, but B-Dog.
Why was Moose not waiting for his teammate?
And we still keep going.
We hold on for a moment longer. Shopify icing on
But
the
they
cake.
aren't coming
B-Dog
back,
get the
bro.
final
There's
frag,
no
but it's
way.
close. Zelsis in a 1v1 had 2 decisions: make the dash or stick and make the fight happen, and he chose the first. And Shopify nearly losing this 4v5. Such a great recovery again from Sentinels. They've been so good, even in the man disadvantages, are able to make those recoveries. We saw it on map 1. We've seen glimpses here on map 2. A timeout called as well. Raucous to get in their ears, to feed the data, to tell them what they need to do, because it's getting close. And they have 2 more chances. From 12-8.
Yeah, this time out they win.
Now it's down to 2.
I mean, man, what a ride. Up until now, it was so rare to even see retakes, right? I mean, you see that one little defuse there from Shopify. That was what? Almost every single round. That was 16 rounds in a row ever since the pistol. Not a single
Nope,
retake
not
worked.
happening.
And there it finally has crossed for Shopify Rebellion. A critical one as well. When they need it most, they come up big.
Not this.
Retakes. They're a team that works well under pressure. They did it yesterday against Cloud9. Ended up losing in OT. But they were put in that match point situation. And they're here once again. To try and spin back the narrative and to keep their lower bracket run alive. Keep in mind, this team has never won a lower bracket matchup in VCT with this core. There's only been 1 time that a player on this roster that still stands for Chopper Rebellion, that being Moose, has won a match. Ever since then, I've not won a lower bracket game.
It'll be a long time coming. Here comes Sentinels, though, pressuring out B. There's only one
Already
person
on
here.
side.
How much work can Tig do here? Tig spots the first, takes down Shazam, has a lot more work to do back over towards site, but he's still playing for tower, and he gets 2. Tig, what a hold, and he still has a lot more work to do. 88,
Wow.
and he's able to take down the 3rd. Dapper, yes, has the fragment grenade out,
Don't
but
peek,
now
bro.
It's Tens alongside Celsius. has 2 to
Yeah,
deal
they
with
win
towards
this.
Jenny.
Celsius and
No,
Tens
as
win
well,
this.
Location of 2, Zelsis, he's taking the bait with the fast lane.
Great fast lane.
Denied the info in Tens.
What?
He's dancing around it.
Okay, Mata is there for the trade, surely, right? But Zelsis, 55 seconds left. Playtime here, spots 1. What a great angle from B-Dog.
Shit, one more round?
Rounds in a row, going back to Shopify Rebellion. Still one
I
more
can't
to
be
go for
bothered
overtime.
watching third map,
Even though
man.
we've seen so many rounds go
I'm
towards
so
the side of
happy.
Shopify, Sentinels' economy is still fine.
Finally.
And a desperate buy from Sentinels. They've saved just enough to make this round work. Tens will have to work with the light armor, but he will pivot to the Tour de Force. And they're scared. He needs a weapon. Tig is only 2 off of his ultimate. A null command to shut it down. But you look at Sentinels. Accelerators from Zelsis, accelerators from Dapper, and they are going fast.
Zelsis, again, has the overdrive if he wants to use it, and indeed he pulls it out, but great stun coming back from the Neon. Again, 2 in the middle of A. There goes the Knight, there goes Dapper.
Wow. Wow. What a teamwork.
And there were already 4 players here, and now they're just down to 3 Sentinels. How do you make this work? How do you recover? Because a Rolling Thunder's already headed your way, and Tens has to be massive. Tangible Tens has to be untouchable. He needs another, but he can't get it.
Great trade,
1v2.
but now Shazam. A 1v2, both Moose and B-Dog. Drastically different angles.
Shazam.
But with one
We
goal
believe in you.
mind, the spike in the middle of A.
And 1 off the Rolling Thunder, Shazam. It's important. Can be so big in this clutch, and they're isolated.
Yeah, he gets 1, he
Holding
ults.
But he can isolate 1. Did he see the barrel? I don't think it's taken out of. It might have just been the X-ray, and Shazam has the fault line to force B-Dog. But Shazam is doing
Don't
it by
drive
himself,
peek.
and he creeps out of the open. He creeps out for the kill.
Oh,
There
Shaz.
we go. Overtime again on Fracture. And once again, Shopify Rebellion are the ones to put us there.
I think they lose on overtime,
We
right?
saw Shopify pretty much down and out for the count. They needed 1 single opportunity to take it back. Back when it was 5-1, they were pretty much done for the half. It would have been 8-4, something like that.
I
for the
think they
half.
lose on
Shopify made it
overtime.
back 6 rounds in a row after that. This time, 4 rounds in a row to push us into overtime. Sentinels, the run hasn't been made yet.
And it will be the first time that Sentinels will have to switch back to defense, and we know how just abysmal their defense was. And we'll see if anything has changed. No ops, just pure aggression. Tens on the rifle. We know him for the op. We love him for the op, but he doesn't go to it. And Sentinels,
Shit, he doesn't take the op.
what a story it's been for Shopify Bound to bring it back, and how
I thought he
hard
was
it's gonna
playing
be for
better on
Sentinels.
Vandal.
They can't recover this.
There.
Slow rope back.
Smoke.
Again,
Nice.
keep the push and pull for Sentinels. That's a great smoke for them. Establishing some control here over towards A main, but more importantly, forcing Shopify. They want this to use util.
Shazam not on his fault line yet, can't delay. Zelsis with the stun though.
No,
Let's force
Mara's
them
here.
back, and no!
Shit, Mara.
He goes down. Zelsis to fall, and now the rest to succumb.
Shroud just slides on through. They didn't see Shroud at all.
No.
But it doesn't matter.
Mata still swings back and takes him down. Tens and Dapper, the last 2 remaining, both coming from the B side. But all 3 targets for Shopify in the middle of A, gone in an instant.
Playing anti-flash. I like
Does
it.
it fall apart like this? Tig.
Surely
Just
not.
underneath. Tens has been so good. He's been finding
no,
kills,
no.
but he doesn't check. Please check Tens. Turn around.
Oh, why? He was playing anti-flash. He still got
3-1
flashed.
Dapper.
Dapper can do this.
Prayer.
Fuck.
But dashed away by Tig. Whatever Max said to these guys has pulled them from a 12-8 loss to a map point on Fracture.
I can't believe we're here. I really can't. After the 12-8,
Sens go,
after
I mean,
Shopify
Sens
getting
go
pushed
fast.
back, after getting thriftied on. We've made it to this point for Shopify. If they push it to a map 3, the stakes are so high. We're playing on a map that Sentinel simply isn't comfy on. The comps
Haven't
are
been comfy
completely...
on.
It's totally different for both teams in terms of comps. There's ever a time for Sentinels to close out the set, it has to be now.
And it's got to be Raucous to give the words. To try and find it within them. To pull this back. Sentinels We're at the line. And they've fallen and they're crawling. They're crawling to get across right now. And Shopify picking up the op for B-Dog is probably one of the biggest things that Sentinels have to be wary of. He's been maneuverable around. He's been coming back to life. 14-14 at the half. And he stands 22-18. And there's so much on the line for these two teams. Shopify, whatever again. Max said to them in that timeout at 12-8. They've won 5 in a row.
Big question
This
mark.
might be the final time that you see Shopify 2 in regular play, in VCT play.
Not going for the orb.
So let's end it off with a bang. It's going to be a big play over towards A main. It's going to be a double peek for the Neon in Chamber with a fault line early on, potentially. Actually comes a bit late.
Right there.
And a fault line for Sentinels actually stops the push.
You get a little bit of contact as well off of that knife.
It is
thrown
B-Dog's
all the way
trap.
from tower by Tig.
I don't see.
It's one that Shopify have been utilizing.
Okay, it was on.
Recycle here to get the info, but it's a fast play. Quick from Sentinels.
They're going to maintain that full control. Nobody in the middle of A. Amada spraying through, so much damage being done. There goes the aftershock. Dapper shook, but he actually does make it out. All is good for now.
And he gets a fragment grenade out as well, denying any pressure that Shopify wanted to apply. Sentinels again in the post plants have been so good, and they need to do so again.
This is so slow, and Tig is actually fully showing himself. He just wants to go in with a nade alongside the knife. Flashes through, but there's a smoke in front of him. Shroud runs away. There goes another flash. They're just corralling them in the middle of main, and it just doesn't work. Shazam takes down 2 of them, and now Dapper in the middle of sight, combining with Zelstis, combining with all 4 players here. Sentinel still alive. They're gonna stay alive here in overtime.
We keep on going. The horse that Sentinels have ridden on continues to plow forward in Shopify. Both teams have been failing on their defense. And Sentinels, who strikes first? Who strikes the iron hot? Or while it's hot? And wins the defensive round. Tens up close with the shorty. The quick decision. I think that smoke, unfortunately, working a little counterintuitively. That Moose dropped. Another post-plant win. And an op this time for Tens. Did not have it in the last round of overtime.
Now they win.
Side. The first time he's pulled out an OT.
He's got nothing else but that op to use. He's just gonna hold on to it in the middle of A. As this happens, Sentinels taking control of A main.
And it
B main.
looks like they're trying to replicate the success they had in Tree. On their defensive side, they took this side of the map multiple times. This quarter of the map multiple times.
Tens could easily get overwhelmed in this position, though. He's just going to be able to get that one pick and TP out.
But there's no knife from Tig to deny it. He's in such a free spot, Tens. And there's nothing you can do to flush him out. The stuns, yeah, might overwhelm him, but he can just TP out whenever he wants. A push in, though, from Dapper. This is risky. He's alone.
The plan here from Dapper. The timing.
It's off of Tens. It's off of Tens alone.
But again, it's such a tight angle. Dapper. Somehow the reaction has to come in time. That's if he just doesn't get sprayed down. Mata. They get some good ground, though.
It is deathly quiet. He has one flash to set him up.
Here we go.
You need the contact. Tens, does he get the shot?
Tens gets backed off, and Dapper can't get anything. Their shot goes in, the TP goes out. Mata is in the middle of sight. The triple smokes are up. Shopify safely in the middle of A.
And a fast burst there. And a 4v5 retake. Sentinels. This is where
they're playing too passive.
And striking the iron while it's hot. It's Shopify. They forced one off the angle. That's a chance. They smoked it off. Zelstis is getting aggressive. He's already beaten through the smoke, but he's beaten by Mata.
And with the molly too, there is no way Shazam can help. B-Dog.
Wow.
There you go. There you go. That's what they were lining up for before. But Tig ended up revealing himself.
Sheesh, this match, bro.
Prime Gaming flawless. Shopify one step away from map 3 again.
And that's a heavy hit to the confidence of Sentinels. A burst like that, caught unaware, not prepared. There's no reaction. No chance to react. And Shopify, this is it. All gun rounds, and they are 11-7 in gun round. Shopify. Is this the time? The confidence at Sentinels has to be at an all-time low in this map. Can they recover with another fast play? They did it before. And they do it again. That knife is brilliant, catching 2 and slowing down any pushes Elson wanted.
Knife not spotting all too much. They did get the chamber, though, in terms of B-Dog. This is fast. B-Dog has the shotgun. The one pump could have been able to do it. But Tig, they know that Tig is here. There goes the stun once again. Zelsis hasn't even peeked. Tig is just trying to maintain this. And massive flash. Zelsis, he was flashed too, but he still gets it. Sentinels, once again, able to safely make their way into the middle of the site on a round where they absolutely need it.
Covering so quickly to flush out Tig. They know how dominant he's been in that position, and they were scared. They sent Util to set up Zelsis. This time it's Sentinels with the burst, with the pop play. And Shopify Rebellion. One to try and swing, the second to follow after, and again, Tens. The untouchable. No damage done.
Oh, how?
He takes 2 lives.
Even he whiffed.
Double Prime Gaming flawlesses. Back to back for both teams here in overtime. This one was just a bit different though. For Shopify's, theirs was quite the battle. They had to retake A main for it. Sentinels.
How did both of them whiffed?
That works. Who strikes? Who strikes first on their defense? Tens again. No, doesn't go to the op. Switches back to the Vandal. Maybe didn't have the confidence in the last round. Felt that the Util was flushing him out. I think it's a better call here. You can be a little bit more aggressive. He's dropped as well a rendezvous. They're taking full arcade control here, though. Yeah, the site's given up, but that's the first blood. Zelsis with success.
Yeah, but it's only B-Dog who is already holding back over in Dish, back over in Arcade. Here comes the retake. Tig with a big shot on the Shroud. Tens! He catches 2, and Moose was able to catch Dapper! Big shot from Moose as he takes down Tens. Now it's a 1v2. Dazzle sees his teammate go down. But Dazzle still has 1 flash to use and an aftershock. Spike in front of him. Zelsis peeks out! 10 HP.
Bro, why would he do it on a tap?
How on earth does he handle this? The aftershock, yes, it goes through, and it actually does cover up the spike just a little bit. Zelsis, not patient enough, but he comes back with a 3rd kill of the round.
Sentinels won.
Sentinels, they strike first in defense.
And they've got it. They've got a chance now, Sentinels. Both teams have not had a successful retake in OT, and that's it. That's what Sentinels needed. Getting that first blood is what queued them up to win it. And Shopify Rebellion. The first time in this position, Mac has called another timeout to sift anything that they've been doing on the defense. They need to be ready. These last couple rounds have been Sentinels burst, pop, fast plays. And we'll see if they have what it takes to slow them down. These are mirror comps. Remember that. In the op, what they did to Tens can happen directly to them. The fault line and flash to force Tens off the angle when he had the op on A, they can do the exact same thing to B-Dog. And I think they're trying to set B-Dog in a position where he can be dominant in first kills. He has had a rough second map. 2 and 4 in the first kill and first death department. 4 first deaths is unlike B-Dog. And he needs to come alive. When his team needed it most yesterday, he stepped up. And they need him more than ever, as this is an elimination point.
It's just going back to the point that B-Dog can be so much more impactful on that op. Again, 2 first kills only on the defensive side of Fracture against Cloud9. This one, it's not much better. If anything, it's only been like 1 or 2. But again, it's the early positions for Shopify. They haven't been pushing out a lot on defense. They absolutely need a first pick if it comes towards them, because Sentinels, look how they're lining up to A.
And look how fast Shopify wants to go. Fault line and a smoke set up to take that control. There's a trademark there, but they realize they shifted quick. They don't want anything of it. They don't want to push. They don't want to fight. And Zelsis, is he good to get it? No, he at least stays alive though when they get onto the A site.
Oh no, that's actually just important for Moose. Moose backs on out, got all of that information. This is an even 5v5. An absolute car crash, but boy do we love to see it. Shroud on the front side, gets traded out. Shazam going in, but Moose with a double. 1 person on top here for Shopify. It's a 3v2. Tens, Dapper, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the rotation of the chamber.
Oh, Tens with first. Mike and Tyson trying to pull it back. Dapper in the angle, and Tens with the cross.
Here's the crossfire. They don't have Util though. Moose, what a kill into Tens. Dapper, 1v2, and it's shut down by Moose again. Moose.
Tens, what the fuck were you looking at, bro?
Threat so far, not only in this best of 3, but this entire tournament. The ever-confident controller.
You need him. He's there. Shopify.
Switching sides.
The second successful retake in overtime. And we were at 15 apiece. It's Sentinels who had the chance
Oh,
post plant.
what is
Fought
this,
heavy
Raj?
in towards A main, but got denied.
Yes, yes.
The pressure from Shopify was too much, and in the 2v2, they couldn't get it done. Sentinels, can they replicate it again here on the defense? Both teams neck and neck. We could go on for an eternity here.
That's
Oh,
hard to say,
imagine
dude.
if we go to a
that
third
game can
map.
be replicated. That was only the second retake of overtime so far. Both of them being pulled off in the last 2 rounds.
And look at this fight. Look at this fight. 3 players here and only 2 here for Sentinels. But Zealous, he's dying. Oh my goodness.
Oh, shot.
Celsius, he connects all the dots. Mata intake the last 2 remaining.
What are they
Mata
doing,
skates
bro?
on out.
Would you believe it? He doesn't get checked there. Right around the smoke. He plays it expertly. And again, Sentinels, high hopes, high beliefs. They might get it again. Another defensive win here would set them up for another match point. But it's Mata and Tig.
What were they doing?
So good.
Why were
He
they
has to be
they know
exceptional.
Sentinels push and they're hiding in smoke.
Already used the
What?
fast lane.
Just wait for them to
Pick
push
up a
outside
spike.
smoke.
They have 2 flashes.
They do have 2 flashes. That's better than nothing. They also have the knife. Shroud could have gotten a headshot there. Mata with a double.
Shazam! Shazam, boy!
Left it in a very dangerous 1v1, but he shuts it down there. Sentinels, once again, 1 round away from staying alive in VCT.
Lightning strikes there for Shazam. Here's the replay. Zelsis, he swings just a little bit too far. It's the first time in overtime the spike hasn't gone down. It's because of plays like this. New blood, fresh blood in the server. Sharks might be swimming, but Zelsis is faster.
Says Shark
Match
might
point
be
again for Sentinels.
It's gonna be fast again. Zelsis on the front side, sprinting forward. It's gonna be the knife up to try to deny the chamber, but the chamber still has the TP to go. B-Dog.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He is suppressed.
Wow.
He can't go anywhere. Zelsis slaps him down. And there's still one more in the middle of the side. Here he goes with. Oh no, Mata sprays down 1 and actually Moose is there too. The double here for Shopify is so good.
Recovery back, recovery in. Sentinels are slowed down. 2 smokes out, 1 left to work with if they want to try and make the re-hit work, but they've been slowed down. Slowed down, Zelsis. That's his 12th first kill, and Sentinels cannot convert. Tens. Up close and looking personal, but he doesn't get it. It's Shazam instead.
No, Shroud. He tried to capitalize on the damage that might have been done to Mata, but Mata, he's fresh. Tens didn't nail the shots. There goes the fault line though. Big flash in front of Tens. He can't go anywhere.
They're not even considering a shift to your Sentinels. They are committed.
What are you doing, bro?
How did he get that, Shroud? Sucker punch to the head. Down goes Tig.
Yeah,
and a
rotate,
man advantage
rotate.
regain, and they are shifting.
What's Tig
How
doing?
fast can they arrive? Dazzle, look at where the spike is. It's already there.
Shroud.
He's got an aftershock too.
Shroud not only still has another smoke, but
Take the orb.
one more.
Take the orb.
One more kill, and he'll get his ulti.
He's
There
in the
goes the
body.
ulti. What? How much HP did Mata have going through that? Shroud now has ulti. Mata, 20 HP. It is borderline impossible for Mata. 15 seconds left.
GG's.
Mike Tyson survives at the end, and Sentinels win a best of 3 in VCT.
Would you believe it, Sentinels? I can't believe it. A team that honestly
Oh,
no one
KO
believed had
through.
picked up Shroud.
KO
and they
through.
Did it. They did it again. They put us in disbelief. Sentinels. I mean, let's look back at it once we go to the desk. But
KO
we'll
through
talk
the
about it.
fucking
Zelsis,
game,
12
bro.
first kills,
What a
3
fucking
first deaths.
throw by that
He
KO.
was the absolute star. You want to talk about Shroud being the big pickup? Yeah, maybe in terms of name, but Zelsis in terms of power.
Celsius,
hitter,
bro,
man.
goated.
I just can't believe the situation that we're looking at right now. It is the year 2022, and Shroud has won a professional game of Valorant, a professional game of esports. Period. It's been 5 years, way too long, and yeah. I think for us too, as little youngins, yeah, we were barely casting at all when Shroud was a full professional. This is such a cool moment. Shroud, congrats, but for Shopify, that is almost literally their last appearance in VCT play. How do they come back now? For the rest of these players, now it's just making their names known in the circuit.
Yeah, I mean Shopify, it's heartbreak again. In overtime, once more they lose.
You don't
it
put
to
Shout on
Factor,
plant.
and, well,
This
there's
is what
still
Shout
so
gives
much
you.
This team that we haven't seen.
OP
Coming
performance.
up big against Cloud9, nearly doing it here again, but it wasn't enough. Shopify are out of LCQ, the first team to drop, and there's so much to break down here. We're gonna throw it to a break, but our analyst desk Stick around because we've got the interview with Sentinels and so much to digest.
Sheesh, bro, what a game. The KO through that game, I won't even lie. I won't lie, bro. What's wrong with this site? Did that site crashed? Why is this site so slow? What happened? Bro, intense. Nah, bro. KO. If the KO could have hold his shit, they would have won. But this guy went and jump over dish to try kill Shroud. Dumb guy. I wanna say probably that was not the move, my G. My top G. That wasn't the move. Why would you try to do that when you are 3-on-3? Finally, Sentinels won a series, no? For them. Shroud Axe. Shroud, man. Fucking. Why fucking king?
I can't believe it. 2022, the year of our Lord. Sentinels actually managed to pick up a victory. It feels like this has been so long in the making. We got this new roster, and they've finally done it. Yes, it got a little scrappy there on the second map, but victors nonetheless.
6 BO3s in a row that this team lost, and finally Sentinels, after making a massive change, come back, get a win, and stay alive in the tournament. It's so awesome to see, but you can't help but feel the heartbreak for Shopify because now 2 days in a row, they lose in a super close overtime, going the distance on Fracture, and end up falling in a 2-0.
Absolutely grueling. First against Cloud9, then against, Sentinels right here. Absolutely insane. But of course, who better to carry Sentinels across the finish line than Zelsis, one of the new pickups for the squad. Of course, he's gonna bust out the Neon. No one saw that coming, but he's on it for this map. Forget the KO. This guy was absolutely opening up sights here for Sentinels.
I mean, it was absolutely massive. He was playing up against Mata in this one, who maybe has a little bit more experience on that Neon. It looked so much more comfortable in the hands of Zelsis. The way his team was setting him up for success was fantastic. We've kept praising Sentinels for the initiator utility, and while it
didn't work, man. They could have won the first map already.
At the same time, Mata had a huge step up after the other day. We were wanting to see more impact out of him, and it wasn't just the B-Dog show for Shopify. And that's one of the huge reasons why they were able to make it to OT again. The rest of the team stepped up behind it, but this play from Zelsis in OT just absolutely shut everything down. He's able to get the walk-up. Sometimes it's the flashy, speedy play. Other times, it's playing around the smokes, and right there, he absolutely got a critical round for Sentinels.
I mean, you can see it on the stats. 4-1 in the first kills against each other. Zelsis was diffing the more experienced Neon player. It talks to the preparation that Sentinels put ahead of this. But also, let's give credit where credit's due, because despite that really rough start, and like you mentioned, the rough game yesterday, it was Mata who rallied back, and it was Shopify as a whole. Remember how that game started? It was almost a 5-1 scoreline.
Even Mata said,
of the Sentinels.
Mata talked shit last time they beat Sentinel.
They rally back, and they make that game damn close.
As we take a look at the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, we'll also be reminded that the first map for Mata was also a bit difficult as he goes to the Yoru and it doesn't really work out. I think that in general, I like the fact that Shopify was willing to take a risk, but it just felt like it needed more time in the lab.
Yeah, you know, it's a tough one, right? The Shopify team had a lot of hurdles to get past just getting through this tournament. At the end of the day, though, Sentinels come out and they couldn't pick up the win yesterday, but today in map 1, it's Shroud, new player 1. fun now in the second map, it was new player number 2 in Zelsis. I just love seeing these two players have such an immediate impact on the roster.
And he's not a new member of the squad, but the new role for Dapper has been looking really comfortable. The Fade play, again, on map number 1 was excellent. Map number 2, he continued with that strong performance. It's been awesome not only seeing those folks that are new, but the older players on Sentinels being able to flex their roles and look like a new squad.
And he was always Mr. Consistent for Sentinels. I can't even begin to count the amount of rounds I saw from his Killjoy on Ascent back in the day, where he's just buying rounds back for the Sentinels. Now he's taking on a much more proactive role within the team, and that flexibility is able to shine, and his prowess as a player.
Yeah, this was a throw, bro.
There with some of the better initiators.
Yeah, again, on that initiator role, TIG as well, showing that big step up. It really is tragic that we're saying goodbye to Shopify so early. They put up a fight, but Sentinels, they recovered, and they finally won a BO3.
Well, we are ready for our Verizon post-match interview, so we can go ahead and shuffle the analysts away. I think you guys know who we're going to talk to, and it's no surprise that we're bringing them in either, especially after that post-match performance. Speaking specifically of one of the newest members of Sentinels for the Verizon post-match interview, we welcome Shroud to the stage. And it's kind of cool to say that because it's been such a long time since we've been able to see you in competitive mode. How does it feel to finally be back on the grind set?
I mean, it feels good. It's difficult for sure. It's been a while, you know.
I gotta ask, coming into yesterday, it's been a while since you played at a competitive level. Was there any pre-match jitters, maybe going back to your earlier years of competition, going back to that old Manajuma CS squad when you're going to a LAN for the first time? Did you kind of feel that building up because it's been such a long time?
Actually, yeah. And as weird as it is, I think we all felt that. When we went into that first BO3, we had such like high energy even before the game started rather than like calm energy. And I'm more of a calm guy, so we came in like super hyped, and I think that might have been the jitters. I'm not sure.
Did you feel more comfortable as that match progressed? Did you kind of like find that comfort zone, or were you still like trying to adjust as the pace of play here is maybe a little bit different compared to even just the scrims you've been doing in practices?
I mean, it took a little bit to get that comfort. I'll be honest. Like I feel like I needed that one BO3. It's been like 5 years. Okay, I had some jitters, but I'm feeling comfortable now. I'm feeling good.
I mean, you mentioned it's been 5 years. I know you're far from old and you've been praised for your mechanical prowess, but being surrounded by younger players in a game with such a high pace of play, does that make you feel like a boomer at all when you watch the way they play the game?
I mean, it definitely makes me feel like a boomer when I play ranked, but not so much in like scrims and matches.
You mentioned in a video piece as well that TenZ specifically and some of the other players look up to you because of your career and how they came up in the scene, looking specifically at their time in CS and then transitioning over to Valorant. Does you feel like that makes you more of like a mentor for some of these younger players, or that it gives you more control and more say in what the roster does and plans for?
I don't think it's like being a mentor. I think it's more of, as weird as it is, just like kind of like a weird, like maybe inspiration, like kind of lifting people's spirits, maybe. I think it's closer to that than like being a mentor, because I'm coming into Valorant with 0 professional experience. I don't really have much say in what's right and what's wrong, besides like the fundamentals, like how to trade, but everybody knows how to do that. So it's more of like an
nah, bro, you the GOAT.
Spirits, hopefully.
You mentioned the map one yesterday kind of having some jitters. Map one today, you were like melting people, as specifically as Viper in your ult, you were having such a great game. Did you feel like you were just in the zone in map one, like you were hitting your stride just like you had several years prior?
Yeah, I don't know. It was just like the second the day started, I was just feeling good, you know? So I just ran with that energy, feeling super confident right off the rip, and it just kind of carried, right? Once you have that one really good round, I mean, the rest of the series is just going to be great. That's just how I function.
You've had a month of practice with this team now, which resulted in this trip to start the LCQ. How do you feel the team is stacking up? How high is the ceiling for this Sentinels roster, and have you even gotten close to it yet?
Honestly, I don't think we've gotten close, because like, yeah, we've been here for a month, or well, we've been at boot camp for about 2 weeks, so we got a lot of practice in, sure. But in the grand scheme of things, how much is 2 to 4 weeks? It's really not that much. If this is a roster that would stay together, I think it'd be dangerous, because just the small stuff that we managed to do here in these 2 to 4 weeks, in my opinion, is insane. It didn't really show in the first BO3, but I promise we got more to show.
Well, I'll go ahead and let you go. Congratulations on the win. It's awesome seeing you guys compete and find the win. Sentinels finally back on top in a series. Feels like it's been a long time since we said that.
Thank you.
Let's bring our analysts back in as we just kind of talk things over. I love him admitting, like, hey, yesterday we did kind of have the jitters. We did feel nervous.
I'm gonna go sleep. I'm
like, oh my God,
tired.
it's like the first day of school and I'm going to see all my friends again.
See
It's
tomorrow.
like
Big stream tomorrow, by the way.
competitive mindset. It's an adjustment. Yeah, sure, he's a great gamer. He's a great player. He competed for years. He still plays in a casual setting, but it's totally different coming